Yo! How's it going, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Taters, Rosie Glory, Aggravain, Violet. Who else we got? We got Ank, Alex, Wisconsin. How we all doing, everybody? How we doing? I am back after, well, 3 days. It feels like a lot longer than this. How are we all doing, everybody? How are we all doing? Violet, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it when you're working. All the headbang emotes, Aggravain, as always. Nice. How was everyone's weekend? I was intending to be on yesterday, but I haven't done anything but prepare for Season 11. Like, I basically didn't sleep at the weekend, so... yeah, that's why I wasn't on yesterday. Gambling away. Blunt Wolf's here. How you doing, Blunt Wolf? How you doing? Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. We've got... I don't know if anyone's seen the rumours floating around on the internet about the potential announcement for Diablo 4 on Thursday. So that's interesting. Can't have you burning out for the season, Ank. I'm not joking, Ank. It's just... it's been... I mean, I do go above and beyond. And I didn't need to go as hard on these build guides. But I'm actually kind of pleased I did. I'm glad I did because... yeah. All I can say is... you should be watching the Game Awards on Thursday. Just reiterating what they've been saying. There is a good chance that I might be very glad that I've gone well above and beyond on these guides. So they're in such a good state. I might not need to maintain them on the first couple of days. Let's see what happens. But yeah, there's a good chance that might be the case. DJ Chrono, how's it going, dude? We are getting Diablo. Nice. So excited. Well, I don't know if we're getting Diablo. I mean, that would definitely be a nuke, right? Hey, Zareth, how's it going? But there's, I don't know if any of you have been seeing the rumors on the internet. I don't really need to spell it out if you have. I'm not NTA'd by anything, by the way, Yank. And I'm not lying to you about that. It's just, well... the thing is, there are things that happen in the backgrounds that not only just... how do I put this? It's like, I'm not just hearing it on the internet the same way everyone else is. Like, I'm in a few Discord channels and stuff, so you can read between the lines and certain timer events and stuff. So I kind of knew there was for example, I knew there was probably going to be a big announcement for D4 at the Game Awards. I didn't know of what kind. I don't know of what caliber. I still don't. But I knew that a long time ago because of some things that happened, which I probably can't talk about. You know what I mean? So, hey, Big Jez, how's it going? What'll be the meta for Sork? Jix, first time chatter, welcome in, my dudes. For Season 11, it is looking like Crackling Energy lightning builds where you walk around and it just goes blip, 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 and you fire your ball lightnings to generate loads of Crackling Energies for you. That looks like it's probably going to be not just the meta for Sork, but one of the possibly best builds of the season. So, there will be a build up by Makuna on the Mobalytics site for that. I don't cover Sork myself. I cover Spiritborn, and I do a few bits and other. I do play Sork, so I've played Crackling Energy before. It's a fun build, but that I won't be covering that as the main build holder this season. It'll be Crackling Energy proper this season, yeah. But yeah, ADHD, that does look like it's going to be the one and only Sork build right now that's definitely S tier. There's a few other builds which I think are getting close to that sort of damage, but they feel clunky to play sort of thing. But Mobalytics is changing up how they're judging their tiers this season. So in the past, and I'll show you in a minute, in the past they've just had one list, S, A, B, C, right? And that's normally always been based upon what pit level or where can you push to comparatively to every other class. And this season, we actually are having 3 different lists. We're going to have an overall list, so that's not just pit pushing. It takes into account build strength. Is this build the best in its absolute category for speed farming, like Evade Spiritborn, for example, or Teleport Sork when it's at its best? You know, those kind of things. Does it compare? Is it that fast? Is it just the best pit pusher, but absolutely rubbish at everything else? Maybe that wouldn't be S tier for overall. Maybe that would be A tier, because we'll have a separate list, which I'm not sure it's going to be called yet, but it's going to be something like pusher or tower or something like this, right? That one is where you'd have your S tier pushing builds, like Giga pushing. And I think we're having a leveling tier list as well, which will be specifically for leveling builds. I think they've just decided that makes it easier to spread out across the builds, because some builds are always like really, really good at Infernal Hordes, but they suck at pushing. Some builds are just amazing at speed farming the game's content, but they cannot push for their life. They can get to like, they can do all their glyphs, but then they're stuck. They can't really go much above that. You know, so not a big fan of crackling jicks. Well, what else do you like? And also, there might be some surprises on Thursday. Hey, Zoran, how's it going? Zoran, what is sleep? Legit, what is sleep? This is my life since I left you guys on Friday morning. I finished stream. I did a couple of things. Then I went and worked out. By the time I got to bed, it was about 7:30 in the morning my time. I was up at 10:30 on a train to London. I went to that thing in London, left there at 5:30, went back to where I live, met up with a really old friend I hadn't seen in God knows how long, and I literally did nothing content-wise for one night. I just went out, saw them, came home. I was so tired because I'd had no sleep. I passed out. Woke up on Saturday, and then what did I do on Saturday? Saturday. I'm pretty sure I woke up at like 5 or 6 in the morning, and then I worked on build guides until about 5 or 6 in the evening. Literally solid with virtually no gaps. And then I went back to sleep again for a bit. Then I got up and carried on and did that all the way through the night until about 8 or 9 in the morning Sunday or something silly like this. And then something like that. Really, that's stupid o'clock. Maybe even been 10 o'clock. Like I literally did about 30 hours or something over the weekend on these things and everything else that goes with it. And then I had a couple of hours sleep, went to my dad's, watched the F1 final, had dinner with them, came home yesterday, finished the build guides pretty much. They're nearly there. I've got a couple of bits to do, but it's minor now. And then then I went to sleep last night and I woke up and I carried on today. It's been constant. Honestly, that's what my life's been. I barely had any sleep, to be honest. Will Melted Heart of Selig actually be worth it? I actually have it on one build on my Spiritborn, but you wouldn't use it on Spiritborn. I might have it on 2 builds. I'll show you in a minute. But you won't use it on Spiritborn in most cases unless you want to just go actual glass cannon. But I think there is at least one build where you could probably make it work. There are some ways where you can make it where you won't just get one shot. It's just a matter of can you make yourself tanky enough so you won't get killed in 3 seconds. Because there's an item called Endurance Faith, which takes all incoming damage, reduces it by a certain amount of damage, and then spreads it across 3 seconds. So as long as you don't get hit 9 times more than your life, 3 times more than your life, then you're not going to get one shot. But there's one build which triple dips on max res, on maximum resource scaling. Payback Thorns. Payback can get 3 modifiers to scale it. So in that case, it starts to become such a big damage multiplier. I might try and see if I can make that work, but it will require some absolutely insane Sanctification RNG. Like, all my Sanctification variants and my builds are probably not attainable. They are full strive fors, and I've got lots of FAQs at the bottom of, like, do not swap this until you've got this. So you know which bits you can swap and when. Gosh, how's it going, dude? Psychosa's here? How you doing, Psychosa? I saw your post about the class and leveling, Psychosa. Did you manage to get all your classes leveled up in the season? Your little goal? Your cheeky goal? Climax is here. How you doing, Climax? Fastest pit clear. I don't know about fastest. I imagine there'll be pit clears in less than a minute. Same as now. Like, the rogues will still be ridiculously fast for it. Sorks will still have the ability to go probably will be strong enough to get a perma-teleport build with the Oculus, I imagine. Your all-time favourite Sork was Season Ball Lightning combined with Lightning Spear. Okay. Lightning Spear, I've heard, is not up there right now. And Ball Lightning individually. I think Crackling Energy just trumps it because it can scale the damage so much more in terms of the high end. But when it comes to speed farming, there might be a few other options. I think Sork's just generally very good at speed farming. Hey, Vegeta, how's it going? Did some leveling practice on Spiritborn the last 2 days, mostly out of boredom. What did you level, Zoran? No more one-shot kills no matter what. I'm sure there will be. I'm sure there will be. There always is. Necro will be done by Wednesday. Nice. You're leveling the Spirit Ball in the evenings. So you'll make it. Nice. I bet you. Yeah, I believe in you. Marksman's here. How you doing, Marksman? I believe in you, Psychosa. Blizzard. Oh, Blizzshard Sork. Yeah, I think... I don't know that much about Sork. I've spoken to the other guys a bit, and it sounds like Frozen Orb is tethering on being S tier with the new changes, but I don't think it scales the damage as much as like Cracking Energies like S plus tier. I think is basically how they put it. I think Ice Shards is okay, but not like what it used to be. Probably because the Azurath still has been broken. Yeah, how good is the new Orsifane? Very Jix. I think basically every single top Sork build for the pit pushing will use that. It's so much stronger than everything else you can put in a single hand option. You will be paper thin. You're going to have to invest in defense. But yeah, I think it will be very good. Your favorite Eternal build, Vegeta, I bet, yeah. Nice. So who's excited for Thursday then? Who's going to play Diablo? Who's going to play PoE 2? What happens to those that aren't sure if they decide to do something really naughty and really cheeky and shadow drop a class, which has been heavily rumoured online? I'm sure some of you must have seen this online by now. I mean, I was jesting about this a week or two ago. Like, what do you reckon would happen if this happened? You're playing D4 first and PoE 2 later? Well, I'll have to. Same. You're playing Palliatators. Nice. How's that going? I mean, look. I don't know anything. But when I did all my PTR testing, I did do it with the intuition that maybe there would be a big announcement at the Game Awards this year. And what better way to sell pre-orders of an expansion than to give people a reason to buy it now? You know, I mean, that certainly would throw things up in the air a little bit for some people, I'm sure. Cozy Games have their use for it. They do tasers, they do. I haven't had a chance to do any of that recently, but hopefully I will over Christmas at some point. Thoughts on a potential Paladin dropping with the next season? Oh, ads. Sorry. I mean, at this point, there's such a high expectation for a Paladin-style character to come to the game that if one didn't come, I think they would just lose faith from all of their die-hard fans, because there's just so many. There'll be some people that aren't interested in playing it, but it's been hyped for such a long time now, and they've even acknowledged it at times, haven't they? For better or worse. So I think there's a good chance we might get something like that in the game at some point, especially given the recent cosmetic reveals, which were data mined from the Chinese upcoming servers. Maybe, Gorsh, maybe not. We'll find out. But it certainly would throw things up in the air if they did drop it on Thursday. I mean, I'm not saying that this is a thing, but let's hypothetically say the expansion is actually 2 characters, not 1. Paladin. Let's say, for example, a Paladin, right? That's an old school Diablo class, fan favorite. It's been requested since the beginning of time of the game, and then they drop something, and then the expansion also comes with something so wildly different, like a totally new concept that would have allowed them to make, like, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, that is something they could do rather than just 1 character class. Then it wouldn't be out of the realms that they would release their 1 class now. It's not impossible. There is an above 0% chance this could happen on Thursday. I'm not saying it is, because I don't know. But it's not a 0% chance. I mean, I don't think they did, Gorsh, not explicitly. There's an above 0% chance in my books. I've got some other knowledge which I can't really share, which wasn't NDA'd, but it's like I've heard things from sources that would have more information than me. So I'd say there's an above 0% chance that something crazy like that could happen on Thursday. But I don't know. Maybe it won't. That certainly would throw things up in the air for a few people. I mean, that's the only reason I won't start Spiritborn on Thursday. But on the flip side, Friday, I guess, for me, I'm very, very glad that I've gone to town on all of my Spiritborn stuff, because that means if that does happen, in that very small chance that happens, if that does happen, then I am kind of prepared for it, so I guess I'm kind of happy about. I mean, the name of the season's definitely indicating something towards the divine nature, yeah. So, and the fact that they've brought an angel in means that that's probably going to tie into whatever the expansion's bringing in the future, whether that's now or a year's time, you know? I imagine it'll be here quicker than a year. They won't release the expansion this close to Christmas. It's too close to the Christmas period, I reckon. Fair enough, Zoran. Yeah, no, it's fair enough. I mean, some people will be in the same boat as you, Zoran. You show me a Fist of Heaven Paladin in D4, and I'll show you in a direction. Will your desk raise a couple of inches, Vegeta? Maybe they'll drop a proper Warcraft game like the original 3. I mean, that would be sick, wouldn't it? I loved Warcraft 3. Hey, Jeremy, how's it going, dudes? I'd be okay with a new concept. Same, Jeremy. Yeah. But I think at this point, they cannot not bring the Paladin or something of that descent with the next expansion. Let's say it's tied to the expansion. It's just been hyped for the entire time. Like, ever since the last expansion drops, Paladin. Like, everyone's been like that. So, if they didn't, I think they would get a few poo sticks thrown their way. Yeah. So, is D4 update now on Thursday? Yes, Taters. It's happening after the Game Awards. They said they're going to start rolling out at 8:30 p.m. Pacific time. So that'll be 4:30 in the morning for me. It's reminding me of the Vessel of Hatred release all over again. And that's if there's no delays as well. It's going to be brutal. But I'll be there. And I will be stocked up. And we'll do a long-ass stream. It'll be good. Whatever happens. There is a lot of... I mean, look, it's literally... PoE 2 and D4 are like releasing within like 12 hours of each other. Ish. It's brutal. It's going to be a brutally chaotic Friday, whatever you think. Divine Intervention, because Hadriel was coming down. That's true, Zoran. Zoran, I'm not saying, by the way, that's going to happen, but there is an above 0% chance that could happen. I mean, if you wanted to pre-sell a big expansion when you've got heavy competition in that category now, with PoE 2, PoE, Last Epoch, and so on, you kind of need to do something to entice people. So it's an above 0% chance, I'd say. You'll be sleeping, Taters. Yeah. Yeah, it is a late start, but that's because they're starting it, so it's after the Game Awards announcement, whatever that may end up being, and also the Chinese servers, which it will be their afternoon by that point. That they're releasing in China, aren't they? I mean, the reality is the amount of money they're going to make from releasing in China is probably going to instantly blow out the water how much money PoE 2's made, full stop. That's how much money they're likely to make from that. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm not doing that to crap on PoE 2. It's just that's how big that market is. That's how big a deal it is to release in the Chinese market. They monetize very well if you get it right. You know, it's just... it's crazy. So that will be a high priority for them to get those servers up and running nice and fluid and stuff. Because all the Chinese players from there have been basically VPN playing for the last God knows how long. Over here, for some reason, my PC's hating. Oh, really, Jeremy? Oh, that sucks. No worries, dude. I mean, I stream in a few places, so people can just hang wherever they want to. Hey, Herky Derp. How's it going? How's it going? Not long, I know. It's basically 3 days. I said 4 on my thumbnail because it's a bit more than 3, but yeah. You're going to wake up that night at 2 a.m. and grind the Necro to 60 ADHD. Nice! Necro's looking pretty good. Like, Necro is looking good. They've got some good pit pushing builds. Yeah, they're looking good. Well, the Chinese servers will be totally different to ours. So if their servers do lolly, it won't be quite as bad as ours, in theory. For the prices they charge in China, I would buy much more in D4 That's true, Blender. But the difference, Blender, by the way, how's it going, Blender? The one thing is they will probably have pay to win style stuff in Chinese market out there. There's been data mines that they've got like buy XP boosts, buy gold boosts and stuff, you know, like 20% boost for 90 days or whatever. Because honestly, as shady and as crappy as that sounds to us, the Chinese gaming market is very, very different to us. It's like their gaming landscape and the way that they play games and pay for games is very different to us. Like, they don't do the whole, we want the whole game, no pay to win, but we'll buy cosmetics thing. They don't really do that so much out there. That's just not how they are. It's hard to explain, but that's just kind of how it is out there. Hey, Mr. Potter, how's it going, dude? Diablo, I remember that game, man. When was the last time we played? Anything can happen, or nearly, besides completely free stuff. That's true, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Summon Necro by chance. I believe there's going to be an AFK Infernal Horde Mages build. The Golem build's looking pretty good, so that's a minion build. And then I think it's your typical builds above that aren't minion. They had in D3, didn't matter. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it just is what it is, Blender. I know those. I'd love those. If I had those prices here, I'd buy a lot more as well. But then it's all relative, right? You could buy 10 times as much stuff, but you still spent the same amount of money. So it's, yeah. Yeah, Tasers, that is very true. I mean, Vessel of Hatred was delayed by 6 hours, wasn't it? Season 5. And his rogue was good. I am very sad that they nuked Andariel still. Season 5. Mr. Potter, the game's changed, like, literally changed entirely, like, 3 times since then. And it's changing again this season. The new 3 Golem build does look really strong, yeah. Okay, so for today, I ummed and ahed about what to do on stream today, and I was really hoping to be in a place where I could just chill and chat and play. But as things happen, like, there's a lot happening in the background for Mobalytics and other stuff. It's all very fluid in the last week before the season, because you start getting patch notes like 6 days before the season drops, and then everything starts going crazy. And because I'm now part of the class leads team for mobile, I have some extra obligations, so things start coming in like last minute. I'm kind of hoping we can get that better in the future. But yeah, so I've got to do a single pass on my guides just to remove some underlining. I've decided I want to remove that. I ummed and ahed on it. I've created more work for myself, so I'll learn from that in the future. That shouldn't take too long. I need to sort my thumb. I will boot the game up because I need to sort all my thumbnails out for my showcases for these builds. So if anyone's interested, or creator and stuff, you can see how I very amateurishly put together my thumbnails. That shouldn't take too long. Get those done. And also, MOBA has asked me to write a summary for the Spiritborn class, which doesn't have to be very long, but it's just another thing on my list of stuff I have to do, like, today or tonight. So if I don't do it in stream, it's got to happen afterwards, because I've also got to record a video with the same thing, which I'm going to have to do after stream, because that request came in quite late. So this is what I mean. It's like, if I do all of that stuff today and I've got time left, I will probably just play with you guys, and then that means I can record that video after stream, and I can edit some showcase videos after stream, and then not be completely and utterly dead for Thursday. And then maybe tomorrow I won't have to worry quite so much. But yeah, there's just a long list of things I still need to do. Need is a strong word, but I'd be very upset if I didn't, given how much prep I did. So that's kind of my plan. Obviously, I'll be happy to chat to you guys. We could talk about all things Season 11. I could show you through some of the guides. I'm really happy with most of my guides. If you haven't checked them out, go to the MOBA site, click on builds. They are now all on the main page, the feature page. There's like 15 of them. The only build I haven't pushed up there is the support born, because that is purely designed for the tower, which is not coming till January. So I've delayed that one for a bit just to create less work for myself. So I'll do that later in the month. So anyone that's interested in playing Spiritborn, there's loads. Spiritborn is probably looking to be one of the best classes of the season in terms of variety of builds. Like, there's nearly every build will be able to complete their glyphs on their own. Even Razor Wings, I reckon, will be able to do it this season, to be honest. And with sanctifications, if you get crazy sanctifications, Spiritborn is potentially one of the strongest classes of the classes we know right now. But it's just because they've got so many things they can get. But I don't know how insanely hard that will be to do. It'll probably be very hard, to be honest. I do specify that in the guides. You've got a question, Kobe. Hit me, dude. What's up? With Loyalty's Mantle, can I get Monkey to cast repeatedly? Do you mean the ultimate? Do you mean the Protector, Kobe? You're back, Big Jez. Welcome back. Charm Chaos is here. How you doing, Charmed? Last time I looked at your evade leveling guide, I wonder you had 2 points in core section without core skills. Yeah, I'll show you that in a second, Zoran. I've actually changed that guide. The reason is because you had to spend a certain amount of points, didn't you? To get down, but they changed it so you only need to spend 1 at the top and then 2 in the second tree, and then you unlock the third tree, etc. But before, you had to spend 2 at the top, and you had to spend, I want to say you had to spend 4 in the second section. And it was just like, you were just spending points to waste them, you know what I mean? It didn't really matter where they went. I just dumped them anywhere, but it's changed now. I changed it last night. That's one of the guides I was working on last night. I've actually got a slight bit I want to change in the evade guides, which I'll do when I go through them. Like, really, really minor. Maybe some slight optimizations. But I'm pretty happy with it. It'll work well. Your computer was going silly this morning. Did you say, yeah, Cracking Energy's like S+ tier from what I'm hearing. Without Sanctifications, it's one of the strongest builds in the game next season. At least of the classes we know anyway. Zimp with the Prime. Thank you, Zimp. How you doing? How you doing? Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. With Barb buffs, I think they will... Yes, Barb support looks like it'll be very strong. With the new Crimson changes and stuff, yeah. You'll be spending your Thursday looking at guides and figuring out what you want to play. Spiritborn is looking good. I've got 4 leveling guides. They will all work well. It just depends. It depends how efficient you want to be. Evade will be the fastest. Rock Splitter will be the safest, but also pretty quick. The other 2 will do just fine. They will just be a little bit slower, probably. But if you want to try something different, they're there. What? Spiritborn? It's the class that came with the expansion for Season 6, Poter. Hey, Zinf, you started a hype train. Nice! Thank you. Am I cooked, bro? You have been out the game a while. If it's Season 5 was the last time you played. Like, the game really has changed a lot since then. No, it's impossible, Kobe. The fastest you can cast the Protector is every 6 seconds. You have to wait for him to disappear, and then you can cast it again. And you can't get the cooldown any lower than about 7. I think the absolute lowest you can get the cooldown is like 7.4 seconds or 7.1, and that's using Giga Jacking all the ranks, getting 75% cooldown, and so on. You then have to have other means of reducing it. But you basically just want to get it as close to 6 seconds as possible. Yeah. Crimson's huge for the support barb, yeah. You have missed a lot, Post. If you got any questions, hit me up. Destroy. Oh, Man U is destroying Wolves, are they? I'm not really a big football person, I have to be completely honest. Hey, Profit Gaming's here. Thanks for the combo, dude. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Still don't know if I'm going to start Season 11 yet. Yeah, I guess for you, well, it'll be your afternoon, won't it, Marksman? Got to get together another 3 million credits to get the 5 perma skills. The 5 perm skills in Arc Reset. Oh, really? Wow, I haven't played it in the last week or so. I haven't had time, Marksman. You're massively more. You're probably way better at that game than me now. It's super fun though. I've been watching a few people play it, like when I am chilling in bed before sleep. You could, Zoran. Honestly, Zoran, I just sort of that was the guide isn't like that now. I've changed it. I don't have any points doing that stuff. I don't think. I'll have a look again. But I could put it in there. But the basic skills useless. Actually, no, you wouldn't, Zoran, because we don't care about the damage of Thunder Spike, and the levels in Rock Splitter do absolutely nothing in the first 15 levels. That's not where the damage comes from. The ranks in Rock Splitter don't scale the Thorns damage. I suppose it would help when you're 11, but it doesn't really matter. Honestly, you know, it's negligible. It's the Thorns damage in the first 14 levels that helps there. You're basically using Thorns Rock Splitter for the first 14 levels, like I normally use, and then you swap into Evade. Plus, basic skills only comes on some gear. Yeah. Comes on the pants. Or the gloves if you get Pain Gorges. Yeah, how you doing, Profit Gaming? The nerf won't slow me down, Prophet. It should still be pretty fast, I reckon. Right, let's swap over to the screen, and then I'll just quickly get this evade build up and we'll have a quick look at where I left it. Yeah, Zoran, I was literally working on guides for the last 3 days. Right, let's swap over. Yeah, Crushing Hand is good. I haven't made a leveling guide for that. Maybe I will one day, but I prefer Rock Split is even easier. Because you don't even have to worry about resource. It's just easy. Like, look, if I come here and go, if I hit here. I need to go through a format, change this in a second. Yeah, I changed this because the first 14 levels, you can't use your primary eagle, so you're not going to have your storm feathers, so it's pointless doing the evade thing. So you pretty much just go in rock splitter, toxic skin, so you get the thorns damage, and then you take this for the extra ferocity it gives you and extra damage it hits. And yeah, it's just, you know, I suppose I mean I could change. You could just not take these two at this point and max out Bastion for more damage, but I think you'll be leveling so fast here, it really doesn't matter. You'll do so much damage with this anyway. You just pick up thorns on your gear and stuff. But this will give you a good sense of tankiness. Like, incoming damage was quite high on the PTR, so I've built this, like, non-glass cannon entirely, because that would just suck. Yeah. Yeah, if you're interested in Spiritborn, my guides are all pretty much up there now. I've got 15 of them, 4 leveling, 11 endgame, and most of those will be able to complete the game. There'll be a couple that are like proper C tier for now, and then we'll see if we can optimize them during the season, because I only tested a lot of this stuff like for an hour or two during the season. There's one I haven't even tested. I did try and test it on the PTR, but it wasn't possible to do properly. This one here, this Rushing Claw build here might be better. I'm putting it in B tier to start with, and it has high knowledge requirement to get this to work. Very high investment requirement, but this might end up being better than B tier. I don't think this will go to S, but it might go into A. But well, I'm going to definitely play this at some point during Season 11. And I've got this. This is how much, like, this is as short as I could write how it actually works. And once I've taken all the underscores out, maybe it'll be easy to read. But it's like a lot, right? I mean, it's just like, how do you do this? How does it work? I don't think anyone else is going to have this build, because you have to know a particular thing about how this works for it to even be possible, to be honest. Yeah, so that's going to be an inch. I'm definitely going to play that during the season at some point. I just stumbled across that tech during the PTR. Yeah. You soloed a Bombardier Bastion Marksman and a Leaper at the same time. Nice. I'll bet your anxiety went through the roof. Were you hiding in a building? PD Wellen, how's it going, dudes? Yeah, not too bad, man. Not too bad. It has been busy. But you can all rest assured, once the season drops, we will be doing nothing build related, and it'll be no build guides unless I need to make notes. I mean, look, if they shadow drop a class, then I might make notes as we play on Thursday, just so I can make a leveling guide or something. But, you know, I'm not going to be sitting there doing guides only. It'll be play, and that'll be it. Degenning the game. That is all we're going to be doing. You don't like setting deadlines under them guys? Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, the mines. They're the mines, aren't they? The ones you throw and do loads of damage, if I remember rightly. Will I be dropping a light-themed leveling build on Season 11 launch? DJ Chrono. I won't be dropping any leveling builds that aren't already up there. Let's put it this way, right? If, hypothetically speaking, Blizzard did something absolutely wild and decided to shadow drop a class on Thursday, which has been heavily rumoured all over the internet, so I don't feel bad saying that. Let's say that happens. If a website suddenly released a crap load of builds for it, and it wasn't from one of the people that went out and tested stuff at their campus at some point in the recent times, and that weren't said it was okay to do that, then I would say that website would be in a lot of trouble. To be honest. You know what I mean? You know, that level of content will be so heavily NDA'd, they would actually sue people into oblivion, I reckon. You know, whether it's now or the expansion drop, you just don't do that, yeah. You've just started watching Stranger Things. How far in are you, PD Wellen? No spoilers for anyone. Or PD Wellen. It's so good. So good. Oh, you've done the first episode. Oh, it's so good, PD Wellen. You're in for a treat. It gets better and better and better, trust me. What even is the probability of that happening? More than 0. It's not impossible. Someone did a no-no. I don't think anyone has yet, have they? I mean, Zimph, what's to say they haven't been testing it outside? With NDAs and a very small group of people. It's possible. It's a more than 0% chance. I'm only regurgitating what everyone's been rumoring on the internet. That's not me making up stuff. That's not, I don't know anything. I'm not telling you stuff that I shouldn't be. You know, it's, there was that, what was that? They, I mean, Rob was showing it in one of his videos. The Chinese market have got some, they've data mined the reliquary cosmetics, and it shows a flail style cosmetic and stuff, you know? Looks very much like something that would come on a different style of character. You know, it's, so people start reading between the lines and getting hypes, don't they? So I'm just telling you what's been put out there already. Yeah, Stranger Things is awesome. Right, first thing I need to do, I need to blast through all of these and just quickly get rid of all the underlines. I've decided that they are going. Most of it's pretty easy to do. There's a couple of bits that are a little bit trickier. But I don't know. I originally did it because the problem with this website is it looks nice, this color. And the text isn't pure white, which is good because that blinds you. But once you start bolding things, it's like, and you've got a loss of stuff like that, it becomes quite hard to tell. And I did the underlines to really emphasize the key bits. I probably overused it a bit, to be honest. But the problem is it becomes potentially hard for some people to read because they're not used to reading that way. So I've decided I'm just going to leave it like this. And if people can't read it, well, that sucks to be them, I suppose. I think that's probably the safe play. So I have created more work for myself here, but it isn't going to take me all night, I don't think. And I'm just going to do it and get it done. So I'm just going to quickly do this. I guess you guys will get a quick run through of what all my guides are as well. Mostly what you saw me doing. Oops. It's mostly what you saw me doing over the last couple of weeks. But I have fleshed them all out now, and they've all got sanctification versions and a lot more FAQs at the bottom, and I fleshed out all the items. There is one big change I made to my endgame builds, actually. Pretty much, I changed T1 to T2 to starter. That was requested by MOBA, because I think they like to have starter. And then they also said, can we have it so it's not just all uniques? Like, here's your starter for your endgame build, and you need 5 uniques to do it. So what I've done is I've stripped it back to literal bare minimum. Like, this is the weapon you want. Like, you want this to play this bit. You know, 1 unique is not completely unattainable. And then T3, you can start going up to, like, 2, and then T4 is, like, all your uniques. So that's how I've done all my builds, to try and make them so it's a bit more of a journey. It makes sense. I'm glad I've done it that way now. And I've also reflected that in the aspects and everything that goes with it. And with the new tempers for max life and stuff, you can probably just temper on loads of life and stuff everywhere. So you can make yourself a little bit more survivable that way. And like life on hitting areas and such as well. Oh, this is the bit that's going to take me a bit longer, actually. I can't just do the whole lot because I actually want the headers to be... Oh, that's a good point. Oh, no, what did I do? Shoot. Yeah, this is the problem. Where I've used headers, I do actually want I want the headers underlined. I think that just I want consistency across the builds. That's the problem. And in the bottom bit where we can't put lines in yet, if you don't underline the headers, it just becomes one massive essay looking style thing. It becomes horrible to read. It's one of the better seasons so far. Way better than the escape from a Russian prison. Oh, right, Iron. You mean the most recent one, Iron Forged? Obviously, don't drop any spoilers because there might be people who haven't seen it yet. Welcome to Derry. Yeah, it was very good Breakpoint. I've seen it all. I rewatched it all from scratch. Yeah, I rewatched it all from scratch. Oh, no. What did I do here? Shoot. Haki mushrooms. Oh, no. I didn't want to do that. Oh, now I don't know why I was meant to underline here. God damn it, Immortalize. What did you do? Oh, I'm going to have to figure it out. Yeah, I rewatched all of the Stranger Things running up to the new season. I pretty much finished. I pretty much finished the season 4, like just before season 5 went live. I was trying to go against having bold everywhere on these, but I've just decided that's what we'll do. I was trying to make it so this would stand out more, but I mean, I suppose you could underline that bit, but no, I'm not going to do it. I think if I take the underlines out, I'm just going to take them out everywhere, you know? I'm just going to do that. In fact, I should do T4 first, because that uses all of these. Yeah, there you go. And then I can just retroactively fit them back. This bit takes the longest on the build, so this is the bit that will take me more than 30 seconds to do. I'll just have to remember this for future. Don't create more work for myself, because I've kind of done that here, unfortunately. And it's kind of boring going through and doing this, but never mind. Right, what I can do now is I can copy-paste these backwards, probably. Get rid of that one. Get rid of those. There you go. Wouldn't be so bad if you didn't have 5 variants. To like repeat yourself over and over and over again. Oh, dear God. Enzo, first time chat. How you doing, man? Which Spiritborn build is doing the highest tower pit push? Is it Payback? Good question. So on the PTR, that absolutely was Evade. Without Sanctifications, that was Evade. It was pretty close without Sanctifications with Crushing Hand and Payback. Crushing Hand could clear quicker than Payback, but Payback was quicker on single target. I got footage for it. I'm going to get a showcase out for those. Those will both be fine. Without Sanctifications, they went to 90 to 95 with a near perfect weapon, level 100 glyphs, between Paragon 200 to 220. Every other build was sort of like Rock Spitter, Quill Volley, Rake. I've got a list. Let me get it up. There was loads of builds that went to like 90 with the same sort of setup for their respective. And honestly, I only spent like an hour or two in these builds, so I didn't necessarily get the most optimal versions. Right, look, you can see how much work I've done in trying to get these together. All these tick boxes of have I finished everything yet? I still need to tick some of that stuff off, actually. Right, here we go. So, yeah, I got Touch of Death, Quill Volley, Rake. They all went to 90. Rock Spitter, they all went to 90. I did make a change in my guides. I used Hunter on those in the PTR, and I'm now using the Protector. But I've gone with Solving Ferocity a different way. So I think overall they will still perform this well. I'll get around to testing them again in the final season and we'll see. And then I'll just... Protector in theory. I did originally have most of those going Hunter, Hunter, Sanctification, swap to Hair Shirt, swap to Protector. But it became confusing and people kept asking me. So, yeah. It makes it easier to solve Ferocity with Hunter. But you can solve Ferocity in other ways. You want the Ferocity for the attack speed. Because most of these Kepper builds, it's like attack faster is better. So I predict without Sanctifications, Pit Evade will probably go somewhere around Pit 102. Roughly, I reckon Evade, Crushing Hands, and Payback will be about the same. Give or take. Without Sanctifications. I just bumped up my numbers by 7 pit levels here. And then evade, I sort of reduced a bunch and then bumped up to 102 because they had that nerf after me and Wu DJ reported that the Loyalty's Mantle on Wusha Nut Par was performing too good. And then you've got Touch of Death, Quill Volley, and Rake all at 97 here. Stinger was at 92. I've got Rock Splitter at about 95, 97. Razor Wings was at 87. Rake Balazan's at 92. This is like the class that's probably got the biggest range of builds that will be able to achieve. In the classes we know that can achieve pretty much. You can, with all those builds, you can complete your builds. You can do all your glyphs to 100 easy. No problem. And that's without any sanctifications. Now, in my guides, I have now got in a sanctification, regardless of what this tells you to do, I've got a list of the, take whatever you can use, but prioritize these if you can. Anything like this, prioritize it. And this will just make your build better. So you will gain power from sanctification no matter what it is you get. As long as you get something like that that's useful. So that will push you higher. I think Spiritborn's going to be relatively sort of like mid to high. Without sanctifications, but with sanctifications, this could potentially, for some builds, like particularly Payback, could go 120 plus. Like my Payback builds, my sanctification is the only build I've actually done this with for the Kepper builds. I put in the Melted Heart, which does mean when you spend your resource, you'll be one-shottable. So I might consider changing the Hesher into the Endurance Faith to stop it from, I don't know how squishy you'll be here. But Payback is the one build where you've not only got Rod of Kepper scaling its damage on max resource, you've got adaptability on your Melted Heart, which will be giga hard to get, but... 1 second, why is it not on there? Oh, it's nuked all my... You are having a laugh. Has it nuked all my sanctifications? You are having a laugh. It hasn't done that for all my builds, has it? I spent so long on these. It actually fucking has. Excuse my language. I'm actually going to have a go at them. I'm at a point now with Mobalytics where I'm going to have to actually get stern with them. That is not funny. You are having a laugh. That is so much time. 1 second, guys. I'm talking like maybe like 10 hours of work or something. Do you know what? I'm not even going to say anything else. I'm going to let them have a look first. Well, I did have all my sanctifications sorted, and there would have been adaptability on there. Sorry, I don't get angry a lot, but that's actually annoyed me. I spent so long on these. More than I should have done, to be honest. There should be adaptability on there. That would scale your resource damage. And then also in the skill tree, you've got Payback. Where is it? Payback. 1 sec. What's happened here? Oh, that's Crushing Hand. I'm in the wrong build. I was going to say, what's happened here? Right. That's not even got Payback selected. What? No, here we go. Yeah, Payback also has inside it a resource scaler. So it has 3 things scaling on its resource. So that's the reason I put the Melted Heart in here. You know, I mean, this is like Ultra Glass Cannon. We do have some things available that might make it possible to make it so you wouldn't be one-shottable at the cost of some damage over here. And it might be worth not using the Hesher Sungi on this so that you could put an Endurance Faith on or... what's the other item? Oh, let me have a look. I can't remember what it's called. There's a pair of gloves for Touch of Death, which specifically means you won't... what's it called? Craze of the Dead God. When you take direct damage, it instead distributes it as poisoning over the next 10 seconds. So if you take your whole life in damage, it spreads it over 10 seconds. And if you get a 0% roll, it doesn't increase it. And then you can just stack poison res for days. Like, literally just poison reds. And you can get that with anti-venom, which this gives ranks to. So you wouldn't get any other benefit. But there are an endurance faith, reducing the damage incoming and spreads it across 3% as long as it's more than 40% of your life. So there are, if you've got 25% max life because of this, you'll probably be activating the endurance faith all the time. So there is a world where the endurance faith might have to be used here with this. And it might make it so this will be doable. That will give you so much damage, it might be worth it. Yeah, especially with the Ring of Midday Hunt. You're doubling your resource, and then you're getting 50% more here as well. Like, it's crazy. So, yeah, I think Payback will be very good. So it's basically what I was saying, Enzo. I'll let them have a look into the sanctifications. I'm not touching sanctifications again until they know that's working. Because that's... that feels... that I'm offended by that, to be honest. Like, I've put in more time on these guides than I should have done. I've really gone above and beyond. I don't like my time being wasted. I don't like my time not being valued. And at this point, it's like, you know, I thought those were fixed. So if they've gotten broken again, I'd be very interested to know why. That's this close to the season. And I've been asked to do something by them last minute, which I will do. I don't really want to find stuff I've done is gone. You know, it's not ideal. I'm hoping it's just a visual thing and hopefully it'll come back. We'll see. I'm hoping. I don't... You know, they're great guys. They've been working their tits off, but that has hit me a little bit in the feels, I'm going to be honest. Yeah, so that's upset me a little bit. Yeah, I've probably spent in the region of over 200 hours on all these guides, including the PTR testing, so I did about 100 hours on the PTR testing. That's the sort of level of effort I've put in on these. Like, from theory crafting to actually writing them to 4 or 5 passes, because we're at the beckon of waiting for the game, for the developers to give us the patch notes, you know, and so on and so on. It all stacks up. It's a lot of work. I didn't need to put that much in, but I did. Because I want these guys to be the best they can, and I also want the class to be properly represented for people who want to play maybe some different Spiritborn stuff, you know? Yeah, it looks like, oh, I know what the sanctifications were here, but I will need to go through and remember like what all of these were. I didn't make a note of them all. I've got a note of all the things I would have used here. So I can probably work out between the lines, but I'd have to... It's not going to be a 2-minute fix, you know? I've got 15... I've got 11 endgame guides. No, I'm not... Oh, I wouldn't read... No. They're doing a good job over MOBA, you know? They're working with the best they've got as well. I'm not trying to bad talk them. You know, it's okay for me to be upset, though. Like... You know, it's not like I've spent half an hour on something and it's gone missing. I've spent the whole weekend working on that stuff. The whole weekend. With nothing else other than the F1 final. It's the only thing I made time for. That's why I didn't come online last night. I was too tired. Just, yeah. Anyway, we can do this stuff. I'm gonna chip away at all the things I know I've got control at right now. And let them have a look into it. Because it does look like they've all gone. Which probably means I am going... I do have to do one more pass. I'll probably have to redo them all then. Because we don't have the masterworking changed until tomorrow, I don't think. But like I say, you know, no one wants to feel like their time's been lost, really, do they? It's the most valuable thing we all get, so... Do we really need to make that bold? Maybe not. I did probably overuse the underlining stuff a little bit, to be honest. It's easy to do once you get into... When you stare at guides for 100 hours, it becomes like... I don't know. Tunnel vision, I guess. Do you know what? What am I doing? I should be copy-pasting some of this stuff. It will save me so much time. There we go. Hey, Dark Wolf, how's it going? Does anyone have any news whatsoever on the next roadmap? You mean for D4? I imagine we'll hear some stuff on Thursday. 10 hours of work down the drain. Well, it's probably in the region of that. It might be more, honestly. Because I spent a long time theory crafting that stuff. But at least the items are staying. At least the items are all still there. So I've just got to work out what I've got to work out what sanctifications I had, which was a lot of aspects and stuff. Crackling Sork will probably do higher pit pushes. Evade will be easy to level and give you more options at the end game. Yes, Evade will definitely be better for leveling. Crackling Sork does look very strong, yes. I am not sure where Spiritborn will fall entirely. If you could achieve the sort of sanctification setup, if it's possible, we don't know exactly what offensive aspects you can get. But if the setup that I put in was possible, Spiritborn could possibly jump 20 plus pit levels, honestly. That's how much damage Spiritborn can gain from that, because Spiritborn has so many generic damage aspects and some really big ones, like redirected force for the crit damage. You get that on a weapon, that's huge. You know, there's a bunch of them, honestly. So, and then you can start equipping some of the weird and wonderful items for better techs and stuff, because you can still get your aspects if you're lucky enough. And you can make yourself tankier. So there's a whole load of stuff you can do. You can also then just get the generic damage multipliers, like, you know, like fire, physical and stuff. But it all depends on your RNG. Queens of Stone Age are awesome psychos. Sorry, I missed some chat here because I had a moment where I was about to punch my screen, I think. Pure Crushing Hand tank. Yeah, I put Crushing Hand down as a hardcore build, so it's actually pretty tanky, yeah. Killerman, how's it going? Sorry, I did see you here. That was me on Season 3. Basically out as soon as Season 4 started. Season 4 is where the game actually really took off. I think Season 4 was one of the better seasons, honestly. Hey, Gaming Hellfire, 30 watt streak. How you doing, Gaming? Rames as well. What's the S tier Spiritborn build for Season 11? For overall, Evade will be S tier because it's just so fast. And it's pretty strong. And then Crushing Hands, I've got up at S tier. I've got Payback at A tier overall, but for pit pushing, do you know, we've set the bar very high at MOBA for S tier. Like, it needs to clear a 110 to be S tier. That might reduce once the season goes live, when we've got a better idea of where everything lands. So I don't think without Sanctifications, Payback and Crushing Hand are going to hit 110. I think you'll need Sanctifications to get there. I didn't get anywhere close to that, and my setups weren't necessarily the most optimal, but they were pretty good. And they were not doing a 110. They wouldn't have even done a 105. They might, with the new pit scaling, go to one. Well, that would have been about 102 or something on the PCR. But yeah, I think with the new pit scaling, you'll get to somewhere between 100 and 105 maybe without sanctifications. And then if there's something I missed, maybe it'll bump up a bit. But that's still a lot of damage missing to get to a 110. But I put Crushing Hands up there because Crushing Hands is probably going to be the highest. Yeah, and then we'll see where it lands. We can adjust the tiers of these pretty quickly if we find that they're actually a lot better. The frustration is valid, yeah. I'll say I am a not. Let me see what I said. They're looking into it. That's good. Right, one sec, guys. Oh, 1 second. You're talking about waiting on updating guides too late. Don't really have. I'm in a stuck in a hard place. They've asked me to not work on the guides. I mean, obviously, I've already updated some because they reckon saving it will save the lost data. Oh, this is going to make so much more work for me off stream. This has been brutal. I have got a lot of feedback for this process for next time. I do not like working this way. I know we're at the beckon of the patch notes, but this is crazy. It's so stressful. Like, you know, I work really hard, and I don't particularly want to be working till the last minute before a season drops, and just stressed, trying to get everything done. You know, it's all a bit too hectic for me at the moment. It's getting a bit silly. I guess I'll just have to bear this in mind for future. Good times. Builds. You're probably better off going to builds, DJ Chrono, and checking out. I'll update all my my commands for when the season starts. Bitter, how's it going, Bittersweet? Yeah, we review our guides anyway, Psycho. So like, people review our guides. So, and I generally tried. I missed some things because obviously you get tunnel visions. I tried to like read through them and give them a quick one over anyway. But yeah, I will do if I ever need that. I'm just trying to see what's going on before I. I think I'm just going to go ahead and if I have to re-add them, I have to re-add them. Right, there you go. So if I can do some prep work, I can basically go through all these guides off stream and just make notes of what needs to go where. And then I can just quickly add them. I can do that. It will take me about an hour maybe to do that full 15 guides. I don't think it'll take me as long as... The reason it took me 10 hours is not because it takes me 10 hours to add things onto this. Of course it doesn't. It's because I was sitting here figuring out what the best combo would be. But I did make notes of like the things to look for here. So these are the aspects which are like almost certain. If these aspects aren't in here, mostly these will be on here somewhere. And because I use the same formula for nearly all builds, it'll be pretty easy to work out. Like redirected force is almost certainly on the weapon, for example, you know. And the only thing that's a little bit tricky, I had a couple of builds that used cooldown reduction instead of damage because you have certain cooldown reduction breakpoints. And by swapping out like a ring for the peacemongers, you don't get cooldown reduction. So you want to have a roll of that somewhere else, for example, just to help your defensive skills. But I'm sure I can figure this stuff out again. It won't take me that long. Probably take me about an hour. I might do this after stream at some point. My frustration's going now. I just won't touch these until I know they fixed it because I can't be done with losing all of that stuff again. Well, I'll sort it out afterwards. I wanted it to be there because I don't think that many builds are going to do it. Because it's really heavily RNG and no one knows the full final list. There's probably some sanctifications that we don't even know about yet. I mean, it's heavily rumoured you might be able to sanctify a Starless Skies onto your gear. Or something. Maybe. And if that happens, obviously that's crazy. But it's we don't know if that's true or not. That's just people speculating. And obviously that would affect the guides. But I can update guides. That's fine. I've even used that assumption in one of the guides because it'll just be crazy good if you could do it. Yeah. What am I doing? I can copy-paste this. It's basically the same on all of them, isn't it? Near enough. Oh, actually, some of them do change. I should check to see if Scourge changes. Does it change? No, that is literally the same across them all. Okay, good. Might as well do that then. Try and save me some time wherever I can. Hey, Blood Farts, how's it going? How's it going? Oh, I did hear all that. This is the one I'm concerned of missing some bits on. I don't think I did. All right. Yeah, I've created a lot. This I've only got myself to be annoyed at me for here. I created a lot of extra work for myself, but fortunately, some of these bits will be a lot quicker than others. Like this, I know I'll be able to copy paste this. I use the same formula on every single guide, nearly every guide. They're basically the same all the way down. So I'll just be able to do that. There we go, that's that done. This one here, screen scenes, yeah, I can copy paste this from here. So I don't need to redo that one everywhere. Just need to make sure we're not leaving any rogue bullet points at the bottom. For some reason, it likes to create a rogue bullet point at the bottom here. It's a bit weird. I could probably just do this once. These will be the same in most guys, I reckon. You just waiting for the new season, Bluff Arts? Yeah, we all are, I think. I've got such a large amount of stuff to do before Thursday. It's I missed an L there, but there you go. I had a spelling mistake. After what I just said, Psychosa, I actually just had a spelling mistake. Lol. What a noob. Thursday is going to come around a lot faster. I mean, Monday's gone, right? It's just... Monday's gone. Oh, dear God. Yeah, this is wild, right? This explanation of how this works. How many people are actually going to read how this build works? Because if you don't understand this, you've got no chance. But this is like the shortest I could write it. I tried to do it in, this is the first piece of the puzzle. This is why we do this. This is great, but we still have this problem. So this is why we do this. You know, like I've tried to write it in the most concise way I can. And to explain things with numbers and everything. But it's just, it's the only build that's got something like this. It has that mechanical challenge of how do you even make that work. It is now possible. It's just very hard to do. But you also need to understand how it would be possible, which I stumbled across by accident when I was testing it on the PTR. So yeah, unless that's changed, I hope they haven't, because it will not be possible without what I found on the PTR, which that explains. Right, there you go. You see what I mean? Like, certain bits don't take very long at all. It's just it's just the items that take ages. Right, that should be that one. Save. Let me make a note of what I'm doing here. So I've done Crushing Hands. That was Ripperborn. That is pure Rushing Claw. Okay, let's keep those up. Let's do Payback next since I've got it open. Hey, Bargashi, how am I? Not too bad. Stressed, but we're getting there. Ubellion's here. How you doing, Ubellion? Are you excited for Thursday, Ubellion? English isn't my first language. My one and only language, Gorsh, is awesome! It's the language of awesome. English is just, you know... I don't know. Do I English? Theoretically, I've written these guides in a way that unless the game literally changes entirely, I should be able to reuse a lot of stuff. I'll be able to reuse this format at least, minus any like systemic changes, like if they add new mechanics or new things. Like, let's say they stripped Paragon boards from the game and added something else in, I'd have to do that. But I've written these in a way that hopefully I can not only maintain them from season to season. Like, I've had to write a lot of guides from scratch, you know. And to put this into context, and this is no onus on Max Roll, they have 4 people that do the Max Roll Spiritborn builds, legit. From what I could see. So I've essentially done what 4 people do on Max Roll to cover to actually cover the class. So it's a lot of work, yes. A lot more goes into it, I think, than people realise. Do T4 first. In fact, we'll do Mythic first, because then I've got all these done as well. If I go Crushing Hands, I can copy-paste those. Yeah, let's take those out. Samarity, Hesher. Rodoket, Midnight Sun. Harmony, Hesher, Temerity. Sweet, that's all of those. In fact, oops. God damn it. No. I need to make a macro button so I can press this and it does it. I have actually got macro buttons on my laptop. I'm not really sure. How do I set up my macro buttons? That I'm going to work out if I can do it, because that'll make my life easier if I can press M1 and it does. I'm doing Control U at the moment. It's like you have to stretch. It's bloody awkward. I've never used these. Right, Razor, Black Widow, Pro 4. How to set M1 to M5 keys. Right, Razer Synapse 3 software where you can select the keyboard, click on specific. Okay. Let's try that. I thought I had this installed. I do, yeah. That would be very handy if I could set that. M1. Ha 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 ha. I can record. Yes! I don't care, as long as it's mapped that. Let's see if it works. That'll be awesome. That'll save me breaking my fingers. Please work. Oh, wrong button. Yes, it works. Let's go. Sweet. That's bonus. Am I anxious for the new season? I'm not sure anxious is the right word. I'm stressed because I've just got like a metric ton of stuff to do. Blaze, how's it going? It's good. I like being busy, but you know. Dear, oh dear. Are you going to be playing Bargashi? Sorry, I'm trying to keep up about 5 different things. You're so excited, you Belly, and can't wait for a new season. You've been playing with Sanctification and realised it isn't that much less powerful. It's not. As long as we can get all the offensive aspects, which we didn't have in the PCI, if we can get all of those, then yeah, it'll be really powerful. Just requires some pretty insane RNG, but I guess it gives you some stuff to chase for, right? So that's not so bad. Right. I wasn't envisioning this taking me all night, but that with that hotkey thing, maybe it'll speed up a bit. You're planning a gaming night? Nice. That sounds good. Okay. Right, what we got? Oh man, that is so useful. I should have done that already. Why did I not do this to start with? Look at this. So much easier. Do you know what? I can also set M2 to bold. Why do I not do this? Yes, please. Let's go. Oh, yes. That is the way forward. Let's go. I could even set one up. Can I set one up to do 2 things? What? Why is M3 not available? Why is that disabled? That's weird. What? That's confusing. It just says disable for some reason. Oh, I can only use 2 of my M keys. That's rude. Okay, well, what I'll do then, if I can do this. Can I do... Oh, can I not do 2 at the same time? Oh, that'd have been... Okay, I can't. That sucks. Make it so it does 2 things. I can't get it to do 2 things at once. Okay. Then I could have literally just pressed the button and it would do both for me. I might be able to set it up. I don't know how to, so we'll just do this. So I can actually copy-paste this anyway. This will be using the same stuff as this. Oh, no, it's not actually. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Payback is the one build of these that didn't actually go and use the Banished Lords. I decided to go down because it doesn't scale off of rank, so it didn't make sense to. That's why I decided to go down as the Melted Heart route instead. Hey, Wiggy, how's it going, dudes? Honestly, I'll have to watch some videos to understand the changes. I've been chasing some freelance work. Okay, I get it, Bargashi, I get it. But you'll probably delay it until the launch and just figure everything out. Fair enough. Well, if you've got any questions, just hit me up. I'll do my best to answer or help out. Hey, thanks for that, Wiggy. I appreciate it, man. I do. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to finally getting to a point where I can just smash the game again for a while and not have to worry about all of the back-end stuff I'm doing here. What have I done here? Somehow I got rid of the bolts there. I'm not really sure how I did that. This is by and far going to be the bit that takes the longest, this bit. It's just... You know, I could have just not added all this info and it would have taken me no time at all, but then the build guide wouldn't be as useful, I suppose, which would suck. I feel like I've written this in a way that it works on mobile as well. I scrolled down on it and it does actually read okay on mobile, like when you're scrolling down, because I've done it in bullet points. It's not like huge wadges of text for the most part. So for mobile users, or if you just want to scan when your spare time from your sofa, you can on these guides, which is kind of nice. Because there are a number of people that like to do that. Stuff because okay, I think we're done on that bit. That's good. Okay, this shouldn't take as long. I think these stay the same. Most of these stay identical. It's just occasionally, if they've got toxic skin, if they've got did I not? Oh, that's Oh, that's right. I couldn't slot the Wound Drinker on this one. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so this is easy peasy. Great shades of your youth. What the song status? Yeah, I went. This has got a fairly good mix of songs on it. This list. It sort of took my fancy today. Yeah, I'll tell you what I did discover. I didn't realise that Atreyu had released the Crimson, but they hadn't just remastered it. They've re-recorded it, and it was the one Atreyu album I really liked when I was a kid. Really liked. And it's good. It is good. I've been listening to it the last day. I only found it yesterday or the day before. I heard that it basically shoves one of my favourite songs by them, but the new version in my playlist, because it comes up occasionally. And I was like, hang on a minute, that sounds different. And I realised I've re-recorded a whole album. I was like, damn. That's a good album. That was really impactful when I was a kid. Yeah, I needed some background tunes tonight just to... I'm hoping to blast through this stuff before the end of stream, so I can actually do some... At some point during this stream... Oh, actually, I'll tell you what. For all of you people that are sitting here, we do need to decide what I'm going to dress up as on the 23rd for the 24-hour Christmas Bonanza. So, start throwing ideas at me in the channel. The only constraints... Can't get arrested, so it can't get me arrested. It can't get me banned from Twitch, so no TOS breaks. I would really rather not do just a full glam female dress up this time, because we did that last time. So I feel like it might be nice to do something a little bit... something Christmassy as well, preferably. It's a Christmas one, of course. So can't just throw any ideas. Gingerbread Man. Something I can actually attain as well. It needs to be... I need to be able to do it. Grinch is obvious. I can add the Grinch to the list. I think that would be doable. It'd be very messy, but I could do it. I'll write these down. Just throw things at me. Just throw ideas, and then we'll put together a list that people can vote on. Yeah. Looks like the Barb is easy. Barbs do look good, Enzo. Yeah, they do. They just released their tier list. Let's have a quick look. I'm interested to see. Let's see if they landed in the ballpark of where I was thinking on things. Yeah, it's just been released. Interesting. They've got Evade. So yeah, they've... Beast Strike. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. I did wonder... Oh, they haven't actually put this out yet, look. I think they're keeping it under wraps because they're probably one of the only guys. I do have a Beast Strike build, just scaling the Jaguar Beast Strike with the unyielding hits change. This will potentially be very strong. There's a few ways you could do this, but you could do it like Thrash or Rake or something. It's interesting that they've put that in S and they think that's where they're going to land. Crushing Hand and they haven't put Payback in here. That's a mistake. Payback's definitely in A tier. That did as much damage as Crushing Hand, frankly. I found on the PTR. Rockspitter was good, though. The fact they put Rockspitter above Payback. Payback was definitely a little bit stronger than Rockspitter. Just. Yeah, this is right. Quill Body, yeah. So I had all these in A. Crushing Hand, I was in between. Overall, I put this in S. But that might come down to A. I was on the fence with it. Yeah. Well, yeah, so Barbs are just looking good in general. They just are. Crackling Energy Sork, yeah. Oops. Yeah, Death Trap. This is because these will push okay and they're fast. Really fast. Interesting. They've got 4 rogue builds in S tier. I'll be interested to see what our guys do with that. This makes sense. I know they had 2 builds up here. I'm not sure they had Bloodwave up here. I'm not sure. We definitely didn't have Companion Druid up here. We had Pulverized Druid. We haven't got Companion Druid in S tier. So interesting that they've got that there. Yeah, okay. A lot of this lines up with what I thought. I do have a Beast Strike build on my Rushing Claw, but you can do it with any skill. You can activate it with any. So if this looks like it's going to be Giga, I'll make a guide for it at some point. Interestingly, they do not have the one build that I've got, though. They do not have a Rushing... Unless this is Rushing Claw. I haven't got Russian Claw in S tier because I haven't been able to test it since the change. I put it in B tier to be safe, but it'll probably be A tier. They do not have a Russian Claw build full stop, which means they did not find the tech I found. Which will make it possible. I mathed it. It will be possible. I even confirmed with the devs how it works. This was absolutely not B tier. Touch of Death here was better than Rake, in my opinion. I actually got this pretty strong in the PTR. I suppose it depends how they've gauged this. Actually, this isn't pushing. This is overall. I guess it depends how they've gauged that. Let's have a look at the pushing list here, out of interest. Okay, they have put Payback in S tier. Okay, fine. I guess their criteria for... Oh, what the hell? Why is my browser jammed up? Their Maxroll's websites, all these ads, it's crashing my Google Chrome. Jesus. I guess their criteria for this is like taking into account speed and all sorts. Like Payback for me was put down to A because it's still pretty good at content. Like you will just one-shot everything, including bosses. You just won't have like all of the omnidirectional splash damage everywhere. You shoot outwards, you know. I definitely wouldn't put Payback in B though. It's definitely higher than that. You know, that's where I was thinking anyway. Evade, yeah, it makes sense. Like I say, they've obviously got a new build here, which is really interesting. I'll be interested to see. Yeah, these support ones. I have a support Spiritborn build, which I'll get up, but I won't bother finishing until the tower's out. Crushing Hand in A. That makes sense. I think Payback will be slightly better for pushing because it does more damage on the bosses. Touch of Death is A for pushing. Okay, Quill Volley, Rock Spitter. I actually got Rake as good as these two, honestly. But yeah, this roughly lines up with what I found. I didn't bother with a Toxic Skim Spiritborn. And they haven't got Rushing Claw. Interesting. What else have we got? Speed farming. I imagine this will be fairly obvious which ones are at the top. Yeah, Evade, loads of Sork builds, Death Trap, that kind of stuff. That makes sense. That's pretty much the three lists we're going to have over. Wow, Maxroll's site is really bad for Google Chrome. Jesus Christ. It's actually causing my Chrome to slow down and nearly crash here. What the hell? There's so many ads. I think it's those. Let's get that closed. Yeah. I don't think it's anything else I've got open. One sec, let me check my process here, because something's slowing that down so much. That's crazy. I don't know if it'll tell me what tabs. No, it's gone down. Yeah, that was Maxroll. Yeah, that was Maxroll. Maxroll's website was slowing my browser down. Rip. Jesus. That's one of... Actually, no. It's funny you say that, Zerif. And I'm not... I think Maxroll's great at what it does, right? They're the creators over there that do the builds. They know their stuff. The website does what it does very well. The thing is, that website does not work very well on mobile. It just doesn't. It wasn't designed with mobile in mind to start with, I don't think. Whilst MOBA kind of was to some degree, especially with this new format that they've just added. The old format, not so much, but this one is made with mobile in mind to some degree, and it really shows. So I think it is actually a given that most mobile users actually don't use Maxroll. They probably use another site, but I'm sure some try. But that's just generally what I've heard anyway. Which makes sense. If you're a mobile user and you can't really see what's going on or interact with it, because it's all just not really designed for the interface, then you're probably going to look for something somewhere else, aren't you? Yeah, those tier lists look interesting. I mean, most of it lines up with what I was imagining anyway. I'll be very interested to see how they've gone around the Beast Strike. I mean, it's the Beast Strike build is... Yeah, it's using... They made a fix where the Jaguar primary hull wasn't interacting with unyielded hits, so that's another 2.3x damage there that it didn't have before, so that will push it. I can't see that getting it to pit 110 though, which is where we've put S tier builds for pit pushing. I don't know how they're getting that to, unless they're basing that off sanctifications, in which case I guess it would. MOBA and D4 builds is usable for sure, Zerif, yeah. Love me some Russian Claw Toxic Skin builds. Yeah, that might be what they've done there. But my Russian Claw builds are actually Russian Claw builds. They're not Toxic Skin builds with Russian Claws and Activator. You dress up as a pally. That would be really awkward if they didn't drop pally, wouldn't it? Wear a tinfoil hat during the Game Awards. Yeah. It would be funny, wouldn't it? Dress up as a pally and then it suddenly doesn't happen. Zoe, how's it going? Zach as well? How you doing, man? Oh, he probably will do it as well. I like Rob. Yeah, I've been chatting to him a little bit this past season. Mainly about build stuff, but he's actually, yeah, I mean, he's pretty chill, actually. You know, I'm a baby creator compared to him, to be honest, and he actually made the time to talk to me about stuff. I appreciate that, to be honest with you. Oops, what have I done here? Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of their stuff does line up with where I found. But it all comes down to who tested what and who found what and how much testing was done and stuff. And then obviously Maxroll will have slightly different criteria for their list than us. It's just how they like judge it and stuff. So, right, that one looks good. Payback. I'm actually a little salty. I'm going to have to redo all that stuff. Jesus Christ. I was looking forward to that, not having to do stuff up until literally the end. So I'll be streaming today. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I won't be streaming on Wednesday because if I've got any last minute things to do, that'll be when I do that stuff. And I want to try and get some decent sleep. And then I'll be on Thursday for the Game Awards, but I'll be on later because the Game Awards start at like 1 o'clock in the morning for me. I'll probably come online at like 11 or 12 at night or something, you know, for me. I'll sleep up until that point because then we're just going full ham into the season, 24 hours plus, you know. Going hard. Rough and hard, you know how it goes. Bleed, how you doing, dude? It snowed where I was and left work early from it, but oh really? How bad? Oh really? It's snowing bad, is it? Okay. It's pretty cold where I am. It says it's 12 degrees tonight. I don't think that's true. It's definitely been cold where I am. It's not that cold though, Jesus. We haven't been cold enough to snow yet. Streaming on your birthday. Which day is your birthday, Zach? You're going to run your Toxic Evade to level, are you, Zerif? Yeah, okay. Yeah, let me know, Zerif. Yeah, I will have a look over that, I promise. I have honestly just been absolutely chock-a-block. I'm really not trying to... I'm not playing that up. Like, it's been pretty crazy. I created a lot of work for myself because I really wanted to do a good job of all this stuff, you know, and I want my guides to be good for people. I don't want them to be like... They're just there to be clickbait to get you to come to my stream. I want, you know, people might not want to do that. That's fine. If people get the guides and they find them useful, then that's great. You know, that's the idea of them, right? And then if they do want to come and talk to me live or need some extra info, they can. But it's... I guess that's just how I am. Right, we can... I say, fortunately, that lost work won't be as bad as it sounds. Because I did use... I sort of got a formula in place, like a sort of like process of how I was doing them all. So apart from a couple of weird and wonderful setups, it was mostly just the same formula for every build. Used the same aspects you couldn't use before and filled out with like damage otherwise. You know, it's pretty straightforward. I kept it simple, which I'm quite glad I did now, to be honest. So it won't be too bad to set up again. Oh, I appreciate that, Enzo. That's very kind of you to say. I mean, you know, there's a lot of people out there that do very good guides, and they have their own format, like their own style, and their own ways of doing things. But I enjoy doing this stuff, even if it is a lot of work. I like helping people, and I also enjoy getting into the mechanics and figuring things out. And then if that can help people, then that sort of is 2 wins for me. And we all love a win-win. All right, let me copy this. So like this Razor Wings build will be fun. If you just want to go around and blast content at range and just shoot them with like discs of light of energy, it's actually going to be okay. It'll do like with level 100 glyphs, level Paragon 200, 220. You'll do Paragon, you'll do like pit 85 to 95, I reckon, with this, without any sanctifications at all. And there is a sanctification which was on the PTR for double projectiles, which with Razor Wings, if that works with Razor Wings, because it is projectiles, that could be pretty crazy. Because there is an aspect that scales your damage per projectile with unlimited scaling. So if you get double Razor Wings, it's a 2x damage. Literally. But it's not only 2x because you've got twice as many of them. You've got 2x again. It's 2x squared. So you end up getting 4x damage from it because you're getting twice as much damage from that and you're getting twice as much extra damage from aspects of Fleet Wings. That will actually make Razor Wings good enough to go up like 5 pits or something. I think it's like 20% life. I don't know. They changed the scaling on the enemy's life as you got pits. But it was like 25% after Paragon 100, pit 100 or something, or 24%, something like that. Or 21%. It was in the 20 to 25% bracket. If that goes down to like 18 to 22, you know, you need about, I don't know, 120% extra damage to do 5 pits more. So if you're getting 400% damage, you might even go up 10 pit levels with that. Like, and that's an absolute pushing. I mean, that would push you to pit 100 plus-ish. Just off of that alone. I mean, let alone the fact you can get all these extra stuff on it. So I think even Razor Wings will get good if you get the right sanctifications, honestly. I think Spiritborn potentially has one of the best potentials on the sanctifications as long as you can get all of the aspects, to be honest. It just has so many generic aspects that you can't fit in because they're so unique heavy. That's why they were so good with Chaos Uniques, because you could slot all the Chaos Uniques around and then get your redirected force and stuff on at the same time. And sanctifications in a way is kind of allowing that too. Plus, I haven't factored in the fact that we get more power for masterworking now as well, because your stats go up. And that will definitely give at least a little bit of power across the board. I think they probably can. I think they've got an issue where they're doing a backup, and that might solve the problem. The backup might bring back the data that was lost, but I mean, I hope that doesn't override what I'm doing right now. I hope it doesn't. I just said, the thing is, right, I'm smart enough to have done this. And also, this was just useful for people. Like, you may not get all these stuffs, but if you get these, prioritize these. And this is basically a list of what I put on there, right? These first, and then I would slot these in. And if I put cooldown reduction in these sanctifications, I probably slotted at least one on here. I'll have to do the math again probably on this particular build. So it'll only be 2 builds I did this for. The pre-potency builds that rely on cooldown reduction. So 3 builds, Rushing Claws and Razor Wings. I would have put cooldown reduction on some of these things, because you lose some when you take off the... you can put cooldown reduction on legendary rings and gloves now. So I would have replaced the cooldown reduction loss somewhere else probably, just to make up. So you need 75% on these builds basically. So it shouldn't take me too long. I've still got the notes, fortunately, you know. From tempering as well. That is true, Blender. Yeah, you can get the crits on the tempering, so you get more power there. The biggest thing for Spiritborn, which we didn't get on the PTR, is a lot of the Spiritborn builds rely on items like this, the Sunstain and the Rod of Kep and the Zepazontek are the 3 big ones. And they all have like chance for skills deal double damage or chance for skills do 2 hits. And you couldn't get those to 100% on the PTR because of the changes to tempering and masterworking. And with the new changes, it basically brings it back to where it was before. So if you can't get to 100% on those, it'll be pretty close. And that's actually a lot of power we didn't have. You know, if you go from 50% chance to double hit to 100% chance to double hit, or 98%, or where it was, I think it was 97 point... No, I think you could get to 94.5, unless, except the Chaos version. But that's nearly 100%. That's, you know, the consistency of your big damage will be so much higher. So it's pretty big. I've gone on the conservative side for Spiritborn when it comes to the tier list. I kind of based it off of what I did before. There was only a few, like, obvious immediate buffs. Yelzan, Ahu Quacks. We'll just do this. Setting up these macros were a win. Oops. Oh, hello. What did I do to my potions here? I violated them. There we go. We will eventually get a section where we can, like, embed these and as well. We can actually link them and also have a section for incenses below here, probably. But that's coming after the season's gone live. It was not the highest priority. And, I mean, I will give the devs this, right? I know I've been a bit frustrated a bit earlier. But the devs have been working their absolute titty socks off trying to get this stuff together. So, you know, I mean, hats off to them for all the effort they've been putting in to get this website in a place that's ready. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, getting themselves into a place where it's ready for the season, because it's a lot of work for them, I imagine. And there's been some, you know, a lot of bugs to fix, and we've been reporting them as we go and such. Rather than copy-pasting this. So actually, I found myself wanting to use the Peacemongers on this build, because the thing that this does, I wouldn't use it normally because the damage is only 15%. Plus some nice decks, I suppose, so you get damage there. But it gives you an extreme amount of tankiness from Perseverance, a lot of life on hits, that's nice. But the main thing this does is it grants, every time you gain Ferocity, you're going to gain Resolve. And the thing about potency skills is they have an aspect called Potent Exchange, which consumes 2 Resolve to deal quite a bit of extra damage. Like on the Amulet, that's going to be 82% damage or something. It's quite a decent chunk. And you can fit it in if you get the right sanctifications and such. So you need to be generating Resolve like no tomorrow. So we actually did this through 2 means, the Peacemongers, but also... did I do it on this one? I thought I did. Maybe I didn't do it. There is another way of generating them. I might not have done it on this build because we're generating Resolve pretty fast anyway, I think. How am I generating Resolve on this build? I was doing it through that. No, sorry, Veracity. How am I generating Veracity? I did do it. I had a means of doing it. How did I? Oh, yeah, that's right. On this build, I just slapped on Plains Power. I don't like the Mystic Circle stuff too much, but because you're ranged, you're not jumping about too much. So if you can just go stand in your Mystic Circle, insta-cap your Veracity stacks, and boom, off you go. You can literally just stand in the Mystic Circle, and your Resolve will just insta-cap over and over and over again. You will literally never run out, so you can just benefit from this all day long. So on this build, this will be really strong. Yeah. I mean, some of these sanctification builds will be really tanky on the Spiritborn, because you can slot on, like... You can get 100% block, slot on layered wards, 40% damage reduction, and that doesn't get diminishing returns either, hilariously. So if you stack, like, 60% of that, you'll just be invincible. You'll never die. Well, theoretically. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the chase is going to be like on the sanctifications. I think it's going to be pretty high, but I don't mind that so much. You just got to choose a build and run with it. Hey, Mark, how's it going, dude? You've got a cooldown reduction on everything. Yeah, you belly and same, yeah. Yeah, gloves. I think that was one of my favourite changes, having cooldown reduction on gloves and rings. It helps a lot of builds, like Evade, for example, like leveling up on it. You're just going to try and get as much cooldown as possible everywhere. It means that the Harlequin's crest is not a given on every build anymore. Like, the Harlequin's is still a very strong option, but you don't need it anymore. You can just put cooldown reduction in loads of places. And then you can use your Harmony of Ibawaka on Spiritborn, for example, for more damage. You can also make up the tankiness elsewhere. You know, it's like, you can choose, or you've got choices. And you've got a progression curve as well. Before you get to your... Like, some builds will want the Harlequins. And you'll have a progression curve going towards that. Rather than waiting until you get your Harlequins before you actually get any half-decent cooldown reduction. Oh, man. Tesha, Temerity. Okay. I should just do this. Okay, they're not there. Fine. Sunstained. Oh. I should just go through all of these and copy them one by one as I do them, shouldn't I, really? Save me a bunch of time. That one's already done. Temerity. That was the, oops. I will almost certainly miss at least at least one underscore in these builds. Yeah, I did this to myself, so I can only be mad at myself for this. I knew when I was writing these I might end up going back on this. I should have just decided at that point. I've decided for readability's sake it's probably the way forwards. Okay. Hey, Olofsky, how's it going? Olofsky, is that going to come back even if I make changes as I am now? Because basically I was requested to remove all the underscores, and after discussing with them, we've come up, I decided that, well, they mentioned it, and I was like, I ummed and ahed, and I decided to do it, so I'm doing that now. If it's going to come back by default, that's great. I fortunately made a list of stuff here. So although I'd have to figure out what slot I put everything on, it wouldn't take me as long as it did. It took me a lot of hours before because I was not only just slapping things in, I was trying to figure out what the setups would be, you know. So I appreciate it. Sorry, I wasn't trying to come down like a ton. I was a little bit shocked and upset when I first saw, because I was like, oh no, I spent so long on these. But once I got past it, I was like, okay, I should let you guys know, and then I'll just wait until it's good to go. But if you guys can restore them and it's not going to override what I'm doing now, fantastic. That will save me time, and I'm all about that. I did say a minute ago, Olovsky, that I actually was like saying I was commending you guys, you devs, because it's easy for me to get upset about something, but I know you guys are working really, really hard in the backgrounds to get this website to the place it needs to be. So, all right, thanks, Orlovsky. That's amazing. I'll wait for you guys to do that then. Fantastic. Cheers, dude. Hey, raid from Lower coming in. Core skill raids. How's it going? How's it going? W raids. Look who it is, everyone. It's the Burger, and he's got 10k subs on YouTube. I think that means he needs to do a dress-up stream where he does squats. What do you think, chat? Do you think he should do what? Do you think he should do one of those streams that I do and abuses himself for our entertainment? Guys, welcome in. I'm Immortalized, part of the Core Skill team with this absolute sore spot Lower. And I am still working on all these guides and everything, getting ready for the season launch on Thursday when we'll get back to gameplay. But if any of you are interested in Spirit Ball next season, I have got pretty much everything covered. And they're looking pretty good, same as every other class. And I hope you had a great time in Lower stream. I'm pretty sure you did. He's a great guy. He's got the sexiest voice on YouTube. You listen to him in your sleep and fall asleep whilst listening to his wonderful, wonderful lore videos. And deny nerdy welcoming, guys. Guys, check out Lower. It's part of the Core Skill team. Me, Clip, and Making Dough, all part of the Core Skill team. So make sure you go show him all the love. Do it! Do it now! Indeed. How was your stream, Lower? What were you playing today? I didn't get a chance to tune in. I'm absolutely chocker with trying to... Absolutely chocker-block, trying to get everything sorted for Thursday. I've got a lot to do. I wanted to do gameplay today, and I'm like, if I don't do this today, I am not going to sleep before Thursday. So I've just got to do this. Yeah. I made more work for myself like a noob. I basically underscored loads of things, thinking it would be clever. And then we look back at it and it was like, it sort of starts to become, I've overused it, and it starts to become difficult to read. So now, oh no, what have I done? Oh no. Oh no, that one's all right. Yeah, let's do that. It's bolded them all. What the hell? It's not all meant to be bold. That's better. Yeah, I decided to get rid of all the underscores, so I've got to go through these now and change it all. It's just going to take me a little bit of time, but anyway, we'll get there. No, Orlovsky, thanks, dude. That's really good news. I'm really happy. Thank you so much. Like, that takes the pressure off me. I'm glad I caught it then. I know a lot of the other guys haven't done much sanctifications, but I felt like to do the builds justice, that gives people things to strive for if they want to, and then, you know, I don't know. I front load a lot of work so I can focus on blasting when the season drops, I guess. That's what I prefer to do. You played some PD 2? Oh, Project Diablo 2. Almost hit endgame. Nice. I haven't played Project Diablo 2, you know. I should do at some point. I would love to have done it this time around, but I honestly just haven't had time. Been heavily balls deep in Season 11 prep. But I mean, the Season 11 hype is real, Lower, hey? I'll reply in the Core Skill Discord after stream. I saw the messages coming while I was getting ready for stream, and I pretty much got out the shower and rolled straight into stream because I was like, I'm going to be late as usual. I should probably go live. Yeah, the hype's high, man, right? Proper hyped. Yeah. So we'll discuss what we're doing. I mean, it sounds like we might level together. We'll see. I don't typically do Discord, but I mean, we'll see. See what Clip's up for. Because I don't care about leveling the absolute fastest. I want to be decent speed, but you know, some people will want to be level 60 within 20 minutes if they can be. Me, you know, if it takes a couple of hours, it takes a couple of hours. You just want to have a good time doing it. Especially if the rumors come true. It might be a bit slower because you'll have to, first thing you want to do is look at stuff, right? Look at information. Information is key. Yeah. So I don't know. That's the thing. If that happens, I think we need to discuss backup plans. Like, if that happens, do we want to do that? Because I might want to play solo. I don't know. I might want to actually sit and look at a skill. Let's just say the rumors are true and they shadow drop or not rumors, but you know, like the speculations are true, that they shadow drop a class. I'm the sort of person that will first want to look at the skill tree for 20 minutes, probably. Or just have a look at the skill tree to get an idea of what on earth's going on with it. You know, I'm not one that just goes, go! And then I kind of will do that. But I want to have a quick scout, you know, first. You got permission from the missus to go hard. That's not the first time she said that, is it, Lower? Giggity. You can go as hard as you like, darling, just not on me. Yeah, for a spa day, shopping day, sounds like a fair trade. You signed up to be a MOBA creator. Oh, really? Oh, really? And what are you anticipating doing if you're a MOBA creator? Guides? I might know a few people over at MOBA. Might be able to put in a word or two. Depends what you want to do for them. You don't care. Oh yeah, we're not racing season 11. I mean, I've got to be honest. I think Clip is glad that I pushed back on it now. It was me. Clip was like, I think he was up for it, kind of, the race. But I pushed back on it because I just sat down and went, I know what I'm like. I normally will try and bend over backwards to make everything work. And I will work until I'm dead. And then I will start the season absolutely like jacked on caffeine and I'll just make myself ill. So I thought, no, we've got to say no to something at some point. And I just said to him, we've got so much extra work to do because of the changes to the website and stuff. It's a lot. And it has been a lot. So I'm glad I did. And I think he is now as well. Because he's had a lot going on. He's had to work as well. He's had a lot of work. And I spoke to him the other day. He's had some personal stuff going on as well. Which has obviously taken importance as well. So I think this time round it was the right choice. And I mean, to be honest, if the speculations are true, it's a good thing. Because we all want to... We probably don't want to race through if that happens, you know what I mean? Like, you want to take your time and have a good time and enjoy it. And you only get to experience that once per class when it drops. We will get a new class at some point, whether it's this week or next year. You know, you want to experience it for what it is, don't you? Same as we did with Spiritborn. You want to play it and have a good time and not worried about having to do things at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Some people will do that still, and that's what they want to do for content or just for funsies. You know, it's me. I'd rather enjoy it personally. Oh, there you go. Most things are up to date in here now. There might be a few bugs and stuff. Guides for a surprise. Okay. I mean, yeah. I think the best thing you could do is, if you want to start doing guides, start making guides and stick them up and just stick them up. And when you've got one that's ready, throw it my way or Clip's way. You can throw it my way. I'm happy to have a look. Because we have the connections. I've got a pretty good standing with the right people at MOBA. It helps that they came from where I live, some of them. So I've got a lot of like mutual association with some of them. And that's kind of how you start, if that's what you're interested in doing. And then if you get asked to be if you can apply to be a creator, and they do like to homebrew creators, so they're pretty good at that stuff. Like, pretty good for that stuff. Yeah, I missed one here. Here we go. But that's your best bet, to be honest. I mean, everything else may or may not come. May or may not happen for a long time. I don't know. It's I was doing this for a long time before I was asked to be a class writer, and you have to wait for a position to open up, etc. Like, they have a pretty high standard, and that standard's actually raised a bit. I feel like my standard of guide is fine. Like, I didn't think I'd have an issue with that, to be honest, because I don't do things in half measures anyway. I just don't. It's just how I am. It's how I'm wired. Right, that one's done. But the standard is raising to be a bit, not necessarily quite as crazy as Maxwell's, but to be a bit closer to it in terms of requirements if you ever get onto the actual team. So it's so I think to start with, you're better off just making some guides and then making some YouTube videos that link to them, because that's what they like, that, and then go from that. That's really the only recommendations I can give you to start with. Right, what's next? We've done that one, No, I'm just working myself down the list here. It doesn't matter what order I do these in. Yeah. Honestly, theory crafting and making builds and stuff, it's something that you just get better at. It's knowledge. Knowledge is like key, right? The more you, especially if you just focus on one class. I mean, if you focus on every class, then you're obviously creating an awful lot of work for yourself. But if you focus on one class, you will slowly but surely just go, oh, new builds. But then you'll be like, oh yeah, but you can do this and this and this and this and this. This is a bit like I've studied Spiritborn hard I played it a lot anyway, so I had a good start point. I understood some of the more outside the box mechanics a bit better than most, because that's what I focused on, like Thorns. So that made my life easier, because the Rod of Kep builds and stuff are easier to understand than like the Thorns builds and how they work. But you eventually build that knowledge base, and then you just get better at it, and then your making builds just becomes easier in that sense, I'd say. And then honestly, like, let's say there will be a new class at some point, right? It doesn't matter when it comes. I imagine I'll be able to scan a skill tree, and within about 20 minutes, I will start to formulate in my mind, like, things, right? I've got a certain process now when I look for builds and stuff. I obviously don't have a clue how the skills work. I won't know any of the aspects. I won't know any of the uniques. But from a standpoint, you can just look at the skills and just read them and see what they do, and then you'll test them all out as you go, and you'll try out all the aspects. I can even look in the codex as well to have a look at what aspects there are. And then you just got to systematically try stuff, right? Ubellion started really theory crafting in Season 7, and I look back at the stuff I made then and just shake your heads. Well, yeah, exactly, right? You just get better at it, right? And I don't get everything right, honestly. You know, there's some very, very talented build creators at Maxroll, and I'm sure they'll have some Spiritborn builds that I won't have put together. Like, it looks like they've got a build they haven't actually put live yet. I think they're hiding it so that no one else copies them. I've actually got a build they haven't got. Straight up, this build here. Like, they just will not have this build. I don't think anyone will have this build. I think I'm the only one that would have stumbled across this tech. I don't know. It's a bold statement, but when this is the shortest way I could write how it actually works, and I'm not joking, you need to know all of that, really, to really work out how it works. And I had to write a calculator to make sure it could work. I stumbled across a particular tech on the PTR, and I'm going to test this when we get to it. That'll be why that build probably won't exist on any other site. I put it in B tier, but I think this will go A. I think it's got a lot of damage scaling it if you can make it work the way I've spelled out here. It's a lot. It's you know, you're going to have differences across sites and stuff. That's just the nature of the beast. You know, you all have the builds that you make and stuff. I mean, in an ultimately best world, that would end up being some completely insane build that's bugged and does crazy damage, goes meta, and then I'll be like, yeah, I'm the only one that did this. That would be awesome for me, but honestly, I just really want to play a actual Rushing Claw build where the Rushing Claw is the damage. It's got a lot of potential. It just wasn't possible to do in the PCI. I mathed it. I tried it and mathed it. It wasn't possible. And with the recent change, it should be possible now. I need to see how it works in the game, though. So we'll have to see how that goes when I get there. You wish you could do it full time, you Bellium. It's tough. It's tough. And obviously, I don't just do builds, right? I'm hoping once Thursday comes, I can focus more on being a streamer again for a while. Because I've not really been able to do that for the last... I know a lot of you amazing people that have been supporting me even the last 2 to 3 weeks almost now, where I've just been doing like all this stuff. You know, I mean, that's not necessarily the content I guess we're all looking for. I mean, it's not necessarily what I want to do all the time, but I'm hoping once we get to season launch, I can do most of the build stuff offline. I'll make notes as we go, and then I can do most of the build stuff offline, you know? And then, I might as well just make all of that bold, right? Because the streaming and playing and interacting with you guys and playing with you guys is actually the thing I enjoy the most. I enjoy doing the builds. But playing with you guys and helping people in game and trying out new builds and stuff, that's honestly the thing I enjoy the most, obviously. And honestly, when I first started doing this, I didn't even ever envisage that I would end up being an actual build guide creator on an actual official website at this level. I used Icy Veins for years when I was a kid, when I was playing D2 or those websites. So yeah, it's kind of wild. Hey, Sniper One, thanks for the prime, dude. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. How you doing? Understanding all the skills, their branches, the passives, and of course the glyphs. Yeah, exactly. It's just understanding your class down to the T, or at least a good fundamental understanding. Easy. Put on a British accent and look good in purple. Oh, well, we'll see. I've still got a long way to go before I could do this indefinitely, I think. I definitely need a more sustainable work pattern eventually. I can't carry on doing 90-hour weeks indefinitely. Eventually, it will kill me. But we're good for now. Caffeine is my friend at the moment. Also, Zane, sorry, I missed your message in YouTube. What have you missed? I'm just fixing up my guides a bit, and then I'll be doing thumbnails. So for anyone who's interested to see how I make my thumbnails, and I'm a noob, I've got a creative mind. I'm not a noob when it comes to creativity, but I'm a noob when it comes to art. You can see how I do it. And my thumbnails look okay. You know, I'm not the best. And I probably won't make these over the top. I won't spend a long time with them. But you can see how I make my thumbnails. So that might be interesting to some people. That's what I'm hoping to get to next. We should get to that in a little while. I'm speeding up a bit here now because as you repeat things over and over, you learn ways. Like, you do this. You kind of do this just subconsciously. You start picking up little tricks on how you can speed things up for yourself. So, how do I make my life more efficient? Like this macro key I've set up for underscore. Yes, please. That is definitely the way forward. I just messed that up. What have I done? All right, there we go. So like here. What ones have I got here? Loyalties, razor plate. Okay. It's not even worth me copy-pasting them unless it's the whole list. I might as well just do this. I made 2 macro keys to underscore and bold text for me, so I can just press them. I don't have to keep doing Control B, Control U, and breaking my hand doing it. Oops. Yeah, but yeah, Laura, just make some planners when you do. And when you do, let me know you've done it. You'll slowly, the first thing that's important is putting the build together. But if you want to get on a creator level, you will need to do more than just slapping a planner with the skills and stuff. Like, you have to do some written context with it, you know, even to get in on the creator program. You know, I'm not in charge of how they decide that, so I can't tell you exactly what their criteria would be. But I can tell you now that they like that stuff. And they like videos being linked to it. And if your videos do well and link to their website and make them views, which essentially gets them ad revenue, I guess, I don't know, then they'll be happy with that, right? And once you've got a few of those, I can absolutely put them forward to the right people so they get seen by the right people. And I think that's really the best thing that you can do right now. Work out the British accent part, yeah. It's going sounding like the Queen. Oh, hello. Do you like my necromancer build? It really does slap, doesn't it? Fantastic. Look at me, AFK farming the Infernal Hordes, Jeeves. I can drink my tea and blast at the same time. Fantastic. Yeah, I know that, Lower. Yeah. I should get better at that stuff. Or actually, no, I'm okay at them. I should get better at doing them. That's literally next on my list. Although my videos won't be like as edited as yours. The ones I'm doing like today or tomorrow are literally just going to be a showcase of the build. It's not going to be me talking as per se. I am hoping to do some leveling videos, which will be me talking about them. And I'm hoping, if I can find the time, and that's looking like it's getting thinner and thinner at the moment, to do a Spiritborn tier list video as well and figure out how I'll do that, because I've not done one of those before. But we'll see. Lord's Mantle, Balazans. Oh, that's not worth it. But yeah, I mean, your videos are really well done. Like, your editing of them's done in a really nice way, you know, and you've got a good voice for it as well, to be honest, which does help. There you go. Okay, this is the bit that takes the longest because there's just so many blooming variants, and I can't just select it all and get rid of the underscores because I want the header underscores still. So that's a bit unfortunate. Let's just double check this, make sure I haven't missed anything, because I missed one on that last guide. I really like this stuff though. Like, there's all this new embeddable, highlightable stuff, but just the colors as well. It looks so much better than just pure white text up here. It's so much better for readability. Like, it really is. Hey, Bone Meal, how's it going, man? I can do most of this stuff, though. Let's do this. There we go. You looking forwards to Thursday, Bone Meal? Does this change between... Yeah, it does. That one changes there, see? I had Scourge in there. Figured. I'm really hoping I haven't overridden stuff here. I might have done. Playback. Yeah, I don't think I had that in that one. Yeah, seems reasonable. tunage. Let's go. Bit of headbanging music. That all looks the same, so I can copy paste this one. It's going. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Yeah, are you gonna be on D4 when it drops on Friday? Or I suppose for some of you it'll be Thursday. Depends which time zone people are in. It'll be 4:30 in the morning for me when they start the rollout. And you know I'm going to degen it. You know I am, because I am a massive degenerate. Hey, Lower, thanks for the alert, dude. Thanks again for the raid as well, man. I really appreciate it. I'll get back to you guys in the core skill chat after stream, for sure. I can copy paste that from one of these. Where is it? Down here. Hey, Birdie Boss, how's it going, man? I was explaining this earlier. So, no, we probably won't be racing because it was me that pushed back on it mostly to start with because the whole MOBA website format was changed. And on top of some pretty significant changes to the game, I knew there was going to be a lot of work involved running up to the season, so it was going to be a lot for us. And on top of the speculations as well, like if that happens it's above 0% chance of happening. If that happens, I'll be glad that we're not racing. We are definitely intending... We were asked if we were doing it by people who would have sponsored it, for example, probably. But I think on this occasion, I think even Clip's glad we didn't do it this time because we just had so much to do. And he's had a lot going on outside of streaming as well. Like lots of work and, personal stuff on top of it. We all have lives as well. So... I think the amount of work that goes into putting one of those events together is hidden. We hide it quite well, but there's quite a bit of stuff to do. And we just didn't have time this time around. But we are definitely hoping to run it again in future when we feel like we're on top of it a bit more. And, yeah, so I don't think so this time. Yeah, no worries. I mean, we'll be playing. We just won't be, like, hard racing. But I think... we'll still be playing. We'll still both be on. We'll still be having a good time. I think there's still leveling groups going on. He's definitely got leveling groups going on. I'm sure I can help people find a group to level with if they want to. And such. I mean, it's just one of those things, it's... I mean, we did consider it strongly. Because obviously it would have been a season where the speedrunners couldn't just come in and know how to do the game. Because the game is changing so much. But... on the flip side, if the speculations come true, I think we wouldn't want to be racing with that. We probably want to take our time and have a bit of fun with it. And even if it doesn't happen, I suppose then we just play, right? How dare you having lives? I know, right? How dare us? Dirty streamers. You're here to entertain us. You should be an even bigger degenerate. Filthy, filthy, filthy streamer. Yeah. Indeed. It's okay, I'll take it. And as I said already, guys, keep throwing ideas at me for what I am going to be dressing up as on the 23rd. We have hit the criteria. I've currently got on the list Grinch, Gingerbread Man, and Santa. I preferably want, I can throw some in there, but 8 or 10 options, which I can put in a poll. Christmassy themed if possible, but it can be non-Christmas theme if you want, and I'll make it Christmassy, I suppose. Can't get me arrested. Can't get me banned from Twitch. Just throw ideas in the chat. Hey, Agent of Mars. How you doing, dude? This is looking good. Right, that's done, I think. If I miss Danny, I'll catch them. I've got to do one final pass for the Masterworks, which I think are dropping tomorrow. So I'll just have to do that then, I suppose. You're good, Agent. Glad to hear it, dude. Glad to hear it. And if no one gives me any ideas, I will put a list together myself, and then it'll be ready for tomorrow if people start voting. Jack Skellington. Is that actually possible? Oh, wow. They've changed their interface. Jack Skellington. Costume. Suppose it is possible. There's a onesie. All right. It says Disney Stitch onesies for women, but it's got a man in the picture. That's really funny. Clearly it's made for women, everybody. That's why they've got a man, a male... a male model for it. Okay, it's possible. We can add that to the list. That's fine. I mean, you could go ham and do this, but I've got to be honest, I probably wouldn't do the female one this time. I would do something else. There's a few different options. Depends how expensive I want to go, right? Few different options. Okay, that one's doable. I can actually add that to the list. It's got to be doable, right? It can't be something that's going to cost me £500. And also, or it's going to take 4 weeks for the costume to turn up, because obviously that's only 15 days away. So just needs to be something I can actually achieve. I'm not worried about the makeup stuff. My sister can sort that for me. You guys found it out the last stream. The last time I did one of these. Just debating if I'm going to jump into the next season of D4 or Ashes of Creation. Oh, how is Ashes of Creation? Because I've not really played that. I mean, all I'll say, Agent, is I would be strongly watching the Game Awards this year. Wink, wink. Would strongly watch it. It might change your mind. It might not, but it might do. I know I'll be watching it. I will even be watching it live because I am... Oh no, what have I done? Oh, for Christ's sake. Freaking hit the wrong button and they don't keep the... Could start that again. Once you change tabs, it loses your backward. It loses what you've changed. Oh no, it's kept it. Nah. Oh, I saved it. No. What? I thought I cancelled. Oh, I didn't save it. Okay, thank God. What? What is going on? It's doing... That's really weird. Okay, that's weird. It cached my changes. I had to refresh the page for it not to pick up the changes. I was like, what? I've just reverted to changes. What's happened? But yeah, when I switch the tabs, it forgets Control Z. You can't do that anymore. You can't go backwards. So you have to be careful. Been thinking about your criteria for a few hours now. You could go for some sort of superhero, but I know many of those outfits are... I mean, we can always throw the idea. I can have a look, right? I can always look. I'm not looking necessarily to be like a cheapskate. You know, I just don't want to spend £500 on it. Hey, Rent, how's it going, man? Why are you playing such a rubbish game when PoE 2 exists? I mean, I like both games. Rent. I do build guides for both games. So I'm a class writer for D4. I do build guides for PoE 2. And if it wasn't for the fact that they're both dropping on literally the same day this time round, I would be playing both on season release. So, I appreciate your opinion. You obviously don't like D4, and that's fine. Some people do like it. I quite like the game. You know, to me, they're two games in the same genre that target different kinds of... They're very different games in the same genre. You know, and for sure, D4 has some areas of improvement to make. And to be honest, so does PoE 2. So it depends what sort of game you're looking for. PoE 2 is definitely a better game for, like, hardcore, like, looting and like, build depth and all that kind of stuff. But D4 is a bit more of a chill time, and it's nice to play with people, and it's got, like, that kind of social aspect to it, you know? It's just a bit more chill, I suppose, in that sense. So they kind of have, like, their pros and cons, you know, and I totally respect that you might think that... Well, I totally respect your opinion, because I know a lot of people will be in the same boat. But I play D4 because I just like playing with people. I quite like the chill vibe of it, and yeah, and that's why. But yeah, welcome in, man. Agent. Hey, Agent. Thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate the support. You're a legend. Give me a bean number between 1 and 7, and I will do a dirty bean. Or maybe I won't. We'll see. No, I appreciate you, dude. That's awesome. Number 4. It'll have to be a mega dirty bean. I've run out of wasabi beans. Surprise, surprise. Oh, God, that stinks. I opened that pot and it just reeks of bad stuff. Well, I think this is going to be rotten egg or buttered popcorn. Let's see what it is. Agent, thank you so much for the sub. Honestly, really makes a big difference. Really helps me out. And yeah, I really appreciate you. So let's see what we got. Oh, that's definitely egg. Oh, it's not popcorn. Oh, God. I've been egged. I've been egged, everybody. No! Or buttery rotten egg. It's definitely egg. Tastes disgusting. Agent, you win. Drink Silly Streamer. I think I'm going to need to. Oh, cheers, Wiggy. Cheers, Agent. Appreciate it. Oh, man. My mouth just tastes of egg now. Oh, man. Pepsi is not masking that. Would not recommend. Would not recommend. Oh, dear, oh, dear. I mean, it is an interesting question. Who here... I've asked this at every stream, but I guess I'll keep asking it because it really is going to be it's going to be a very crazy Friday. For me, Friday. Who here is playing PoE2 over D4? And who here is playing D4? Well, who here is not playing either? On Friday, this is. Do I honestly think they're dropping a new class for new season? I think it's an above 0% chance. Wink, wink. I think it's an above 0% chance, yeah. Okay, like let's put it this way. I'm not NDA'd under anything because I haven't been given any inside info. I don't actually know that for sure. But there are some things I've heard along the way that aren't on the internet, which sort of, like, if you read between the lines, mean you sort of start to think, is it possible? Let's put it this way. I thought this might happen. I thought that might be a possibility a long time ago, before the PTR. It's one reason I've done so much prep, because because I'm a class writer, I have to have the class well covered before and after the season goes live, at least for the first month. So I've tried to put myself in a position where if something wild like that did happen, I would be good for the first few days, because I've gone so above and beyond with all this stuff that it should be good for the starters. And I might have to address a couple of things, but it'll be mostly good to go. And then I can chill and actually play the game and enjoy it. And if it doesn't happen, that's fine. I just do what I was going to do before. But I've tried to set myself up in a position where I've got options there, and I'm not just like, crap, I actually just need to play Spiritborn because I've got too much to do still. My intuition told me with the game releasing next year, there had to be some form of announcement or trailer or reveal or something at this Game Awards. Because BlizzCon's too late in the year next year. That's in September. And then you've got Gamescom that is just also too late in the year. It's August. And they're the biggest, that and the Games Awards will be the biggest platforms for them to get that information, to get those reveals out. They'll want to do a reveal at the biggest possible point where they've got the most people watching. The Game Awards is that. So I was like, the Game Awards has got to have a big announcement. So then that got me thinking. I was like, okay, you've got to think that there's a good chance that there might be like an expansion reveal at the Game Awards. So then you start to go, if they do that, that's when the pre-orders will start. That's when they're ready to show it in some form. And in this day and age, you tend to go pre-order now and get this now. That could be cosmetics. It could be an actual functionality thing. Who knows? You know, there's a lot of stuff it could be. So it starts getting your brain going. So that's why I say there's an above 0% chance, because it's not impossible. I think, typically speaking, the classes would come with the expansion, of course. But it did get my mind going. Maybe they're doing more than one class for this expansion, because maybe they wanted to work on something that was very different and new and a new archetype, but they couldn't really not do the paladin this time round, because it's obviously been a point of it's been a point of contention for a very long time. I think if they don't do something that's at least paladin sort of like archetypes, they will get a lot of backlash at this point, probably, and they must know that, for better or worse, right? It's kind of almost expected, which is bad, but it's just is what it is. So maybe they've been working very hard to make that. Maybe, just maybe, they'll just do that as the way to get people to buy their game pre-order. And then they'll have a new class to drop when the expansion actually drops. I don't know. Or maybe it'll just be one class and maybe you just get access to it. Or maybe you don't get access to any class and maybe you just get access to cosmetics. Either way, I think on Thursday we'll find out. I'm 99% sure, like 99.9% sure we'll get an expansion reveal. Like, I think if that didn't happen, I will, if that doesn't happen, I will do some crazy stupid challenge on my 23rd. Like, I'll abuse myself for it. I'm pretty certain we'll get that. And with that, you'll probably get an idea what's going to be coming, at least class-wise with it, at least to start with. I would be very surprised if we don't get that, at least. In terms of an actual class dropping, I don't know. It's not impossible, right? I think that's where I go with it. I think there's a lot of hope. A lot of people hoping for it. because it's the internet rumor mill has been going crazy, right? It doesn't help your Ashes of Creation or D4 dilemma. It doesn't, Agent. And I honestly don't think I can do anything to help you with that until we hear on Thursday. Because I can't, even if I did know, I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't be able to tell you. You get sued into oblivion. And because I don't know, I can't tell you, right? So if there's a pally, I'm playing D4, otherwise PoE2. Makes sense, Just. Makes sense. I mean, I did say a week or two ago that what if that happens, just as a, that wasn't even because I knew anything. That's just like just throwing devil's advocate. It's kind of having like two people fighting in a ring and you throw $1 million in the middle and watch them fight for it. It's kind of like I was just playing devil's advocate and going, what if Blizzard just decided to drop a class? There will be some people that will just go, meh, D4 bad, and just go play PoE2 anyway. And vice versa, right? You've got your hardcore fans of each game, and they'll just do that. But there's a lot of people who do like to play both, like me. Like I will be playing D4 because I've got some obligations with Mobalytics, but there's a lot of people who don't have that, and they like to play both. So they will actually be on the fence, probably swaying towards PoE2 right now, because they've got the new class coming, right? Particularly Druid. There's obviously a lot of stuff coming there. It looks amazing. I'm really sad I can't play on release. But there'll be a lot of people swaying that way. But if Blizzard did just shadow drop a class, that might create a problem to some people. It might cause some conflicts because people will be like, I really want to play that as well. So I was playing devil's advocate with that the what if scenario. How are they reworking the renown points? So renown's just the thing you get for skill. You get for XP and gold now. The skill points are baked into your season journey. They've renamed that to season ranks. You get you get one for free at the start. You get certain objectives as you go, and as you do those, you'll then be able to go challenge a capstone. You can challenge the capstone anytime you like, but you need to be strong enough to beat it. Now, the first two are quite similar to the first two capstones we had originally. They're slightly different, similar bosses. Once you beat that, it unlocks the next level of the season ranks where you can get more. And I think they changed it from the PTR. So when you beat those bosses, you get extra skill points as well. So you'll get a good, you'll feel good power when you beat that dungeon. And then you get your next tier unlocks. You can do those objectives. Those could be anything from go and do a dungeon or whatever. I can't remember what they were. The last set of season rank stuff's meant to be quite hard, apparently, where you get like the fancy portrait and you get your Paragon points that way. So you do it once per season per realm, I think. Some people are like that. Some people hate it. It does mean we start actually at level 1 with 2 skill points, which, to be honest, I don't dislike. Some people will hate it, but honestly, it does mean you actually start, like, you feel like you start at level 1, right? You don't start at level 14 and you literally just annihilate 1 to 60 with no care in the world whatsoever. No, there's no thought in it for most builds. You get so much power from those skill points early on. You can just you just get a couple of aspects and off you go. Easy peasy, done. So, you know, I can see where they're going with it anyway. They're trying to create more of a progression curve through that. And some people will still blast in an hour and some will do it in a few hours, you know, or even longer. So that's kind of how that works. There was a major game that did that as well. They talked about it in Game Awards, but the game was released like right after. Well, yes. With the Chinese servers releasing as well, I did suspect that the release would be left till after the Game Awards. It didn't make sense for them to release it, to release the European servers 2 days before. So yeah, might bring the Unholy Knight in from Diablo Immortal now, and something like a Holy Sork in for the expansion. Maybe, yeah, maybe. I mean, this is all hearsay and speculation and what ifs, right? Just to make that clear. I don't want to give anyone any hopium or anything, or copium, whatever you call it. But it's not impossible. I think is basically the where I'm going with it. You know, it could happen. And if it does, it will create an even more chaotic Friday for ARPGs than it's already going to be. I mean, Twitch is going to be mental for ARPGs on Friday. The problem is Paladins don't exist anymore, so they need to find a way to retrofit them. They will, though, Ubellion. They'll find a way. You know. The season theme is perfect for Pally or Pally-like class. It is just, yeah, absolutely. I agree. Like D2 Resurrection did 2 classes in one. Yeah, it did, yeah. That would be a very smart play. I mean, you know, yes, the end game still needs some work in D4, like, and I don't think they would disagree here. I'm not trying to crap on the game. There is work to be done there. I have a feeling the expansion might try and attempt this, right? But having 2 classes, one, I mean, that's a good way to sell your pre-order of your game. There will be people that go, nah, that's not enough, and they'll just wait until they know more about it. But there will be a lot of people that will just be like, Paladin! And they'll be like, give me my lube! Press the buy button! And that's it. Off they go. That'll be it. Like, there'll be I think people forget the majority of the audience that play this game never touch Twitch or anything. It's like 92% of people. Like, legit. That's an actual true fact. They never touch things like Twitch and stuff. They just play the game. Or that play Diablo 4. And there's a lot of people that play Diablo 4 that, you know. So it's that casual audience they hit, and they're on all the platforms, and they're going to China now as well, which is a big deal. Not a lot of games get to release in China. I can tell you that from my short tenure as well, I say short, as my tenure as a game developer, yeah. Yeah, so I pretty much use exactly the same format for these, every single guide except I think the leveling guides is the only thing that's different. I swap one thing, and then the rest is all the same. So we'll see. I mean, look, I'm setting myself up for all possibilities here. It will certainly make my streaming on Thursday entertaining and not exciting. Hellspawn, how's it going, dude? I don't think the new class would be free. No, it won't be free, I don't think. It would, if a new class was going to drop on Friday, it would almost certainly be a pre-order bonus. If that happens. So I definitely wouldn't get anything else in. I wouldn't get any expectations for anything else. It might not even be you get that, to be honest. But if that happens, that's my expectation. At the end of the day, they're still business. They will have been working on this stuff very hard for a long time. And so it's a business, so they ultimately need to make money to be able to support the game or justify it to the corporate suits at the top that focus more on the money than the game itself, right? Just how it works. That's just the world. It's capitalism for you, sadly. Yeah, so yeah, I agree, you Ben. Yeah, honestly, the only call that looks fun to me in PoE2 is the druid. Yeah, agent. Yeah, I think the new stuff in PoE2 looks really cool. Like, I'm sad. I really want to play the druids. It looks really cool. There's some stuff there I will definitely play with at some point. The new season mechanic looks really intelligently done. Like, that's something that absolutely can just stay in the game. They've used it to solve some of the things that they could use to solve, like things that probably needed some routes for crafting and stuff. They're taking a very smart approach to those. Like, every single one of those features they're adding for seasonal mechanics is being made to like add extra crafting options or extra like mechanics into the games that enhance the game that they can just leave in afterwards. So it's very well done how they're doing that. And hats off to the developers for doing all that stuff. But in terms of raw content, beyond that, it's mainly just class and play. It's mainly the druid class. Lots of potential build options. I still need to look at the patch notes, but lots of build options with the new nodes and stuff like that, right? There's no end game overhaul as per se. So other than that class mechanic, it will feel a lot of the same before for those who blasted it. And to some people, that's great. That's what they want, right? And it definitely isn't as big an update outside of the druid than what they got for 0.3. Like, in terms of raw difference, obviously got a new act and loads of, no, seriously, loads of new stuff. The next one's probably going to be the next big one, where you get like probably another act and endgame material and all sorts of stuff, right? Obviously, eventually, PoE2 will hit a point where they're not... I mean, it's going to be a while because they've got so many classes to release, and they've already said they're probably not releasing them all for version 1.0 release. So some of them will still come afterwards, like expansion style character releases. So they've got a long time for big amounts of content to come, I guess. And their track record on PoE is pretty good as well. Right, cool. That's that one done. But we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm just working myself down the list here, to be honest. That was... I've done Balazans. I've done Russian Claw. And Jaguar Hall. I've still got 5, 6, 7. I've still got loads to do. Jesus Christ. Bleeds. K? Did I miss something, Bleeds? Sorry. Oh, how's it going? Would there be a new class for Season 11? There's a lot of rumour milling going around that they might shadow drop it at the Game Awards, Ols. We'll see, right, on Thursday. Yeah, did I miss something, Bleed? You just said K. I'm not sure what that's in response to. Season 11 drops after the Game Awards. It'll be Friday for me by that point. Starts rolling out at 8:30 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, literally that, Mystic Death. How's it going, Mystic Death? Yeah, it starts rolling out apparently around 8:30 Pacific time. It's going to be 4:30 in the morning for me when that starts rolling out. I've got to get my DGen hat on, even more than I normally do. For some of you, that'll be really late at night. Some of you, it'll be in your evening. For some of you, it'll be the middle of your day. Like, if you're in Aussie or New Zealand, that's a much better time than usual for you, I suppose. They can't really release it where no one gets screwed, because it's a worldwide supported game, isn't it? It's the middle of the day for like China and stuff, which is where their new servers go live. So that's another reason why they'll be doing it that way this time around, because they're going live out there. That'd be a big way for Blizzard to pad their end of year profits. It would be. Considering Paladin has been a playable class before, I'd rather see Cleric. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Yes, capstones. I enjoyed the capstones. Honestly, Agent of Mars, they were fun. And you only have to do them once per season. And you can do them early. If you feel strong enough, you can go do your capstones and get into Torment before level 60 now. If you feel like you're powerful enough to do it. Angelic and Unholy Horadrim? Yeah, maybe. Trap Assassin. A Javazon character would be sick. Like a proper Amazon-style Javazon character would be sick. I would definitely be down for that. Your dream would be Pally Season 11 and Amazon later in the expansion. Just same. Exactly that. Literally exactly that. I would imagine if they did this, you would get something like Pally and then something really different, though, to be honest. Because they would use that as an opportunity to try and bring something new to the space and a fan favorite at the same time, if they were to do that. Every game nowadays needs endgame work. I know, I agree. It's funny. It's like, you never have enough endgame, right? Eventually you hit the point where there's no more endgame. It's like, not enough endgame. But yeah, D4's endgame cycle, like loot, chase and everything, that obviously needs some work. So I'm hoping they try and like just skill progression and stuff like this. I'm hoping they try and attempt to do stuff with just the expansion. That's my hope, yeah. You could see them giving wings or pet for pre-order. That's about it, Simon. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see, Simon. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that could happen here, right? This is all obviously speculation and what I've just been hearing on the internet. 4-hour shifts and not run out of players. Oh, that was in... Doesn't China regulate how much they can play a day on games? I don't know. I'm not an expert in that field. I just know it's very hard to release a game out there. You're surprised they got... So am I, Bone Mill. But Blizzard's got a good... the reason is Blizzard's got a good standing with NetEase, I think. And NetEase are the Chinese... If I remember rightly. I think they're a Chinese company, right? Pretty sure it's NetEase. Yeah, it is, yeah. So NetEase is a Chinese company. And because I believe they go through those, to release in China, you pretty much have to go through a Chinese company. They have to publish your game for you out there, sort of thing. So they've obviously got a very good standing with NetEase now. It's obviously very profitable and basically, if it's going to be beneficial to the Chinese government and Chinese, you know, sort of like, if it's in their interests, then they'll and there's no like bad standing there, then they'll go with it. And obviously they've got good standing with a very big player out there, and that goes a long way because they've got a lot of their games released out there now, haven't they? Like WoW and stuff. So it's very hard to get stuff released. It's a big deal. Like, I'm not joking when I say, and this is not a dig at PoE, the amount of money that Blizzard will probably make from that in China alone will probably be more than PoE 2 has ever made up until today. That's how much of a market there is in China for... I mean, PoE 2... Is PoE 2 in China? I don't think it is. Is Path of Exile 2... I know that they're owned by Tencent. Okay, it is actually in China. Fair enough. Maybe I'll take back my statement then. I guess because they're owned by Tencent, they can get out there. Fair enough. Oh, it launched with the 0.3 update, apparently. Okay, I'll take back that point then. I didn't realise that released in China. But still, it's a big deal. I mean, the other thing is, like, I think people do forget the power of brand. And no matter what people think of Diablo 4 as a game, Diablo as a franchise it's 30 years old next year. And it's an extremely powerful brand. You know, it's like Star Wars, right? You can make something that's not great for Star Wars, but yeah, it will make crap loads of money just because it's Star Wars, right? It's that kind of thing. You thought it was dropping tomorrow. I think a lot of people did originally, but no, it's Thursday, Mystic Death. Good thing you don't work Fridays, Agent. Yeah, same. Hopefully they released at least all extensions for the basics. Yeah, I think they'll do that, Bone Mill. I think all the classes that are making it to the game before 1.0 will get their 3 ascensions. I'd be surprised if they didn't. Monday night. Sucks that the new season ain't tomorrow. Yeah, Monday night. I think it will be worth waiting for. I think so. China's a huge market. Like, look at this. It's ridiculous. It's a different kind of market. Chinese gaming market 2025. It's projected to reach over $50 billion in revenue, with some forecasts placing it at nearly $138 billion by year end for 2025 alone. Chinese gaming market versus American gaming market 2025. The US and China remain the world's top gaming markets, with US often leading slightly in overall revenue, around 141 to 137. I haven't got the comparison. That's what I wanted. It's a lot, though, right? I mean, the American market's still a lot bigger, but Chinese market's big. It's the second biggest market if you can get there and actually make something that they want to play. But because Diablo is such a big franchise, people legit VPN out there to play it. So it probably will sell just because of that, right? And they're obviously gearing it up to sell in a market that's geared up for that. You know, they have a different way of the way their market works out there is different to how we buy things out here, I guess. If they drop a new class, it's going to crash the Blizzard servers. Probably. What character will everyone start with? Depends what happens on Thursday, Mystic Death. But otherwise, Spiritborn, probably. It depends what happens on Thursday for me. I've kept my options open. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Hopefully it's that and not a rubbish announcement of expansion release and that everyone knows we'll announce on Thursday. I mean, the expansion will definitely be announced on Thursday. I think I really would give a left arm and a right leg if they didn't. You know, I think at this point, you've got to think that this is the best opportunity for them to do a reveal. It's the biggest platform, the biggest amount of people that will be watching and such. They normally get the big reveals these days, don't they? With E3 not really being a thing anymore. And, yeah, so you've got to think that's going to happen at a bare minimum. And I guess we'll see from there. Did they fix Russian Claw Tinder app? Tinder app. Funny you say that. I have got a build for it. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. If you type in !builds, go to my page and look for this one. And then scroll to the bottom, get your reading glasses on, and read this here. It explains how it works. Does that link still work, actually? I've got a new link. I don't know. Does that one still link it? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's literally... It's not the top one. I've got 2 Russian Claw builds. You want Ripperborn. The Clawborn is Jaguar Hall scaled. Ripperborn is pure Russian Claw. And I tested it on the PTR. It didn't work on the PTR because to get the big damage from that, you need to you need to gain all your charges back. Now, I created a calculator after the PTR changes with the new change, and it is now possible if you understand how this works. I found something on the PTR that was very interesting, and assuming that's still the same, it allows it to be possible. But you need to understand the tech. It's probably the most complicated build I've got, because you need to understand that tech as to how you can make it work. I obviously need to test it when we get there, but it should be theoretically possible now. I've put it in B tier because I don't know exactly, without sitting down. I haven't got time to sit down and calculate the full damage output of it right now. I don't have the calculator written, and I haven't got time to make it right now. But it should do more damage than the other one. And it's possible it will be a firm A tier build. I can't imagine it going to the S tier, but it should be much better than what it was on the PTR, I think. But it will require giga cooldown reduction investment. Like, you will need max cooldown reduction, brilliant tempers, really good, you know, that kind of stuff. And then, yeah, we'll see from there. But yeah, it should be theoretically possible now, I think. I've obviously made some assumptions in my calculator, but I did confirm with them at what point the new cooldown reduction on Poised Russian Claw actually occurs. So assuming that's not bugged, I was able to make the calculator take that into account. Yeah. Man, I'm so mad they pushed D4 back. I mean, they didn't... The thing is, right, Tinder app, I don't think you can be mad at D4, Blizzard, for this. They probably had that planned for 6 months. Given that the sort of announcement that's likely to come at the Game Awards, they probably planned that they were doing that a long time ago. Their communication could have absolutely been better. But you could also say GGG knew that D4 was releasing this week, and then they've decided to release here as well. And they probably also planned to do that a long time ago. It just so happens that they happen to line up, which is inevitable eventually when you're not on literally the same duration. If one's doing 3 months and one's doing 4 months between seasons, or 2 months and 3 months, or 2.5, you know, eventually they'll overlap. So I totally get the frustration. I really do. But I don't think it was a malicious move. I don't think they've done it to annoy people, and I don't think they've done it specifically just like, screw GGG, and that's it. That's like the sole reason for doing it. I think it was a business decision made a long time ago based on probably the announcement that's coming, and it's just unfortunate timing. It's unfortunate for me. I mean, I like playing both games, and I just can't play 2 at once, sadly. Oh, Wisconsin. I mean, Max Roll's tier list came out, and they've got like 5 Barb builds in S tier. I think Barb's going to be eating really good next season. It's looking good, yeah. Yeah. It's probably one of the stronger classes for once in the classes we already know about. One, two, three. One sec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll probably copy the first 5, right? That'll save me a bit of time. At this point, with those macro keys, I do wonder if that's actually saving me time. Might be better for me just to go through and do them, I don't know. I suppose it probably does save me a bit of time. So I'm very much excited to get back into actually gaming hard. It's been a hot minute since I've been able to do that properly. That's funny. I was with my brother briefly yesterday and my sister, and they're both like, have you played this? And have you played this? And I'm like, I haven't played anything really recently. I haven't had time. So, yeah. Hopefully get there soon. Man, I can't believe I created all this extra work for myself. What an actual noob. Definitely going to have to try and be smarter next season. Durbin's here. Cheers, Durbin. How you doing, man? You can technically play PoE 2 in the morning and D4 at night since it's... No, D4's releasing first, I think, isn't it? I thought. One sec. Path of Exile to 0.4 release. I thought that was on Friday. Maybe I've got it wrong. No, that's not right. December the 12th. Yeah, it is, yeah. 9th. 10th is Tuesday. 11th is Wednesday. Oh, no, 12th is Thursday. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. What time is it releasing? It launches on December the 12th, Pacific time. December the 12th is what, Thursday? 10th is Tuesday. 11th is Wednesday. Oh, maybe it is coming first. Maybe I got that wrong. Honestly, I didn't really look properly. 11 a.m. Pacific time on Thursday. Okay, it's 7 p.m. on Thursday. Really? Are they actually doing that? Oh, no, sorry. No, it is Friday. Sorry, no, I've just realised we've gone into midnight. We're on Tuesday now. I've just gone into Tuesday. Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah, no, I was going to say, they're not going to drop at 7 p.m. before the Game Awards. No one will play. Well, a lot of people will want to watch the Game Awards, won't they? Yeah, no, yeah, D4's first, I think. Yeah, D4 is releasing like straight after the Game Awards. So at least that's their intention, I think. So that'll be first. So it's going to be, I mean, no matter which way you look at it, no matter which game you like or don't like, it is going to be a very, very crazy Friday for ARPGs. It's going to be very crazy. I didn't nuke the bolts up here, did I? No, I didn't. Good. I can probably just copy paste that. That looks of it. I can make my slight adjustments to the evade builds as I go through this as well. They're very minor things. It's mainly the leveling build. I've just got some slight adjustments. I've got to try and remember what they are, though. I was thinking about them earlier, and I really should have made notes, to be honest. Rookie mistake not making notes. Oops. What am I? Oh, this is one of the ones that's actually different. Yes, because that's right. It changes, doesn't it? Okay. So that's what I've got to be careful for. There's a couple that do that. That I can copy paste. Oops. Okay, and this one. Oh, yes, I remember what the changes are. I'm probably going to swap around slightly the mercenaries. That was one of the changes. Yeah, slightly. I was thinking about it. It's a leveling guide for evade, I think. The progression on your leveling guide's a bit different for evade because you can't evade. You can't actually play evade damage until level 15. It's just not possible because the damage comes from the Spirit Hall. So it's... Which was easy for me because you could just use Rock Splitter. It's just so good for leveling. You just start on that, no probs. Okay, I think that one's done. You see how quick I do the last bit? It's just all the varianted stuff. It takes ages. Let's double check the gear, the items again. It's the big one. Yeah, it looks fine. Alright, update. Good. That's such a death. Okay, let's grab Crushing Hand. I think I've already done. Yep. Don't know why I put Crushing Hands. Yep, that one's done. Right, evade. Interesting. Let's do that one. Hey, Little Error. Sorry, Little Error. I did see your message earlier and I missed it. I forgot to reply. How you doing, dude? Sorry, let me see what you said earlier. I did see your name. There's obviously a lot going on. I'm trying to also focus on getting this stuff blasted through as well. What did you say? I know I saw your name come up. It's next Tuesday when it updates. No, it's not. It's this Thursday. It drops after the Game Awards at like 8:30 p.m. Pacific time, 4:30 in the morning for me. It's going to be crazy. I'll be on, though. I'll be on. Yeah, I can't find what you said. Oh, there you go. Oh, do you know the best way to farm boss mats? What boss mats are you after, Little Wearer? I might be able to help you with some because I've got a load on my character and I'm not going to use them. Going to be 11 p.m. for you. Yeah, late night one. The blood ones. What? The bloods? Let me see what I've got. I probably have got a bunch of mats. You can just have some stuff. I'm not going to use... I'm barely going to have a chance to even boot the game. I'm mainly booting the game just to take screenshots and stuff at this point. I won't give everything. I'll give you a bunch of stuff, though, just in case... If other people come in and ask for stuff, then maybe I can help them too. Because there are still quite a few people playing, believe it or not. Like, we might not see them all in Twitch, but there are people that do play all the way to the end. Yeah, I just have to log in and have a quick look what I've got. Let me just change my character here. Yeah, same breakpoint. I'm literally booting up because I'm going to need to take screenshots and captures of the skills for my thumbnails. Just the way I make my thumbnails and stuff. Right, I'm pretty sure I have got some bloods. Let me have a look. I know I gave a bunch of stuff away. Yeah, I've got a bunch of bloods. I might even have more in here, you know. Okay, we'll just do that. Yeah, I've got quite a lot, yeah. But I never really used any boss mats this season. Very little, a few. But mainly just for whispers. I didn't really target. Yeah, I've got loads, so I didn't target farm at all. Where are you? I didn't do bosses for target farming whatsoever. Yeah. No worries. Good luck with your farming. Cool. Yeah, let me know how you get on. Let me know how you get on. Right, let's get this one done. Hey, Steve, how's it going? Do people actually like this game? Yeah, they do, actually. But I totally get why some people might not get on with it. You know, it depends what sort of game you're looking for. I actually do enjoy this game, but it's if you compare it to other games in this genre, I was talking about this earlier. Like I like PoE 2 as well, by the way. I'm a big fan of all of them and I like them all for their own merits. Do I think this game's got area of improvement? Absolutely. It's definitely got a lot of room for improvement. But it does do social. It for ARPGs, it's definitely the one that has the social aspect down more than the others. And simplicity as well is it kind of is a pro and a con. Like you don't get as much depth. I would like some more depth in D4 as a build creator, but I also like the fact that it's a bit more chill, right? You can just play with people, have a good time, go blast. You've got some stuff to go strive to do. Hopefully we get some more. The end game could use some love. And funnily enough, the biggest audience in the world these days is the casual audience. You won't see most of them. You won't see them on Twitch. You won't see them on YouTube. Most people that play games these days are people that just play a couple of hours a weekend, a few hours a week on their PlayStation or their Xbox when their kids are asleep, and they just play the game and they enjoy it at their own pace. They might take 2 or 3 months to get through a season, if they even do at all. And that is the biggest slice of the pie of the audience. Like it really is. I'm not. That'll be for PoE 2. That may not be so much the case because it's so much more hardcore oriented. But for Diablo, that certainly will be the case. So there's a lot of people that do enjoy the game. It just depends what you're looking for, I guess, right? And for blasters, D4 content runs out a hell of a lot quicker than it will for those average few hours a week sort of style gamers, you know? How's the storyline? It's actually, the production on the campaign is actually pretty decent. That's one thing. I think most people would agree that it's actually quite good. They've got the best cutscenes, hands down. Like, one thing Blizzard have always done very well in all of their games is their cutscenes are really good, right? They have got at least 2 cutscenes that are epically good in both their expansion and the main game. So yeah, it's got some pretty epic moments, and the story, and they've got good lore. That's the thing, right? Diablo is a franchise that's been around a long time, so they've got this humongously deep lore with characters and angels and demons and the lesser evils, the greater evils, and you know, and all sorts of stuff going on. That they've got all these angles and stories they can create and have created in the past and ride off of. And all this history that's been built. It's not something that's very easy to do when you first release a game. You have to build that lore, don't you? So the story is, it depends how deep you want to go on the lore, I guess. But then that's the same with Elden Ring. You don't get any story in Elden Ring unless you actually want to go and read and find stuff. So it's all dependent on like how much you're interested in that stuff. But it's pretty good. The production of the campaign is pretty good for a game of this kind. You know, and PoE 2's campaign
is very high production value as well. It's a totally different style of campaign. It's very good. Some people will like running that over and over. Some people will hate that. They'll just want to get into blasting mode because they don't care about the campaign whatsoever. That's just, you know, they'll want to experience it once and then they're done. They never want to do it again, but that's not how the game's geared up. So to some people, that will be a con after you've done it once. You know. So I'm not trying to be a fanboy or defend either side, because I totally get why people wouldn't get on with D4 that much. I also totally get why people don't get on with PoE2 so much. It depends who you are as a gamer and what it is you are doing, I guess, right? You never played Diablo before, and I just downloaded Diablo 4 the other day. Okay. All right, nice. I mean, look, let me put it this way. It depends how... I don't know you as a gamer. I don't know how hard... I don't know how much you'll blast. You know, you might be someone that blasts 20 hours a day, and maybe you'll get through the content a lot quicker than your average gamer. But what I will say is you'll probably have a nice time doing it. I don't think you'll hate your time. And you might eventually, depending on how hard you game, you might eventually hit a point where it's like, okay, I feel like I've done all the content. But it is a seasonal game. They have committed to supporting this game going forward in a big way. We've got a new expansion coming next year already. And, you know, that means that because it's a seasonal game, we're getting lots of updates and they are attempting to change the game up and stuff. So, you know, I mean, some things succeed, some things don't succeed. Oh, I don't know why I did that. I meant to do it this way around. Yeah, some things succeed, some don't. And I say, does it have area for improvement? Absolutely. I think they would even admit that. So I'm not trying to bad talk them as such. It's just, you know, that's just the nature of the beast. Being a game dev and having been one for such a long time myself, you never are done making a game. In a live service game, you're never done. It's never perfect. Even a 10 out of 10 game, you always have people that think it could be better in some way or another. Let me grab these from here. It'll save me a minute. I'm just glad you can skip the campaign once you complete it. Yeah, it's a D4. You can skip the campaign. Once you've done it once, you can start a new season and just skip the campaign, which is what I'll do, because I've done it loads of times, right? You can level very fast on the campaign, funnily enough, but I don't want to do that, so I don't. I don't care about leveling the most efficiently way. I just want to play the game and have a good time. But some people will skip it because some people, yeah, most people will just skip the campaign once they've done it once, unless they specifically want to play again. You do have that option in Diablo going forward. But you'll play it through the once. You'll have a nice time doing it. The cutscenes are really good. Generally speaking, the production value is pretty high. These games don't typically focus on that as the end-all or be-all. They focus more on the game systemic stuff, like loot and end game. I don't know. All the different systems you would expect in an action RPG these days, of any kind. Any looter ARPG, you know, any of that kind of style. You play this season, then I'm done until the next silent. Exactly, right? Some people will play for 2 or 3 weeks or a month. They'll be done. They'll be like, cool, I'll just wait till the next one. And you just get the new season stuff for free, for the most part. Sure, they've got reliquaries, but it's all cosmetics, pretty much. You play it 4 times a year for 3 to 4 weeks. So that means you're getting 16 weeks of enjoyment out of something you've already got, which is nice, right? How much dedicated RAM do you need? Depends what... Honestly, depends what settings you're setting it to. I definitely wouldn't set your textures to ultra with 32 gigs of RAM. You will have a bad time. You'll be fine on anything lower. 32 gigs. If you've got 32, you'll have no problems at all. As long as you're not going like ultra max on 4K. If you've got 16, you'll be able to run the game. You'll just have to turn the settings down a bit, probably. It's nice to have an actual fun in a game that much. I agree. Different people will find different levels of fun in games, full stop, right? I think. I do get why people don't get on with D4 so much. And vice versa. I get both sides of the story there. There's a lot of people who won't get on with PoE2. It's too hardcore for them. From the build creation all the way down to just it is a much more challenging game. This game is getting more challenging in the new season, though. Not quite PoE levels of challenging, but it is getting more challenging. It was free on Game Pass. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. You can't beat a free game. Everything tastes better when it's free, right? Absolutely. I agree. Is that different up here? No, it's the same. Cool. We can copy paste that then. I mean, let's put it this way. I'm a massive degenerate. I've played this game for like 3,000 or 4,000 hours or something at this point, probably. No exaggeration. I've streamed it for over 2,000 hours. In fact, I can literally show you how much I've streamed it for, roughly. It tells me on my profile over here. Just show you down here. Like, it tells you. Yeah, I've streamed this game for 2,209 hours. And I played it a lot before I started streaming it. So I'm up to 3,000 hours probably. Ish. Conservative number. So I don't feel bad for spending the money on the game at this point. I've had quite a lot of gameplay out of it. Oh, you was just trying me, Steve. Well, let's put it this way. It requires less RAM than PoE2, probably, even after the optimizations. PoE2 has a lot more going off on the end game. Even with the optimizations and the less enemies. By the time you get into Ultra Endgame on that game, there is a hell of a lot going off in Endgame. You will need a lot of RAM for that. Yeah. Stress. I love this game. It's my first Diablo game. I started in Season 7 at the end of last year. So you came in at the season after the expansion, yeah. So it had a bit of time. It definitely needed some work before. Season 4 was a big turning point for D4. Still wasn't perfect, but that's where the game started to go in the direction it is now with the new loot and stuff, yeah. Yeah, how you doing, Stress? You good? You looking forward to Thursday, Stress, or Friday? It might be Friday for you by the time you play. Right, we're making headway on these now. I do need to have a quick scan. This is the evade build. I was kind of considering changing this to right here, actually. That was the change I was thinking of making here. Yeah. Subo sounds nice. Right here will give you more defense. It's probably a safer play, isn't it? We should do this. I probably should recommend that. Let's do that. It's not a big change. While I'm here. I just think you will need more defenses next season. That's all. I already got that written up over here, so I can just do this. Easy peasy. Yeah, I remember there was something I was thinking of changing here. I think that was the only one here. I think it was the leveling guide. I want to make the same change there, maybe. The leveling guide for Evade's slightly interesting because, as I say, you can't start with Evade. You have to start with something else. I recommend what I do with Rock Splitter because it's just really easy to level with. You don't need anything. You can just go. I will just have a very quick scan in the end game just in case it decides to jog my memory. Maybe there was something else. I want to think there was something else. Was there something else I wanted to change up here? No, I think I like this. Some people will go for the Harlequins, which I do say you can do down here. Oh, there is an error here. I've just noticed. That's because I've copy-pasted that from somewhere. That needs to be Loyalty's Mantle, doesn't it? Interesting. I imagine there will be errors in here, but it'll be minor stuff like that, to be honest. Yeah, but you don't need it. Now that you can roll cooldown reduction in all these places, you don't need... You can go Loyalty's Mantle. It solves your problems. You can get enough cooldown for Evade without needing the Harlequins. With the new Tempering and Masterworking. You need 66.7%, and then you go. I know. Actually, I remember what the other change was, but it was on leveling again. I think I'm happy with this overall. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that overall. It's fine. I think this will work. This will work perfectly well. Okay, that's evade done. Right, we're playing through these now. The leveling guides will take way less time because I've got way less things to do. So it's only 5 more of the... Actually, I've only got 4 more. This one here won't need to do because I'm not supporting this for the release because we haven't got the tower on release. So yeah, once we've done those, the other 4 will take no time compared to these. Cool volley. Making good progress. How late is it going to be for you when the season drops? 4:30 in the morning when they said they're going to start rolling it out. So I will have my full DGen hat on. You're looking forward to it. Just your Destiny 2 buddies to try it in a... You got your Destiny 2 buddy to try it a couple of weeks ago. He's at 80 hours in. Hopefully season 11 won't scare him away. Oh, I reckon it'll be all right. Season 11, I think the starting point will be toned down a little bit. I think that you had a lot of monsters and a lot of damage coming in, so I think they've toned it down a bit, so it's less only early. So I think you'll be fine, honestly. Yeah, it's going to be pretty mental. Right, guys, I'm just going to quickly go use the restroom, so I'll be back in 1 minute. BRB, guys. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Right. Let's get the Quill Volley one done. Interesting that they put this up where they did on Max Roll. But yeah, this was pretty good. It wasn't the best build. It wasn't... Crushing Hands was certainly stronger than Quill Volley, I found. This is the same all the way across them all. Can't remember if I left it. Yeah, I did, yeah. Nice, easy peasy then. Just copy paste all of that stuff. Hey, Ozzy, how's it going, man? How's it going? Right, let's do the mythic one. Yeah, let's go all of these, isn't it? Could probably Harmony Hasher Temerity. Probably copy that from over here, I reckon. Save me some time. Oh, balls. I've copied the wrong thing. There we go. There we go. Okay. And then we can copy these. In fact, it might be. Yeah, we've got all 3 here. Let's copy all of those. Pot quacks tam ohm. That's the same as this. There you go. Let's make my life easier. That's nice and quick. Get rid of that. Hey, Deltov, how's it going? Thanks for the on-screen celebration. Spanks away, eh? Aha. Living the dream. Oh, yeah. How are you feeling after the other day? And also, how are you doing, Deltov? You good? Sore, but slowly improving. Good. I'm glad to hear you're improving. Hopefully it gets hopefully the pain goes away soon. Can't openly say much here. It's very inappropriate. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, maybe don't do it here then. Yeah, I made a noob move here. I went down this route of underlining everything, and it turns out that's changing. I'm changing that back now, so I've created loads of work for myself here, but never mind. We get it done. I've kind of broken the back of it now. I'm just sort of ramming through the guides, and a lot of this stuff it sort of like mimics different guides, so I can copy paste a bunch of stuff. Saves me a bit of time. And I've got macro keys on my keyboard. I set one up for underscore and bold, so that saves some time. Right, and then we're on to thumbnails. Hey, Headshot, how's it going, man? First time chatter. Is it true that Paladin is coming out in Season 11? This has been a point of chat. I don't know, is the simple answer there. But I would say there is an above 0% chance of this happening. There's obviously a lot of rumor milling going around, and, you know, people seeing things that have been data mined and such and such. So I would suspect at the Game Awards, we are absolutely getting a reveal of the expansion. That I would give a left arm and a right leg to say that is almost certainly happening. I don't know with 100% certainty, but I'd be very, very surprised if that didn't happen at this point. Given the timeline of what it takes, you know, for releasing a game and stuff. And it's the biggest platform to get it out there of the year, so it makes sense. I mean, what comes with that? It's not impossible that they could shadow drop a class. They could. It's not impossible. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, that would certainly throw some things up in the air for some people if they do that. Oh, that definitely change. Oh, yeah, I see. Oh, hey, interesting. Did I mean to remove that? No. Okay, I'm actually missing something in that one. Fine. Okay. So it's well, yeah. So there's no. The only people that will know the answer to that with absolute certainty will be the people that's working on it and know the timeline of the. There is an expansion coming. You would absolutely expect there's going to be a class in that, at least one. The only people that will know with certainty are those people that works on it, know that timeline, and anyone that's been NDA'd into knowing that information, and they absolutely would not say anything because they would just get absolutely sued into oblivion. So there is no certainty outside of that, I think. Hey, Chicken Chasers in the house. How you doing, Chicken? When does the new season start? It starts at 4:30 in the morning, my time on Fridays. It'll be your afternoon for once. Hey, Guymon, how's it going, man? Your uncle works out of the Irvine Blizzard office and told me that it's Diablo Immortal 2 and all of the classes are Witch Doctor variants. I mean, there's an above 0% chance that maybe Diablo Immortal 2 will drop, although I think their announcement's more likely to be a Diablo 4. Honestly. But yeah, welcome in. I actually missed a variant full stop there. Look, glad I checked that. Wow. Good job, Immortalize. Finding errors in my guides even after all of the passes and proofreading I've done. Dear oh dear. Honestly, if the Paladin did not come out, it would have been a Diablo Immortal failure again. Immoral failure again. Yeah. The funny thing is, they haven't insinuated this at all. They haven't said anything about it. It's just someone found a cosmetic in the Chinese server for like what's in the reliquary, and people were just instantly like, oh my god, this might happen, and then it just turns into a rumor thing, and then it goes wild, and you know, it's like Chinese whispers, isn't it? So they can't really win. Doesn't matter if they said it or not. And then people will be disappointed, and then they'll just say Blizzard bad, Blizzard didn't do this. It doesn't even matter if they said it was happening or not. So yeah, I agree. It would obviously, the sentiment would not be great if it didn't happen at this point. Doesn't even matter whose fault that may or may not be at this point. You hated Diablo Immortal. I played it for a bit. I didn't get on with it either. Hyru's here. Nice. How's it going, Hyru? I'll wait for that to pass before I say anything. It's a bit loud. So yeah, I played Diablo Immortal when it came out. You know, I'm a massive Diablo fan of the franchise. Always have been. I have to admit, I uninstalled it. I haven't played it since. It's not my style of game. And I worked on free to play games for 15 years, give or take, and some pretty big ones. So, you know, I got a pretty good understanding of how those games are generally made and how they're trying to, you know, entice people into separating their wallets and stuff. Some are definitely more egregious than others when it comes to that, and more moral than others, I would say. But yeah, it's not for me. So it wasn't Diablo to me. Like it just didn't do what I needed from a game. So yeah, I totally get why it might not be for you. The problem, the thing is, the money, it probably still makes them a lot of money. You know, to them, it's not a failure. To us, it might be, but to them, it probably isn't. You know, that's just how it is. Capitalism, right? Right, that one's done. Good. Quill volley. That actually didn't take me as long as the others. I'm getting faster at these. I still need to do rake, apparently. Funny enough, that's next. Let's do that one. No, you don't have to worry, Headshot. I don't tend to take offense to things. I mean, I don't work on it, do I? So I'm not going to take offense anyway. Obviously, Diablo 4 is not immortal, so... The PR team is sweating if it's not on the cards. Yeah, I reckon they probably are. They're probably sitting there going, oh, God, no, we messed this one up. No. I mean, look, I hope for them they have a banger of a reveal of whatever the kind it is. And everyone loves it. And there's loads of hype. Because, look, regardless of what's coming, regardless of the content, and regardless what anyone thinks about the devs, I can guarantee you most of the devs truly believe in what they work in and truly want and actually care about it. Most of them. You know, it's very easy for people to say dev's bad, they hate the game, they don't know what they're doing and stuff. And that might be the case for some of them. I'm not saying that isn't true, but it's like there will be a lot of devs that actually truly do put their heart and soul into, like, the artwork's really good in Diablo 4. The music and the sound's really good if you actually have it on. You know, it's a lot of good stuff in there. So for them, having a good reveal and everyone having hype and being really positive is like one of the best things you can have as a dev, almost, you know? And the opposite effect happens when people start murdering the game and murdering the devs and saying D4 bad, you know, all that stuff. It's like the worst thing you can get as a dev. It just makes you think, like, what's the point? It's a hard mental thing to get past. So I hope for them they have a good one, because, and then there's a lot of hype and we're all excited and stuff, whatever it is, you know, because it's good for them, it's good for us. And you want win-wins, right? You don't want win-losses or losses or just losses. They don't want that either. Yeah, we're good, Hyru. How you doing? Return on investment on mobile games of an established IP can be insane. Exactly, I agree, Guy Montag. Exactly right. It's exactly what he said. You uninstall 1 week later. Someone spent like 80k. I know. The second I saw that, I uninstalled pretty much, and I didn't play that much to start with, really. I don't tend to play a lot of mobile games at the best of times. You would have given 50k to your children's. Yeah, I know, right? That's ridiculous, right? I mean, if you play a game for 1,000 hours and you invest £100 into it in free-to-play purchases, that's pretty good value for money, right? That's like 10p an hour, if you want to look at it that way. But yeah, if you're paying $80,000 or something, or £80,000, and you're only getting like the same amount of time out of it, it suddenly becomes. I mean, 80,000 is just silly, right? That is just silly. Like, no normal person should be dropping that much money. If someone's got £1 billion and they literally can't spend their money fast enough, then screw it. Great. Spend all the money you want, because it does not matter, right? But to normal people, you should not be spending that much money in a mobile game. You just shouldn't. I wouldn't even, as a developer who made them, I would not be okay with people doing that in a game I've made. You know, I'd much rather they use that money to better their lives. I'd be totally fine with that same person spending $5 or $10 or pounds, maybe even $5 a month or something, just to play, you know, to help keep the servers up in your game or whatever your game does. That's not an unreasonable ask in this day and age. Everything's got subscriptions these days, you know. It's just crazy. You think about how many streaming services there are for TV shows and everything, right? But yeah, 80,000, that's just completely wild, isn't it? That is true, Silent. Yeah. Diablo not being in the game is a big L. I agree. I won't say too much else on that, really, because other than just saying big L, big L, big L, is that just is what it is right now, sadly. And hopefully one day we see him again. Somehow. You know. Oh, have I got the playlist on repeat? I did this before. It's because I was listening to stuff last night. Oh, yeah. Let's get that changed. Oops. It'll go off into AI land now. There we are. D4 bad. Yeah, it's funny because my battle tag is bad. I don't get why I was bored. Fair enough. Oh, there's nothing wrong with having your name as bad. What on earth was I looking at here? It was cool, Volley, wasn't it? There's one of these had an underscore wrong somewhere. Where was it? What build was it in? I think it might have been this one. Yeah, I must have hit underscore by accident there. That would have bugged the head out of me. There you go. Your friend has 60,000 into DM account. What do you mean, Hyru? Sorry. I would just spend my money on PoE 1 or 2 or Valorant, but that's rarely now. Yeah. I mean, look, it's the same thing there, though. I mean, that's obviously, well, at the moment, it's not a free game, although you will have a free weekend coming up. But eventually, it'll be a free-to-play game that has your supporter packs and stuff, right? But they offer their value, and people see value in that, and they buy it. It's obviously not asking you to spend 80,000, which is completely insane. But there are people, I imagine, if they looked at their lifetime spendings in PoE, is probably in the thousands, like easily, I'd say, with all the supporter packs they would have bought over 10 years or something. And I doubt they even turn around and go, that was bad value. They're probably like, well, I've played the game for 12,000 hours, so I feel that's fine. You know, it's all relative to what you see value. I always judge my spending games based on spend against time of enjoyment. Because I think that's a reasonable metric to base it on. Like, you know, it's like I said earlier, if I buy a game for £60, let's just say $60, most of you work in dollars, right? Let's say I buy a game for $60, $70 and you play it for 15, 20 hours and complete it and then never play it again. That's what, like $3, $4 an hour, give or take. And then you get a game for free and you spend $100 in it over a course of time, but you play it for 200 hours. You suddenly up 50 cents an hour in terms of relative. Like, assuming you enjoy every hour. I'm obviously not taking the outliers where people played it for loads, but actually hated every minute of it, and they were just playing because they're addicted or something. I'm not factoring that in, but that's generally how I look at my game value these days, to be honest. Hey, Chrisbad, how's it going, dudes? How you doing, man? They will 100% milk every possible bit of pre-sales. Absolutely. Yeah, every corporate company will, including GGG. I don't think you can just put... I mean, some companies will be worse than others, but you can't just finger point at one company for that. That's just business, right? That's just capitalism. So, yeah, that's just how it works. All right. Nearly got the big bit out of the way here. One, two, three, four, five, six. I think I can straight copy that from here. Has that got stylus in as well? I think it probably has, yep. I can literally just straight copy all of that. Right, let's just do that. That'll be easier. Nailed it. All right. If Blizzard doesn't drop something amazing on Thursday, making me wait till 8:30 p.m. to play Season 11, you will find me playing Druid on PoE 2. Well, Hyru set the rules. Something epic or protest. Oh, dear. Okay. We can just do one of these, and then it seems like they're all the same. Oh, yeah. I was going to say, why is the order changing? But there was one other thing I might change on this. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the evade build. It might be the Paragon board order. I start a lot of these builds on Viscous Shield, and you probably would start on a different one, I guess. I don't know. You could do. You don't just guarantee you get the 60x damage all the time unless you can keep your barrier up, but these builds are kind of built against it. I'd have to go through all of these ones and change the order. Move that maybe up to third. It wouldn't take me too much work, but I probably won't do that today. I'd swap sapping down here maybe. Put Viscous Shield up here, number 3. That'd be fine, because in that variant... Yeah, by this point, you got all 4 legendaries anyway. So, yeah, you can put it up here and then just come for this one. I think. So I don't typically use that as a way for it. So, yeah, you put it up here maybe. But I'm not going to do that today. Nearly all of my builds use that format, so I'll have to adjust them all. But that format will work just fine. Just might be better to do it the other way around for people who are working from T1 through. So hopefully I can find a minute to do that before the season drops. You missed the part before. Makes more sense with both. Oh, did I? Let's just say this. They will not shadow drop a class. But no, I mean, you missed what I've been saying throughout the stream, though, Ozzy. I think there's a better than 0% chance that they would do it. I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying there's a better than 0% chance that they will. Let's put it this way, Ozzy. Let me just throw devil's advocate in here. Imagine a world where 2 classes are coming with the expansion, not 1. And they make it sort of fan favourite, pre-order and get this now. That would be a good way to get people to pre-order your game quicker, sooner rather than later, rather than just waiting until after 3 more reveals where they actually show what the expansion's going to have. Because if they don't actually reveal all the gameplay, all the stuff coming in the expansion, all the features, etc., which I doubt they've got time for at the Game Awards, they only get a reveal trailer sort of thing, then people probably would just wait off, wouldn't they? That would be a good way to do it, to entice people. And then later down the line, they've got some completely new concept class that they want to do, which isn't shackled by the fact that everyone's waiting for the Paladin. And then they do that. I mean, imagine a world where maybe that happens. Not getting anyone's hypes up. I don't know anything, so I'm just saying that that's also not entirely impossible, right? You started a ball lightning sort, Chris Bad. Nice. So it's like, yeah, because I actually totally could see, like, they could go, pre-ordered expansion now. Get some cosmetics. A lot of people go, nah, I'm just going to go play PoE 2. And then they probably wouldn't buy it. Because there's no... if they weren't going to play the game anyway, then they're not going to pre-order, are they? Oh, Christ, what have I done here? But if they actually drop something like that, it would give some people who may be on the fence or some people who haven't played in a while, it would give them a reason to come back and play, right? Because there's actually some new thing to do. It's not just play the game. It's like, oh my god, there's a new class. It will create this hype. I could see their world where it's not impossible. I totally get your perspective. It may not get shadow drops. They might announce it and go, this is coming with the class, and get some free cosmetics. It's not impossible that could happen as well. But there is not a better way to get people to pre-order your thing than to actually drop some content, which is part of the expansion, but you now get access to early. At the privilege of buying our expansion early. That is pretty much the best thing they could do if they wanted to sell it like immediately. You've got to presume that the announcement's probably the expansion, and you've got to presume that when that happens, pre-orders will start immediately. You've got to presume that's the case, right? So, yeah, I guess that's where my head's at with it. I've prepared myself for it. I've been thinking about this for over a month. Before all of the rumour milling, I heard a couple of things through the wind in places that gave me a perspective of, like, I think something big's going to happen at the Game Awards. And it did cross my mind that it could be something like that. Because I was like, it's probably going to be expansion related. And I was like, and then I start thinking, what if they did this? It's pretty much what I just told you is what went through my head about a month ago, 2 months ago, whenever it was. So I've just been preparing for it. And if it doesn't happen, that's fine, because I can just do what I normally would, But not being prepared for it and being thrown off would have been even worse for me, so... That's true, Ozzy. That's true. I don't think they're going to abandon D4, given they've got an expansion coming out for it, and that's been publicly said is definitely coming next year. I don't think they're abandoning it somehow. That would be a real curveball. Yeah. No, they definitely wouldn't do that, Hyrule, if they were going to do that. It'd almost certainly be the fan favourite one. And they won't probably reveal anything else. They'll probably reveal only parts of the expansion to start with. It gives them stuff to use as hype train all the way between now and the expansion release, doesn't it? They'll be able to reveal, you know, in a month's time, they'll do another thing, that like another reveal and whenever. It depends when they're going to release it as well, right? I imagine we'll get a release time frame. It might not. It may or may not be an exact date, assuming that the reveal comes. They may give you a quarter or a month rather than a specific date, or maybe they are confident enough at this point that the specific date is set, and that's what they'll drop. All right, I've done Rake. I think I've still got Stinger, and I've got Rock Splitter. All right, I'm on the last two, finally. Do you have a time you'll be streaming on Thursday? Yes, Zane. So I'm going to come on later because the Game Awards starts at very late for me here. I normally watch it each year, and it's very late. Game Awards 2025 time, GMT. Yeah, here you go. So the actual Game Awards, they have a pre-show on, but it's the actual Game Awards starts at 12:30. So I'll probably come on like 11:30 to midnight or something. Somewhere between 11 and midnight I'll aim for. So I'll be on a little bit before the Game Awards actually starts. I'll probably sleep before then, because basically when this finishes at about 3 hours. So this will finish roughly about 3:30 in the morning. They're looking to roll out Diablo 4 Season 11 around 4:30 a.m. my time, give or take, somewhere around there. So there'll be a bit of time between the Game Awards finishing and the thing. And then obviously I'm going to be looking to go for 24 hours plus. So that's already, you're up to 27, 28 hour stream. It's basically, this is going to be like my Vessel of Hatred stream, which is my longest ever stream. I think I did 32 hours or something, because that was delayed by 6 hours or 7 hours, wasn't it? And then 6 hours or so. And then I streamed for more than 24 hours. So I'm going to make sure I get a good amount of rest in beforehand, and I'll have everything prepared and stuff. Yeah, I'll be streaming you, Bellin. I'll probably sit in the D4 category and stream it, as opposed to going to a dedicated Game Awards thing, because I'll just get flooded out there. I'm watching the Game Awards, but I'm watching it specifically for the D4 announcement whenever that drops. You can bet your ass I'll be excited and jumping up and down and all sorts. I will be, Lacey. Yeah, how you doing, man? Yeah, I'll be on at least 24 hours unless I pass out, which I'm typically pretty good. Good luck to me. Yeah. 24 hours or death. Yeah. Whichever comes first. Nice. Yeah, nice. Yeah, exactly that, Hyru. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Getting myself prepared, getting a hype going. Harmony, Hesher, Temerity. Those three I can copy from here. This is the one and only build I generally use the Zephyr Zontech on, so I'll just have to do this one here, I think. And yeah, this is a build where you don't typically use the Wound Drinker, but with Sanctification, you can justify using it on Rock Splitter and stuff. Like, this build will be really good if you can get the crazy Sanctifications. Assuming we've made assumptions, we haven't got the final Sanctification list, so we've had to make some assumptions. So there'll almost certainly be some adjustments there when we find out exactly what all of the what they all are. But Yeah, with my assumptions, it should be pretty decent, I reckon. Zep, Harmony, Hesher, Temerity. Oh, I probably... Oh, yeah. Copy in the Shroud. Oh, I can take the runes as well. I'm pretty sure that it uses the same runes throughout the whole lot. Oh. What? Oh, why do you not copy the Mythic as well? That's rude. Hey, Aussie Kalita's wife. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I am looking forward to getting back into the blasting side of it rather than just doing build guides constantly. It will be real nice to just blast the game. That'll be... Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Let me just do this quick. 1, 2... Because I think this is one of the only ones that goes... Yeah, I think this is the only one in here. Yeah, there we go. Do the runes in a minute. Harmony, Hesher, Temerity. Moni Zan. Ahu Quacks. Yep. That makes sense. Probably the same for this one. No, we use the Igni Cry here. Interesting. Okay. It's probably not worth me going for the old copy paste there. Just do that. It's quicker. Okay, and starter should be pretty straightforward. Okay, that's looking good. Thanks for alerting you, Bellin. Appreciate it. You'll be back in a few hours. Don't know when I'm going off. I've got a lot to do tonight. So yeah, we'll see. I'm nearly done with this stuff, hopefully. So that's good. Oh, I actually put skill info as a header in there. I didn't do that most guys because I didn't have enough characters, interestingly. Oh yeah, that one changes because of Scourge. I think these will be the same. Yep. What? What happened there? Oh, that's weird. Okay, that was easy. Starter. Right, we can just copy paste that from down here. Save me a bunch of time. Yeah. Yeah, this is one where I had Subo Alkin. I'm sort of wondering, yeah, let's change this to right here as well. I think it's probably the safer bet for now. People will have a better time with this, I think, overall. Gives you that extra resistance and such. With a nice chunk of damage still. Okay, that seems fine. There's there. Okay, and let's go to those. Right, that's that one done. And I've just got Stinger left of the initial end games. Leveling, Stinger, here we go. And then we've got the 4 leveling builds, but they shouldn't be so bad. This is all the same all the way along. It is nice, okay. Okay. Right, now onto the long bit. Let's just start down here because you do more bits. Copy paste some stuff backwards. Rod, Midnight, Harmony, Hesher. Right, I can copy paste that from here. I'm pretty certain this is identical. Sanctification, Rod, Midnight, Harmony, Hesher, Temerity, Banished Lords. Just another Kepper build, just a different skill. This stuff pretty much stays the same. In fact, I could have just copied all that stuff as well. It's probably the same, right? Literally is. Harlequin, Shroud, Ring of Stardust, Potquax, Tam, Ohm. Yep. Saves a bit of time. Rod, Midnight, Harmony, Hesher, Temerity. Harlequin, Shroud. Potquax, Tam, Ohm. We can grab that from over here. Okay, what we got over this one? Rod, Midnight, Harmony, Hesher, Temerity. I think that's the same, right? Yep. Oh, mega zoom. Potquax. Think it changes for next one. So take the Hesher off. Yeah, that's right. Kappa, Midnight, Temerity. Temerity. Potquack's Igni Cry. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, and starter. Oops. Okay, that's that bit. Does this one change? I think it probably does when we get to... Nope. I think it stays the same. All right, cool. Easy peasy. Oh, I could have put skill info at the top here. Oh, well, if they ever increase the characters, maybe I'll do that. Not all the builds can actually fit it in. I haven't got enough characters. Oh, damn. Go. Okay, let's take the Paragon underlines out. Copy these. Yeah, that took a lot less time. I was sped up what I was doing. Whoa, why does it put me down there? That was crazy. Okay. This one looks like it's already done that anyway. Good. Okay, there's that. Yep. Turn it out there. Okay, that's that one done. Nice. Stinger. Right, we just got the 4 leveling, guys. These should take less time. Because they are theoretic. I'll do evade last because there was a slight change I want to make there, and I've got to try and remember what it was. Oh yeah, it's mainly. Yeah, it's mainly the mercenaries, I think. I mean, for starters, there's less variance on this. That helps. Only got 3, not 5. That makes a fairly big difference, to be honest. Oh. Bum, 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 ba-dum. That one there. I do still have all the uniques, funnily enough. Think these are I think I just literally, because it's not like you need these for the variants, it's just if you find these are good. Pretty much just slap them in all variants, so it should be a lot quicker, I think. And I think these are all the same as well. So I should be able to just do this. Oh god, what have I done? Not that. Should be able to. Missing an M on there. Yeah, I should be able to do this. I'm pretty sure it's the same. Easy collapse. Yeah, a lot less time. It's that bit that was taking me ages on the other one, so. Oh yeah, I need to remember to do these as well. Cool. Okay, that's that my blunder. Don't need any of that stuff. Just, oops. Copy paste that in there. Easy peasy. Yeah, so we start with Variana. That's, yeah. I go with Variana for leveling, actually. For the attack speed and movement speed. That's a safe enough play here. For this build. But the evade build, you can swap that over. I think I forgot to do it, which is what I want to change. Oh, I didn't actually realise I forgot to change the headers on some of those. That's interesting. Oh, well. Caught that there. Yeah, that took a lot less time. Very quick. I mean, that's pretty much that one. 1 of 4. Looks good. Gorilla born. Rock splitter leveling. Final. Okay. Rake fireborn leveling. Okay. Oops. And then there. I want to say again, these will just be the same across all the variants. Oh, one of my cats just turned up. Hello, cat. Which one of you is it? Oh, it's you, Kamari. Hello. Oh, my. Oh, you're wet. Oh, no. Is it wet outside? Yeah, you little cheeky grin. You're clean now. Oh, good. Oh, you're nice and soft. You're conditioned and everything. Super soft. Oh, bye. He literally just came in, said hello, and then he's gone. Oh, that's that one. Cool. We can, yeah, I can copy paste that from here. I'll save some time. Ooh, I actually missed, somehow missed that. Glad I checked that now. Oh, what? Oh, is that on a different variant, is it? What? Where's that gone? Refresh the parade. Blah, 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 blah. I can't English. Refresh the page. That was weird. No, there definitely is one there. There definitely is one there. What the? Some weird caching issues going on. There it is. Oh, it actually means to fully save there, but that's fine. This will be the same as this. I'm probably just, do you know, it's not even worth me copy pasting it from there. It just takes a second for me to do this. Do that. Oops. Copy paste that into here. And here. I could copy paste that, but I think it's not really, probably not worth the time. We're switching tabs. It doesn't take long. All right, that's that one done. Withering Fist. Dun, 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 dun. Huh, that's got some weird gap in it. That's weird. Okay, and I just need to address those there. Oops. Oh, what am I doing? Come on. Cool, that's that one done. Last one, finally. Right, evade. Got a slight change to make in here as well. But we'll address the old underlines first. That is just such a banger, that tune. I did have 4 in there, didn't I? Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I typically did it that way. Let's just copy paste that, save me some time. There. There's that. I'll come back to this in a minute. I think there was something I wanted to change here. I just can't remember what it was off the top of my head, actually. It'll come to me. Okay, we can copy something from down here. In fact, actually, oh, yeah, actually, this one is different. Balls. Because you don't really need... yeah, you might want that there, actually. The first 14 levels, if you could ever get it. I don't know if you would. But afterwards, you don't really need... I don't know. Movement speed's kind of nice. Yeah, resistance is probably more useful. Because you're just going to be evading everywhere anyway. This point, we go for screams, yeah. That's fine, we just do this. You just can't evade in those first 14 levels. That's right. I originally had Subo here. I'm actually going to change this. First 14 levels, you're better off with Variana for the attack speed and stuff. And movement speed. It's just really handy. Oops. What am I doing? Could have had the header as well. But then, actually, instead of going Subo, you also take right here as your secondary. So by the time you go for the swap, you can then put right here over here. You can go right here and... I'd probably go right here, Variana, honestly. Rather than Alkin at this stage. Actually, no, you don't need... No, of course not. You just go Alkin because... You don't need the attack speed once you're in. Once you're evading, you don't care about attack speed anymore, do you? Of course not. Of course not. On. So yeah, it crossed my mind earlier. I was kind of like, I probably haven't set those up the best. Oldkin. Yeah, you got the damage reduction there. And then right here with the resistances, and it gives you some nice damage. That's probably a better play there. Okay. So to quickly check the itemization, for some reason I seem to think I wanted to make a change to that, and I can't actually remember what it was. What would I have wanted to change here? Oh, I remember what it was. Yeah. Yeah, I remember what it was. It's minor, but yeah, I went for vulnerable damage on the rings, and actually I thought about it. I was like, nah. That's right. No. So I've got cooldown reduction, vulnerable damage. So for this one, I'd actually go life on hit cooldown, just so you got some life on hit in the build. That's right. Yeah. You want cooldown everywhere. It just helps you perma evade everywhere. And I actually want to make that max evade charges as well. I think I just left it on the default. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was what it was. I'm just double checking it. Yeah, you just want cooldown everywhere. That's right. Let me just double check the old skill tree here. Yeah, I actually... Oh, yeah, Swift doesn't work. Mobility skill cooldowns are reduced up to 1 second, but it's only the cooldown. So you need to get... Yeah. You want to get your cooldown low enough so that every third evade, your Thunder Spikes will give you a charge or two back. So it's not going to allow you to perma evade immediately, but when you stack enough cooldown, it'll make it so you can evade a lot more often, which is ultimately what you want here, I think. Okay, I think that was it. It was I remember it being minor. There you go. Right. That is all of those done, thank God. And hopefully they'll retroactively be able to fit the sanctifications for me when they fix that. Okay, they are fixing the old sanctifications. That's good. Good. Okay. I was just double checking that. Fine. All right. I can now. I basically just need to do all the... I've started making thumbnails already, funnily enough. So I need to capture the skills here for them. Some of you might be interested in this, some not, but if I don't do these now, I'm going to have to... They don't take that long, these, actually, because I've got a format that kind of works, and they don't need to be perfect. They just need to be good enough, but it's another thing I need to do. I used to like to up-res this, but it stopped liking it. It stopped working, and it just, like, kind of messed the images up. Yeah. You guys can tell me. You guys can tell me if my noob streamer, if my noob programmer art's any good or not. I am aware that these are wrong right now. I'll be changing these in a sec. I couldn't do that for my laptop earlier. I think my thumbnails are okay, considering I'm a programmer by trade, not an artist. Gorse is just like... Let's see how that does. Does it actually make... I used to like up-resing these because it gave a little bit more clarity, but they changed their algorithm. And then I started to lose detail, which I didn't like. So what does that do? Yeah, that's come out all right. Some of them don't, but that one's not lost much detail. Maybe they fixed it, because it seemed like they busted the algorithm. Used to work really well. See, look, it's just blurry because the images generated aren't natively this size. Yeah, I've not looked. See, I think they fixed it. I'm not really losing detail now. But it makes it clearer because it's up-resing it. I was actually losing detail before. It was just like merging it together. Yeah, that's much better. Nice. Okay. Right, it's the skills I need here. I need to screenshot some of these. Some of these I've got already, some of them not. So I've got those three, I think. I need to grab that from another. I did it in one of these. Where did I do it? I swear I did it in one of these. Yeah, maybe this one. You can see like my little process for getting these to sort of work. Oh, yeah, so stick that there. It's fine. We don't need that one. So I need to capture the Seeker, and I can get Rock Splitter and Thunder Spike. I actually have Thunder Spike. Oh, I did. I deleted it. Oh, no, I get it from another one. Yeah, I've got a previous one somewhere. Where are we? Dinner time and cleanup charm. Nice. Thanks for the look, dude. I really appreciate it. There we go. Let's do that there. That's going to go here. And then I just need to capture in-game the eagle, because I don't think I've ever captured that one. So what I do is I go in-game, I capture the whole box. I go back into... I use Canva, which is basically an app for making stuff like this for noobs like me. And then I shape cut out just the icon, and then I use image scaler, image scale up, because once I blow it up into a bigger size, the icons weren't designed to be massive, right? If I had the native assets, they'd be a lot crisper. But basically, I scale them up, and then I use image scaler to up-res it, and it makes it look nice and crisp. And then I've also got a filter on it which brings out the icon a bit, as you'll see in a minute. It makes it pop a bit more, makes the colors pop, and makes them you want them to come forward, because they're like, this is the skills, right? I mean, you can also do other things. I've seen like on other guides you can highlight specific boxes and stuff. I'm sure I could improve my thumbnails, but they aren't too bad. So yeah, just come down here. I'll just capture this. Doesn't really matter how much, just enough of it so you got the whole box. That's probably all I need to do right now. And then I can come back into Canva. Pictures, screenshots. Are we in here somewhere? The millions, gazillions of screenshots I've done for guides. If you trim and file them, you use the OBS to record the game? I do, Bargashi, yeah. But I've got a 2 PC setup. So my streaming PC, I can use to capture this on here, yeah. Which also means I can have... I've got a 4K 120 FPS capture card, so I can basically do... I mean, I capture in 2K a lot of the time. So the files I capture in are, like, really big. But it means I've got the quality there. Yeah, right. So for this, yeah, you go edit... Background doesn't work. The background remover is not good for this. It's better to use. They've got a shape cropper in here. So I can literally just do this. Once I found this tool, it made it a lot easier to get these icons to look good. As long as the icons are like a square or a circle, you can do it with your normal shapes. This works really well. So I can just do this. You can see the bigger it gets, the blurrier it gets, right? And actually, in fact, that shape cropper makes it blurrier as well, funnily enough. But... we then go image upscaler, and you can do it like what you can really do it, but I think 2x is normally enough. So they won't be actually 100% accurate because I don't have the natural assets, but it should make it. Yeah, there you go. Look, you'll see the difference. That's looking blurry, and now it's not. There you go. It's good enough. And then I will have a filter on these because I think it's. I'm pretty certain I will. Do I not? I thought I did. I used to. I suppose it kind of pops anyway. I used to have a filter on these. Oh, no, maybe I don't. I used to put a... I could go through. I'm not going to, though. If they're good enough, they're good enough. I used to have a filter on them to make them pop a bit more, but I suppose they come out okay anyway. And just saves me one step. And then, yeah, you just shove it in. Off you go. Job done. Just match it up to the size of the others. Make sure it fits in the box. There you go. I think that's it. I need to change this one here as well. I actually forgot to get that. I don't have vital strikes, and I need to capture Prodigy's tempo. So I can capture those while I'm in here.
I wish Vegeta could see this place.
Yeah, so we can... what we'll do, because I want them lit up, I don't want them dark. It'll be really hard to make them look good like that. So for the purposes of capturing... actually... oh, no, it's fine. We don't need to do that. You can capture it up here. There you go. You want it nice and lit. In fact, I'll need Notch's resonance for some of these as well. I might as well capture all 4 of these while I'm here, won't I? Of course. There you go. I've already got adaptive stances. Okay. Yeah, and this one uses vital strikes because we're going to be applying vulnerable with our storm feathers over and over and over, so makes sense to do that and then blast them a new one. That's vital strikes there, isn't it? Yeah. And it's the same process, but because it's a circle, you can kindly shape crop it with a circle tool, which is nice. Obviously, if this was a weird and if this was a custom shape, I wouldn't be able to do exactly what I'm doing right now. But because it's a circle, just got to line it up in the middle somehow. Enough. It's a bit crude, but it works. Like I say, I'm not an expert. I'm a programmer by trade. I've got a creative mind. This tool just allows me to do art, at least somewhat, and make things look decent. There you go. So I'm only grabbing the inside bit because then I can just drag and drop it on the background here rather than trying to make that look good. I found that really hard to make work. But it's the same process. Obviously, that looks extremely blurry, but if you go to up-res it, it tends to fix it. If 2x is not enough, you just do a 4x. Hey, Zach, how's it going? Canva is really good. So, I mean, it costs me about £100 a year, and I use it enough to justify that. Yeah, I don't think that's enough. I might... okay, I'm actually going to change something here. I might need to do this. I think this makes a difference. So if I do this, let's see if this makes a difference. I think when you shape crop it, the size of it makes a difference, I think. Oh, no. The thing that makes a difference is the fact that I'm zooming in on the image and cropping it. Right, got it. Yeah, okay, it might not make a difference. I might have to capture this from the skill tree. It might be too blurry. It was slightly big. Yeah, it was slightly bigger. Oh, actually, no, it should be all right. Look. Yeah, by the time you make it smaller, it's okay. This is fine. I forgot it's because it's been blown up in size. It's not originally made for that resolution. You'd need the original assets and upscale them at that level. I generally upscale afterwards because that crop tool does downscale it a little bit for some reason, because I think it zooms in on the image and blurs it out because it's not made for it. But I think it's because I had it big still, so it still looks really blurry. Yeah, that looks fine. See, there you go. It's actually amazing how good that tool is. Like, you know, really, it is wild, isn't it? I probably could use some AI tool here as well. Oh, there's one thing I thought. I think I might have a filter on that one. If not, I might want to add one. Yeah. Because it's not really popping. So what you can do, you can adjust the contrast on it is the big thing. And then add some brightness to it. It'll give it some depth. And make it pop a little bit. You don't need to change the colour. You just basically see that it stands out a little bit better. You've made it a bit lighter in the middle. Where you're accentuating the lights and making the darks darker. It makes it pop a bit more. Because these are quite bright. That'll do. Alright, that's probably... Just double check that. And I think that's the evade one done. I haven't prepped all of them. I'm going to have to do some image generation. So you'll get to see me do that in a minute. I prepped about 5 or 6 earlier before stream. This is good enough. They don't have to be perfect. They just need to be good enough to get some showcase videos up. I mean, some of these showcase videos aren't going to match the build planners anymore, funnily enough. I changed the ultimates in some of them. So I'm just going to have to put a disclaimer in there and say this, because I can't obviously go and capture the footage of the same build now in the PTR or the season. Just say that, check the build planner. But it gives them an idea what the build does, at least that was captured in a Season 11 environment with the Season 11 enemies. Because I can't do it in the current version of the game. The whole enemy, all the enemies are changing. So I was sort of stuck in a hard place there. It's my first time doing it, though, and I'm glad I took footage for 9 out of 10 of my guides. I'll have some footage. I really like this image. That came out really good, that one. I really like the Razor Wings one as well, actually. I actually found that one by pure accident. We'll get to that in a minute. That one I've already used. There we go. This one's going to be the Rock Splitter. Let's try up-resing all of these, because I didn't earlier, because I haven't for ages. The tool was busted. It was like I was just losing so much detail. Maybe they fixed this now. Maybe it looks better. You're just doing some greater riff pushing on D3. Nice. I really wish I'd had time to jump into that, because D3 is definitely calling me. I will be doing a D3 season next year. Absolutely. AI upscaling, yeah. Let's see how this comes out. It's this detail here. I was losing, like, I don't mind losing a bit of it, but I was losing so much detail. You just look like almost like an anime character. This, I mean, look, I'm not using AI here. You'll see in a minute, for me, the tool I use for the images, like, there's no way I could create an asset like this, right? It's insane. I literally type in a prompt and boom. Yeah, I think it's going to break for this one. Look, you'll see it. Look at his face. Look at his face here. Look, watch this. This is the problem I was having before. You lose all the detail. I think I'm going to lose it all. Yeah, see, look, it's gone really blurry. I know I've got a filter on it, but for that kind of thing, it just doesn't seem to work very well at the moment anymore. It used to work better. So I don't have to up-res it. I can leave it like that. This one, I think, is done. I think it is literally this. Because it's the same build I've had before. I just wanted to double-check it. Yeah, let's put... Oh, man. I had too many tabs open. Jesus Christ, Fenton! Oh, we don't need Evade open anymore. Rush, we need... Where is it? Rock Splitter. There we go. Because that's Thorns. That's Gorilla Born. Pretty sure. It's literally, apart from the Sanctification, it's the same as it always has been. Because that's just how you play it. So that's easy. That one's done. Stick these off as I go, so I know that they're actually done as well. I don't even need that one anymore. I can just finish them off as I go, can't I? We've done evade. Rock splitter, yes. All of the thumbnails, all of them. That's Dawn's. Right. Right. Yes, let's do that one. Yeah, I like this image. It came out well, this one. Actually. You also have to hope one comes out that fits with all the where all the things go. It's really annoying. The Diablo logo for this season is really wide. I used to have it down here. I actually prefer this being up top, but this is so wide. It doesn't fit alongside this anymore. Divine Intervention's really wide. Like Chaos Inferno or whatever, it was just smaller. So I've had to relocate it. But anyway, it does the job. Right, this one here, it's probably nearly done. I need the guide. Rake. Hey, Joe Necro, how you doing, man? How you doing? So what skills do I use here? I think we might actually have this correct already, honestly. It's largely, yeah, I think I had the icons already for this. Oh, that's right. No, I don't use adaptive stances on this. Maybe eventually when we play it, you can go adaptive stances, but I did recommend Prodigy's Tempo. That's why it's not complete. I need to do that one, yeah. I think I need Prodigy's Tempo here. Yeah, I do. Yeah, okay. That's fine. We used adaptive stances here or vital strikes in the previous version, but you won't be in this version. The Kepaleka version, you'll need Prodigy's Tempo at least to start with. I mean, maybe you can solve the cooldown problem without needing Prodigy's Tempo in a very ultra end game. I haven't tested. Sort of depends on sanctifications a bit, I guess. You've been blasting D3? Nice. Yeah, it sounds like a few of you are playing it. I kind of wish I had a moment to play it myself, but I honestly just haven't had time. But I do hope I hopefully will be able to play a season next year. That'd be good. That's good enough. Let's try and get it as central as possible. Yeah, once you blow that down, the detail comes back into it because it's designed to be a much smaller icon like this size. And then we can just scale it back up again. You've been blasting Project Diablo 2. Nice. You in the end game, I suppose, gaming. Right, it should give enough detail. It will look okay, and then I can... what I will do, actually, I'll be a bit cheeky here. I need to open Evade again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that into here. Copy that filter onto there. And then copy that back to here. Voila. Didn't really make that much difference, actually, yeah, it turns out, but... Hackery. Oh, it's a bit small. I need to make it bigger. That looks okay. It looks central enough. Right, okay. That's that one done. Easy collapse. Okay, we can tick that. I was trying to get the ones prepared that I've already done thumbnails for before, so I just had a thing to go for from before. I did a new one for Crushing Hands. I was sort of struggling to work out how I wanted to do Crushing Hands. I was trying to get so that the Razor Wings one I funnily ended up getting by accident, really. I was trying to generate like a pulse shield or something, but it just kept coming out with actual shields as opposed to like an energy shield. I couldn't get it to do exactly what I wanted, so I obviously my prompts weren't good enough. Let's see what this comes out like. But this has come out with like some glow on the hand and stuff, and it's good enough, I think. He looks chunkier than the others. I put in chunkier and bigger armor and, you know, like... So we'll go with that. I'm going to have to go capture Crushing Hand, I think. As an artist yourself, you really hate AI, but speak frankly, it does help sometimes. Yeah, I imagine. As an artist, you will. But for someone like me, I mean, the upscaling, I guess, is probably AI. For me, for someone like me, for doing something like this, it's brilliant, right? There's no way I could do this myself otherwise. Tomorrow's your last work day of the year, Joe Necro. Nice. Going into straight hard on degenerate gaming time, are we? Degenerate gaming mode. You started the season on 800 and you're almost Paragon 800 already. Wow. Wow, this has taken a long time to do the upscaling. Holy moly. Nice, Joe. Well, I'll be close behind, that's for sure. Let's see if we lose too much detail from this. I think I can see I'm losing detail. I can see it. It's going to make his face really blurry. I don't know why it didn't do it on that other one. It's done it on these ones, though. I don't think that's going to work. I'm probably going to have to reverse it. Yeah, look, his eyes are just completely gone. It's blurred out his eyes. Now he just looks like a zombie. Oh, dear. That's really funny. All right, we'll have to leave it like that then. Fine. Let me grab this here, because I reckon I'll need that one. Easy peasy. I need to go capture... I think this is basically the setup. I just need to capture Crushing Hands. I don't think I've got the icon for that already. Yeah, most of the builds use a very similar setup, to be honest. Right, let me go in game and get Crushing Hands then. Actually, there's a few icons I need to capture here. Quill Volley, Crushing Hands. Stinger, probably. Did I get the Sanctified? I think what they're doing, Zerif, they did notice the problem. They've gone and got a backup from before a change they made earlier. And they're going to be at about 7 a.m. my time. In about 5 hours, they're going to run a script to only update that stuff. And if I've made any changes to it since, they won't override it. So hopefully they'll fix it for me. And then I won't have to fix them myself. That would save me a lot of time, because I did spend a lot of time on them. I think so. Exceptional. Yeah, Crushing Hand and Rock Splitter will both be decent for hardcore, I think. Yes. How you doing, Far Particle? You good? Yeah. So I probably spent about 10 hours on Sanctification variants across all of my guides, right? More than 11 guides. It's less than an hour a guide, because I was pondering like the best ways to set them up and stuff, and just looking between and just doing and working out the math. I'd left some notes, so it wouldn't have taken me that long to go through them all again. And all the items were still in there. So I would have just had to work out what slots I put what on again. But so even if that took 10 minutes of 10 minutes of guide, I've got 11 of them. So that's nearly 2 hours. So you can sort of see where it gets a bit crazy with the amount. When you've got 11 guides or more, it starts to scale very quickly in how long things take. We got a raid coming in from Bengis. This is someone I don't know if we've met before, Bengis. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Let me move over here a second. We've already got the shout out going. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Bengis, thank you so much for the raid. And the shout out. Thanks for the shout out, guys. Go and show the love. I'll tell you what, first thing I'll do is I'll come and give you a follow myself, because I don't believe I will be following you. I need to go to my other browser to do this, because mod mode doesn't let you do it. Let's have a quick look. All right, so I'll throw you a cheeky little follow there. Nice. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you streaming today, Bengis? For anyone that's new here, I guess most of you will be that came in with the raid. I'm Immortalize. I'm a massive degenerate, ex-game dev, and I am the Spiritborn class lead for Mobalytics for Diablo 4. So I am just getting ready for Season 11 on Thursday, getting all the guides in ship shape, in good ship shape and all that stuff. So if that interests you, you'll see a bit of that here, and then we'll be hitting the old season hard on Thursday after the Giga announcement that we're waiting on. Tazzy Devil, welcome in. And yeah, Bengis, what were you streaming today, man? Let me have a look what you've been streaming recently. I'd definitely love to come check out your vibes sometime. I'm quite big on supporting people. It doesn't really matter what size streamers people are. I like to come and check people out. What were you streaming today? Does it tell me? Wait, Says you were streaming D4. Okay, nice. That makes a lot of sense. Nice. Okay, well. Let us know how your stream was, dude. Let us know what you're up to. Don't know. I don't think I've seen you around the community before, so yeah. I am currently getting thumbnails together for videos I've got to do. So that's super fun. So I'm just capturing all of them. I'm not sure if I've got the hunter captured. We will need that for at least 2 or 3 guides. Do I use the Devourer on any of my guides? 1. I think. I've got the Protector. I will need Razor Wings. I will need Rushing Claw. I will need Touch. Oh, I need basically everything. Every skill. Like all of them. Because I have covered. I've literally got a build for all of these. All of those are using at least even... I don't use Concussive Stomp anywhere, actually. To be fair. That is the one skill I haven't used. I could have done, but I didn't. I mean, I even use Vortex. I think I've got this in the guide, but we'll take it anyway. Hey, Bengus, thanks for the follow, man. No, you're good, Bengus. You're good. You probably missed everything I said. It's all good. It's probably for the best. Yeah, it's going good. So I was saying, I'm only in game taking I'm taking screenshots of the icons because I'm making thumbnails right now for video showcases of pretty much every Spiritborn build you can name. So I'm the Spiritborn class lead for Mobalytics for build guides. So I'm obviously in a point right now where I'm just heavily preparing for season 11. My build guides are pretty much there now, and I've spent a long time with them. So yeah, I'm just getting some thumbnails together. Not the most exhilarating content, but it needs to be done. So, you know, I wanted to come on stream because I'm a community gaming streamer. I'll play with the community and stuff, but at the same time, I just can't do that and like 8 hours of this outside each day. So and life. So sort of I've been merging the two together the last couple of weeks, just trying to get on top of everything. You're running Quill Volley. All right, nice. So I mean that'll be pretty good next season. I was gonna say I don't think I've seen you around the community before, but yeah, I've thrown you over a follow. And I'll come check out your vibe sometime whenever I see you online. And I do appreciate the raid as well. If you didn't hear that, thank you so much. Always appreciate the raids. Like I'm a big person. I'm a big supportive. I'm big on support. Doesn't matter to me if someone's got 1 viewer or 1,000 viewers. You know, if you've got a good vibe and stuff, and then I'm down for it. You're a variety streamer of Xbox. Okay, nice. No, that's fair enough. Australia, New Zealand, okay. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I've dabbled in a few other games recently. I'm typically a lot of mainly ARPGs, but I have dabbled in a bit of Arc Raiders recently, where this month was a bit quieter. Right, I only need Crushing Hands for this one. Make those thumbnails big purple. Lower. Now, we've had this conversation before about you and the big purples, okay? All right. That is weekend behavior. It's currently Tuesday morning for me. And you want to have some difference in colour between these thumbnails, because otherwise they just look the same, don't they? Like, I'm trying to make it so it's like, you know, Gorilla and Crushing Hand is a bit more bland because it's like, it's physical damage, right? And then your lightning damage builds are a bit more blue. And your fire damage builds are a bit more red. Like, not just like straight red eyeball burning reds, but just a bit... You're trying to influence it towards, like, people instantly click and recognise fire with sort of like red-orange sort of colours. And this is a bit more like, you know, the brownie sort of colour goes with physical damage. It's sort of matching up to what people recognise in general in these games. So that was kind of my thinking here. I mean, I'm no artist, but I've worked with some extremely good artists. So I learnt a few things about UI design and stuff. You know, I by all means, mine's not the best, but it's not bad for someone who's not an artist. You pick up a few things when you work with some artists, you know. It's going great. Absolutely, yeah. Season 11 is going to be great. It's going to be good fun. It's going to be good fun. Yeah, Zerf. Yeah, I'm happy with it. The style has evolved over time. If I look back at my thumbnails when I started, my brother made my very first one for me. Because I was just like, I don't know what to do. I'm a noob. And then I decided to go off and get Canva and try it. He told me to get Canva, so I did, and I played around with it. And, yeah, finding the shape cropping tool was... And then the image scaler. Look at that. It's crazy how good these things are, honestly. There you are, job done. Just slap that in there. I do actually take this further sometimes. Like, I'll show you in a minute. I'm not going to do it for these ones because honestly, it would take me, let's say, 10 minutes longer per thumbnail. Or even 5 minutes longer per thumbnail. That would honestly then mean I'm taking another hour doing these thumbnails. But there is one other thing I do sometimes, which is to cut out the character and then create depth with them. And I did do it on some of my Path of Exile thumbnails, and they work pretty well. I think I need to make that slightly smaller. Yeah, that's a bit better. Still looks a bit too big. Damn, can I make that one step smaller without... Oh, that's too big. I wish there was a way of making this smaller on keyboard. I don't know if there is. I don't know. There we go. That's better. Yes. Perfect. There you go. Yeah, I'll show you this. Like I did it on one recently, actually. Which one did I do it on? I can't remember. But it takes longer to do. It's just it all comes down to time. I did it on most of my PoE ones, like this here, like this. I cut the character out and brought it forward and put things in front and behind it, and it brings some depth, and put an outline on it, and it brings it out. So this is sick, but it just takes longer to do, and you have to do all filters and stuff on it. And I did the filter on the eyes to make the eyes like, so you can do all sorts of crazy stuff, but it's just how much time. If I got 11, I got like 15 of these bad boys I need to slap together. I'm going to do all my thumbnails for all my videos right now. So it's, you know, an extra 5 minutes times 5, that's 75 minutes. That's another hour and 15 minutes gone for videos that are, these are just stand-in videos to start with, you know. So it's just, this is going to be good enough to do what I need it to do. Yeah, they do lower, I imagine. Yeah, I imagine. Hey, Marksman, how's it going? Flex that mug. Gamer Talk as well. Oh, yes, the mug is being flexed. Oh, there we go. I actually did need a stretch, to be fair. Back's feeling quite tight. Oh, there we go. How's it going, Gamer Dork? That's made me realise how low on caffeine I am. I'm back on the Pepsi again. I'm like literally just perma-caffeinated again. I was off it for nearly a month. The last week's been brutal. I've not been able to do it without. So I think after the release, I'm going to have to go through a massive detox again. It's bad, isn't it, really? My poor kidneys and liver. Right, this one. This is the one I found the hardest to create an image for. I don't know. To like really hit home what it actually was, but it's good enough. So wait for that to save. Right, that's that one. Tick that one off. Crushing Hand. Next one. Payback. I was actually really happy with how this one came out. Like, I was trying to get it to get one that it's like throwing a pulse wave out, but they all just came out with like weird stuff. So I just got this one, and this one just looks like it's just angry and hench, and he's got spikes on him with the thorns. So I was like, yeah, this will do. Oh, I've got an offset problem there. It's annoying. The filter I've used on Canva, the texting to get the gradients, they now recently added outline support, but they don't support the shadow behind it. So to get around that, I've actually got two texts. I've got one that, this is normal text that's got a shadow on it. And then I've got this above it, but it means I have to line them up. I'm hoping at some point they'll add the shadow thing to it. For some reason, this specific text doesn't want to line up. It's really annoying. I had this problem earlier. I might have to redo this one. I don't often have to redo them. It's very rare. Is that close enough? A slight outline there. It's annoying. I really wish they'd add it. Oh, there you go. I think I found it. Hey, nice. Yeah, I really wish they'd add it, but they haven't. They only added the outline effect very, very recently. So yeah, if they just add drop shadows, that's the only thing that's missing here. Oops, and then I'd be golden. So for this one, it will be this, and I just need payback. Pretty certain. Hang in there, just kind of killing you, waiting for Thursday. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think you're the only one. Yeah, indeed. I'm good. I've been a bit stressed because lots to do. But I have broken the back of most of what I need to do. And if I get everything I want to get done tonight before I sleep, even if I don't get to sleep till like 8 or 9 in the morning, including a couple of requests MOBA's brought in and stuff, then I will largely be on top of it. I've got to edit some videos and stuff. I'm not sure I'll get any of that done tonight. But if I get everything else done tonight that I want to, it means I can start doing that tomorrow. And for the video footage, I'm literally just going to, once I've got one done, I should be able to just chop and change the videos and just make sure the footage I've got was, you know, it doesn't need any editing. It shouldn't need much because it's not me talking on it. It's literally, I just like recorded a pit level or tower level. It's just a straight up showcase. It's nothing fancy. It doesn't even show the items in it. It's just a thing to show the build, and then just at the start it's gonna be like check the build out, and at the end it will say check the build planner out. You know, or it will just have something on screen say build planner in description or something. You know, just to get people to check it out, just so that there's something attached to it at the start of the season. Can't do a full blown build guide for every build in the PTR. That's just nuts. That would take way too long. Right, we need to up-res that. The leveling guides I will record a proper video for. I'm planning on doing that Wednesday. That'll be me talking above... Yeah, that'll be me talking above the leveling guide itself. But it's pretty straightforward. I did it last season. I think I've even still got the template I use so I can just follow suit. It just means, again, there's just something attached to it. So I'm largely there. There's one last pass on the build guides to do when the masterworking's brought in. So I'll need to find time to fit that in at some point. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. That looks like it's slightly bigger than the others. Yeah, there you go. That's better. That'll do. It's close enough. Let's double check. Make sure it does actually match the icons in the build planner at least. Yeah, that's that one. Nice. Payback. I probably should have had a leveling thumbnail section here as well. This will make it easier to know. Oh, for God's sake. This will make it easier to know. Which ones I actually should be doing. Oh, yeah, I need to change that to white, don't I? It's in there, isn't it? There we go. Let's try that again. There we go. Yeah, I didn't get that one done. I need that one. That one we're not worried about right now. That didn't work out. Not doing that one. That might actually be very good now. That might actually be what Max Roll's secret hidden build is. to be fair. And what I can do is I can go left. Or we'll just do level thumb, that's fine. Now we can hide that one. And then for this, yeah, we got one for evade. We don't have that. We don't have one for there. We do have one for that. We don't have it for that. Don't have it for that. No. 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 Yes. No. I do have one for that, funnily enough. I'll make it. It just makes it easier for me to track what's actually going on, to be honest. Okay. Right, what other ones have I done here? We just did payback. Done evade, done crushing hand, done rake, done rock splitter, done payback. Right, razor wings. Yeah, I was quite happy with the image for this one, actually. Just by pure accident came out with this. So that came out pretty good. Obviously, I just need the icons. Drink City Streamer. Cheers, everyone. Cheers. You tried to time it for when I look like I need a stretch. Nice. That's basically what it is, right? Stretch City Streamer. Stretch. Let's see how that comes out. Sometimes this does work well, sometimes it doesn't. Oh, blood, man, we've got another raid coming in. Raid Central tonight. How's that coming out before I do anything? I don't know if I like that. Do I like that? That does make her come out more. I don't lose too much detail on her, do I? Oh, I do lose a bit. Her armor looks a lot better, though. I mean, that looks fine. Hey, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in again. Yes, I definitely need to try and catch you at some point, Psychosa. I promise I will at some point. Yeah, Aussie. I mean, I've set up one. Even when we get an audience over there, I'll worry about this stuff. You know, I'm live over there. That's better than nothing, right? Raiders, welcome in. I'm Immortalized, the Spiritborn lead for D4. Get just heavily preparing for Thursday's craziness, or Friday, whichever day it lands for you. Guys, please go check out my friend here, Psychosa. She is striving towards the goal of having every character leveled within a season, and I believe you're pretty close to that, right? Guides are good. I'm now doing thumbnails for the videos. That's just another one of those many jobs. So I'm working my way through those. And then once I've done those, should get those done in time for the stream, I need to write a summary for Spiritborn for Mobalytics, which I'll word in such a way that I can then, after stream, set out and record for a video, which can be very similar to what that summary is. And I don't need to record that after stream because Mobalytics want that for some content. That's another job done. And then I'm into video editing mode, which I might do some tonight, or it'll be when I wake up tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah, guys, check out Psychosa. She's awesome. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much been my life the last 3 weeks, Psychosa, to be honest. Just full-blown guides, and I took the video footage in the PTR, and, you know, so got all the icons. I'm just going through my guides now, making sure these matchups are these. But yeah, the guides are they're pretty close. The sanctification fun times is apparently being fixed for me. And hopefully I won't have to address it myself, which will be a big win, to be honest. So we'll see. Right, this one, I've got Razor Wings, and I need Scourge, which I can grab from another one of these somewhere. Here we go. Some of these I obviously branched off of my Thorns one. Let's ungroup that. We don't want unnecessary icons. It slows down the images. There we go. Right, that goes in there. And then I have never done razor wings before. So we'll need the image flat here. I prepared some of these earlier. I just needed the icons. I'm going to have to actually create the backgrounds and stuff for some of these in a minute. I've had no time for myself recently, Psychosa, but once the game starts, you can rest assured I will be blasting the game as hard as anyone else. That is fully, I'm fully doing that. Wrong one. We want a shape cropper first. It's okay. I live by the motto, hard work generally tends to pay off. So, you know, that's what we're doing. All right, we've done that. Now we can scale it up. Make it look a little bit shinier. How excited on a scale of 1 to 10 are you for Thursday, Psychosa? That needs to come in line with that. Yeah, there we go. There you go. And I need to grab from this one. This it. It's very hard. I mean, if you can make razor wings work without Produce Tempo, then you can absolutely use the spiral outwards thing, but it's very hard to get that to work without this. You would actually go for Vital Strikes for more damage. Maybe it would be solvable. You'd need all of the cooldown in the world and stuff. I don't know. It's very hard. I tried in the PTR, but I only put an hour or two into these guides, so... and that's pretty much that done. I mean, I prepared this one already, so this is looking good. That does look lower res, that, doesn't it? Did I just not up-res this? Maybe. Let's try upscaling that. That might be an issue on the other ones. Yeah. Looks lower res than the others. I might need to go back through and redo those quickly. Yeah, it's definitely... I think I forgot to up-res this one. I don't know, actually. No, that's actually messed it up. It's fine as is. I think it's just me. It's just my eyes. I think it's because these are quite light at the top. And I guess the others aren't. Yeah, it's fine. All right, we can save that one out. A solid 12 out of 10. Nice. I was going to say 11 out of 10. She beat me. You just want to know if we get a new class if we pre-order? Yeah, I think you and just about everyone else, probably. Hey, Chalosia's here as well. How you doing, Chalosia? How you doing? How you doing? Right, that's Razor Wings done. Razor Wings. Boom. We don't need this either for now. It's just hide. I've got so many columns hidden, you have no idea. Right. Do I have any more prepared already? I can't remember. I think that was the last. So now we just need to, okay, we need to work down the list and get these other ones done. I'll do Quill Volley next because I can use this as a... I can use that as a base with the colours and everything. I will need to generate an image for this though, so you'll get to see in a sec my wonderful image generating skills, and you'll see all the failures that come out. It's amazing, this tool. I use Midjourney. I'm sure there's others out there. There might even be better ones, but this one's pretty straightforward. It works. It's done some amazing images for me. I mean, you get a lot of failures, so you just look for one you like, and then you can just replicate. I've actually got a few back here. Like, I might use this one. I like this one a lot. I've got a build I might use that for in a bit, actually. But yeah, it's incredible. Like, you do get some funky stuff come out. Sometimes their eyeballs are missing or whatever, you know. But but yeah, you just type in a prompt. It's crazy. Let's put light in here. And an offensive pose. Firing blue glowing projectiles outwards. I've got an Amazon environment there. Let's go about this. Let's go like in a, I don't know, canyon environment or something. I always try and mix and match up the environments a little bit just to make them interesting. But I find jungle and Amazon works really well for these types of images generally. Depends what kind of vibe you want. You're cold? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Look at all this. Is going to be weird because it doesn't know how to. I probably haven't been specific enough to make it look like Storm. To make it look like Quill Volley might be difficult. Okay, let me be more specific here. Firing 6 blue feather-like projectiles, glowing projectiles outwards. I don't know if I like Canyon. We'll try it once more. I don't know if I like Canyon. That's not 6. Oh, actually, 1, 2, 3. No, that's not 6. What the hell? Yeah, it doesn't know how to do it. This image generator doesn't know how to count. It's not feathers, though. Yeah, I don't know if I should try. It's attempted to do it there. Let me see if generating from that very strong, if that makes any difference. Maybe not. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's easier to get what you want than others. Like projectiles or anything like that tends to be quite a lot harder to get, I think. I find. But I only need to find one I like. It's trying to get one that actually makes sense, you know? I'm trying to think how else I could word this, which would... She's got a weird face, otherwise that's not actually too bad. How else could I word this? Throwing, maybe. Towards the distance. Actually, Canyon's working out okay because it's quite a light. I want this one to be a lighter image because it's got the light blue glowy stuff in it. I just need to get it to look remotely like. I do have another way I could prompt this slightly. No, that's not come out how I want it at all. Outwards. In a shotgun. It's crazy though. Look at it. I'm literally generating 4 images each time and it's mad, right? Imagine how long it'd take an artist to create all this stuff. I mean, that's actually pretty sick, right? It doesn't demonstrate as you're shooting them out. That's actually quite a cool image. I like that one. I could actually try... You could just go, okay, I like this one. Let's just get some variations of that and see if they come out okay. Outwards. Throwing 6 light glowing projectiles forwards in a shotgun formation. Like formation. Hopefully it doesn't actually add a shotgun to it. I actually quite like this one. It doesn't have to actually be throwing them. It just needs... It's got feathers coming out his knuckles there. Oh, that's a cool image. I like that one. You just want something that looks remotely... Yeah, that's pretty sick. And that, yes, okay, some of these are good. I think it's going to be really hard for me to get it to look like it actually does when you throw it out in game. So I'm actually better off going. So I quite like the concept art style because it just looks neat. I like that one. That's sick. Yeah, let's do that. There you go. So it's a bit of trial and error, but it's quite interesting. It's insane, right? Look how many images I just generated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. 24 images in 6 clicks. Boom, done. Like, it's crazy, right? And you can modify this. I've got like variety up. I've got weirdness at 0 because I don't want any weird stuff. And stylization you can change. You can make it get more like concepty and all sorts. You know, I've not really played around with that too much. I found a sort of style that I generally like. So by leaving those sliders where it is, it will typically eventually land something like this. It's mental, isn't it? It actually is just crazy. So what I need now. Let me refresh that because for some reason. All right, duplicate this. And then we just go Cool Volley. I think I pay like, I want to say it's like £10 a month or something for this. I can't actually remember how much it is. So yes, I have a subscription to it, but it's worth it. I use it every stream. I have custom, this is how I make my custom thumbnails. It's a cost that I feel like is worth it for me. I can't actually remember how much this is, you know. It's not, I mean, I could get it cheaper if I buy it up front. I probably should do that at some point, but I wasn't sure when I first got it, like how much I might actually use it. I don't actually know. Where the hell do I get to my profile here? Look how many images I've generated. So many images. See, that's my point, right? It's crazy. And that's not even the fast method either. Like there's, you can get fast creation that creates them even faster, which is bananas. Yeah, it's completely crazy. I can't remember. It's not a lot though. It's like $10 a month or something. I think I'm on the second plan, so I get more capacity or whatnot because I use it a fair amount. But you can get it quite cheap, I think. And then yeah, you just take your image and off you go. Man, Spotify's doing good again, as always. Let's see if I can get that up-resed without it nuking the image. It even got the fingers right on this one. Sometimes you find the hands are one of the worst things. You end up with like fingers with like hands that are just completely and utterly ridiculous. Completely busted and broken. Oh yeah. For some reason it said it couldn't upscale it. Why? Let's try that again, shall we? It actually looks like it might work on this one. No, I lost a lot of detail on her face. Yeah. Literally, it's taken the piercing out and everything. Or whatever's there. And he lost all of the... Oops. Oh my gosh, what have I done? Yeah. It has made some of it better, but yeah, it's the fate. Yeah, you lost a lot of details. Fine, I'll still use it like this then. Will that bring the stylization over? Hopefully. That stylization stuff seems to have gotten a bit busted. I might have to manually do it. Seems to have gotten a bit worse recently. I don't really understand why. Oh, it pretty much perfectly fits this, which is brilliant. Don't have to do an awful lot of work here. But we can make this better, the contrast and stuff. So I always put a vignette on it because it helps with the icons showing up a bit better. Normally go for about 70 as a base, quite high, because then you can bring out the character with contrast and brightness. But it also means the corners are a bit dark. It makes it a bit easier for the icons to show. That's very bright, though, isn't it? What we can do is we can make it also the whole image just slightly bluer. So even though it's in a canyon, like by default, so it looks quite orangey and red there, and it's meant to be a quilt volley build, so it's meant to be like, you know, eagle blue. So we can actually manipulate that and tint the whole image both ways, both colder, and you can just tint it towards purple a bit more. And there you go, boom, both chocolate. You can just do it as much as you like. You don't want too much because it'll just look weird. You do it just enough so it still looks natural. But it just looks colder, which suits the eagle thing better. And you can always go for more vibrance as well if you really want. Like, wow, you can make it like crazy, or you can go for no vibrance at all if you really wanted. In fact, it might be. I quite like the colours, but in here it might actually be better to saturate that a little bit. Gives the whole image a bit of a colder feel, yeah. Yeah, and then we just change this to quill body, and off we go, done. Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, I'm no pro artist, but I picked up a few tricks from people I worked with, and I've got a creative mind. You know, I'm pretty creative. So if it looks okay to me, it'll look okay to other people. You know, I'm sure people can make better stuff than me, but you know, I'll do that and get the right name on it, and off we go. It just needs to be good enough for me for now. Staying there. Yeah, I would have liked to have been able to up-res that more, but for some reason that tool's gone a bit doolally. I'm not really sure why. I don't have the true asset for this. I had to go get this from somewhere else, so I'm sure the true asset for this will be better. It'll probably show it better, but it's good enough. Yeah, it's come out right. Cool. All right, that's that one done. Let's quickly tick that one off. Right, what would be easy to do? I'm trying to think, what would a quick ones do? Rushing Claw, I actually have an image I might use for those. Rake Balazans. Yeah, okay, let's do the Rushing Claw ones, because I think I've already got an image I can use for that. Clawborn and Ripperborn, where are you? There you go. I will need the Hunter, but otherwise it's one of those. I can use Rake here. And then I think these use the same skill setup, so you just do... I'm going to do two images quite similar, I think. Yeah, I can copy-paste this. Let's duplicate this one. Well, that's kind of the idea, I guess. I quite like my style. I like the icons at the bottom. I was saying earlier, I color code all the names. Like I leave the big words in this standardized color. You can use it across all guys. You can use it across all of them. And then I change the name to be like the kind of the element or something. It's like, you know, brownie for like thorns and physical damage, blue for lightning damage or cold damage, that sort of stuff, and the orangey red for fire and so on. So they've got like some convention to them, I guess. Consistency. Right, I had an image earlier that I really quite liked. I'm not sure how well it's going to work, but I think if I change the color, which I can manipulate as I just showed you, I think this image I made by accident. This one looks sick. And now I'm going to do a variation, a subtle and a strong, and see if I can make that another good one like this, because for both of them. I could use that for the rate Balazans, actually. Although it doesn't really have spikes or thorns on it. No, I might try it. We can keep that one in mind. Keep that in mind. I've generated so many random images, so I've got loads of them. I kind of want it to have like poison coming off the rate Balazans one. I don't know how easy that's going to be to achieve. We'll see. Oh yeah, look at that. So that's the subtle. It comes out with almost the same position. If you do a strong one, it'll do a similar thing, but just like... Oh yeah, these look awesome. I want two very different ones just so that I can... Has that got red eyes? That is quite sick. Did the other one have red eyes? No. That looks like they're moving fast. That's really good. I like that one. These don't. We'll try this one. I don't know if that's the one I need, so we'll do that. I won't need to change too much here. I need one of these. And I'll need picture screenshots. That and that. There you go. In fact, I should just upload all of these because then I don't have to keep coming back in here. I forgot it leaves them in here. Rivering Fist. I think I've done all the rest of these. Oh, no, I forgot to do that. There's one thing I forgot in that last one. What an absolute scrubberlight. It would help if I actually add the Quill Volley icon into the Quill Volley guide, thumbnail, wouldn't it? Lol. And I didn't even add it there. What am I doing? Should have added it here. God. Brain gone kaput. You're going to be in the top 10 Demon Hunter, not including the cheaters. Oh, yeah, console. You get cheaters, don't you? I remember this when I played PlayStation, yeah. Yeah, them filthy cheaters. All right, we need to cut out this. Glad I noticed that. That'd have been a bit awkward. Putting up a thumbnail that's not even got the right skill on it. I normally try and leave just the thinnest amount of outline just so you do definitely capture the whole of the image box. And it doesn't cut anything off. And then we'll just up-res this. There we go. They need to have an offline mode for console. Yeah. Oh, and no offline modes. Yeah, that was the thing. They wanted to avoid that. That's why they didn't do it, I guess, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah... Yeah, I remember when I did play D3 a lot, there was this guy called Joker or something that was always first, and he always had like 6 items slotted into his weapon or something, you know what I mean? It's like completely and utterly impossible. Completing greater rifts in 3 seconds. You couldn't even physically you couldn't even physically kill the boss and wait for it to die that quickly and complete it. You know, it's quite obvious cheating. I think PC is server authoritative, so you don't get that same problem, but the console you did, yeah. That's pretty bad. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Right, that's better. We've actually got the correct icon there now. Right. Yeah, they do in this day and age, yeah. Obviously, D4 was made that way. That's the trade-off to having an offline mode, that's all. It depends how your leaderboards are done. If you have an offline mode, but your leaderboards are all fully server authoritative, well, people can still cheat though and go offline, can't they? Can't be... I don't know. It's difficult. Maybe you can fight it this day and age. Not easy. It's isolated, yeah. A purely offline that doesn't interact with leaderboards, yeah. Can do a 150 in 0.28 seconds. Well, that's clearly legit. Doing a greater rift in 0.28 seconds. That's noob level. God, not even doing it in less than 0.25. Bunch of noobs. Outrageous. All right, let's get this one sorted. And this one here. Zero 0.14. Bloody noobs. Not done it in 0.1. GTFO. Come back when you've done it quicker. Oh, God. Yeah, someone needs to bring the old Blizzard banhammer, don't they, I think? That's pretty ridiculous. Want to see me do it again? Oh, well, Vegeta. You can clear faster than that. Well, I believe it. Gamer Dork's got an offline mode. Yeah, I wish I did. I wish I had time to have an offline mode right now. Misery. When's the new season? Thursday or Friday, depending on your time zone. It's going to be a little bit after... Well, they said they're going to start rolling out shortly after the Game Awards finishes. Is that right? I think that still looks a bit too big, doesn't it? So you know what? It's good enough. Right, and this one we need to up-res as well. Yeah, it's a couple of days later this time, Misery, but honestly, there's two reasons for this, and I can understand why. One, they probably planned a long time ago a big announcement at the Game Awards, right? That's Thursday. They don't choose that day. And the time is afterwards for two reasons. One, because of that. Obviously, big announcement wants to come first. Secondly, the Chinese servers are going live on Thursday. And about 4:30 in the morning, my time, when they start rolling it out, will be like in the middle. It'll be like afternoon for Asian locations. So it'll be a nice time for their new audience they're appealing to, I guess. It'd suck for China if they were like, yeah, we're releasing the game, but it's like 4 in the morning. Good luck. They are, they are, on this occasion, they are catering to that audience because it's a brand new release in that area. And some places like Aussie and Australia are actually getting better than usual. And then places like, I'm getting ultra screwed, right, at 4:30 in the morning in Europe. But I guess that just is what it is. We just have to accept it. Not a lot I could do it. I mean, I'm a degenerate. It doesn't bother me. I was going to be up wherever it started. I mean, I stayed up for Vessel of Hatred, and that didn't actually release until 6 a.m. for me. So, it doesn't really bother me too much. Don't know why that was picking that up like that. That's weird. What the hell? That's better. Does it want to go left, though? Nope. Definitely wants to be there. Right, cool. That's those. I think this is the setup. Ripper Ball. We'll do that one first. Yeah, it's pretty much the same setup for both, I think. Yeah. So, all we need to do now is change the name. Rushing Claw. We'll do Ripperborn first, because I like this image a lot. This one here. Oh, no, not... yeah. Maybe we can get... I will try the image upscaler and see if it doesn't nuke the image. If it does, then we just won't bother. For you, it's 11:30 at night. Yeah, so it's going to be a lot of you where it'll be very late at night, but it won't be so late it's like I can't at least try and play. Some of you might just degen through the night like me. Obviously, a lot of the time, it would be like your afternoon, early evening time, but... Gallic gun. Hey, that's a sick emote. I like that. Nice. Gallic gun! Yeah. Yeah, I've lost too much detail. You sort of lose the impacts if you don't have the detail. Yeah, it's literally just... You've lost like almost the entire facial stuff. So we just have to go about and we'll just do some interesting contrasting on it. Maybe I can copy that from here. Oh, wow, that's bright. Holy cow. Nope, I will custom do that one. I don't want to burn the eyeballs of everybody out. Okay, I suppose it's good enough. I've got an idea how I can make this one work. Yeah, so it's easy. I mean, this format generally works as long as you've got the character sort of like tilted towards one way or another. I mean, it's lightning, and funnily enough, actually, but it's good enough. It gives off the impression that they're rushing fast, right? That was kind of the impression. I got this one by pure accident, but we can fix this. So I always add a bit of contrast because it helps pop the character out a bit. Normally start like this, and then you whack the brightness up a little bit. I think I had the brightness a lot higher in that last one, which is why we'll go for a slightly lower vignette. Maybe like a 50. And then we'll see what we can whack the brightness up to before it starts burning people's eyeballs. That probably is the highest you want to go. Maybe I want to bring that down just a touch. Yeah. And then we can just add a little bit more of this. The shadows can get down a bit. The whites can come up a little bit. Oh, actually, no. The whites probably want to go down. No. Ugh. Let's go back to that. You can bring, actually, yeah, you can bring the highlights down, and maybe I can bring the brightness up without it being ridiculous. Whites down as well. I don't know. You don't want to make it so dark you can't actually see the image. That's the problem. I definitely need to bring that highlight down a bit. This bit here is particularly bright. Okay. My eyeballs! I don't know. Maybe I'll leave it at 0. Maybe it's okay having that there. It really does give the emphasis to moving fast. This is probably okay. I feel like maybe I want to have that a bit lower. I'm losing a bit of the effect here. See, I generally go quite high because I like the... It darkens the corner of the screen a bit. Alright, we'll leave it at that. That's fine, probably. What we will do, though, make this one slightly hotter. One way or another, I can make this slightly more look slightly more fiery. Right, looking unnatural. Yeah, if you go too high, it makes it look unnatural. Want to add a little bit of a tinge in there, and you put a bit of purple so it keeps the natural. I kind of wanted to make that a little bit more orangey. How do I do this? Not like that, clearly. Oh, I see what happens. Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. You end up just completely oversaturating it. At some point, it's just crazy. You don't really want to do that. It's very green. I wanted it slightly more... Oh, maybe that's what I want to do. Normally, I'm pretty good with these colours. Oh, here we go. Give it a little bit more saturation to give it a bit more emphasis on that colour. I've probably put a bit too much in here. That's a bit better. I only want it to be a subtle change in colour, but I want it to be like, you can still see the green, but I want all this stuff to be slightly less yellowy green. That's a bit better. Sweet. Let's change that to Russian claw. It'd be nice if I could add a claw in it as well, but hey. Here in Brazil, it's going to be 9:30. Nice. That's not too bad, actually. Yeah, that's actually not bad. See, look, that's the thing, right? When you're a worldwide game, supporting the game worldwide, there's always going to be one location or more that's going to be getting screwed. So, you know, I typically get the season releases at like 6, 7 p.m. my time. I can't really complain. I suppose for me, it doesn't matter either way because I can, you know, I can just stay up It'd suck if I couldn't, but I can, so it's not the end of the world for me, personally. Oh, it's just going to be another one of those. It's going to be a real pain in the ass to line up, for God's sake. Sometimes it does this. I don't know why. It has this, like, step thing. Damn it. I think what I'll need to do... Come on. There we go. Right. So I'll actually need to nick Spiritborn from here as well. Hey, Esseltech, how's it going? Yeah, most of those builds are getting updated. I actually need to update that link. I've got a personalized link now. I'll get that updated when I update all my bot stuff before the season. But yeah, most of the builds are pretty much there. The sanctifications got nuked, but they're fixing that apparently. So hopefully those will be fixed in the next few hours. And then there's one last pass for the masterworking GAs to be put in, which I can do quickly at a... well, I think those are dropping tomorrow, so I'll try and fit that in tomorrow at some point. There you go. Might need one more pixel gap there. That's better. Alright, so that's that one. Easy collapse. And then what we can do to make this my life really easy here, in theory. Just saw several builds that I haven't played that might be interesting. Rushing Claw. Yeah, so to start with, you would use the Clawborn. Ripperborn is like, you actually require... This will not work particularly amazingly until you get like giga cooldown reduction. But I do explain at the bottom, if you fancy a read, how this works. This is the only one I've got. This is what the mechanical challenge, like, and I'm assuming they haven't changed how it works on the PTR. I came across a particular tech, and with the change, so I reported it still wasn't possible to make this work very well. But with the change they made, it should now be possible, yeah. Yeah. I will be playing that at some point during this season, regardless of what happens. So I just, that's not a season starter. I would not start your first endgame build on that. It requires too much cooldown and such. But the other one doesn't require so much because you can just you can use Prodigy's Tempo and take the other node, which allows you to reset your charges as long as you've got Veracity. So you just stack Veracity for days and then you'll never run out. You can just zoom around like a crazy person. You just can't get the damage scaling in there like you can on the other version. Right, I need the other image. I believe I downloaded one. Oh, downloads. Here we go. Let's see it. I should be able to just chop and change. I'm hoping, because these are quite similar. Yeah, there you go, look. I mean, I probably should have put in a different name from... But I'm actually just going to leave it. I'm just going to have them both dubbed as Rushing Claw. And I'll use a different name in the video when I come to do it. So that actually... That made the other one super easy to do. That's 2 thumbnails, you know, good times. That's both of those done. Save, yes. All right, 1, 2. Right, Stinger, Touch of Death, Poison builds, and Rate Balazans. And that's it. They're the only 3 I've got left to do. Okay, fine. So, do I have any? This is probably the nearest thing. I need the prompt for that. This just... Oh, there you go. Covered in spikes. Okay. Let's try this. Pose. How do I do this? Right. We'll do rate balancers first. Emitting a green poisonous aura. I mean, this is probably going to come out with some crazy stuff. Let's just see. You just have to try and see what it comes out with, and then you just adjust it accordingly. So, Esseltech, interestingly, on the PTR, I used the Hunter on just about every build because it sold your ferocity, and that is what most of my footage will show. But the reality is, once you get to the very end game, like that for Rushing Claw, you use Loyalty's Mantle, like you go full Jaguar. You could go Harlequins, but the Loyalty's Mantle, especially for the Jaguar Hall one, that levels that up. I think for Ripperborn, do I stay with that? Yeah, so I do stay with Loyalty's Mantle here, interestingly, because it gives you 60 cooldown. There is a world where you would actually go for the Harlequin's Crest here, maybe. Actually. You just want to make sure you can get the full amount of cooldown reduction. This cooldown reduction from Loyalty's Mantle, I might change that, actually, for Ripperborn. Because the extra 4 ranks are really nice. And you can get damage reduction. The 4 ranks will give your Rushing Claw more damage, so that might be a better play. I need to know how much cooldown you can get on a Harlequin's Crest. I do actually have... Oh, no, yeah. I might adjust that one, actually. I might end up putting the Harleys in there. Because I think you'd still be able to get enough cooldown reduction here. You need to have 75% cooldown reduction. Doesn't matter. That includes your Loyalty's Mantle. So, yeah, you need that. And I think that's probably achievable still. Yeah, okay, I might change that at some point. I won't do it right now. Whilst the other one. But yeah, so this uses the Hunter. But the other ones, I changed. I wanted to make the builds easier to follow. Like Deathborn, that definitely used it. Hey, RevPorps, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, dude. Welcome in, welcome in. Bearded, how you doing, man? You really need to pop in and add to it more. Yeah, I did originally have the Hunter, and then I only swapped to the Protector at the end, because that's when you could get the Heshereka Sungi on. But I was like, you can put the Heshereka Sungi over here. It gives you the pull-in, it gives you a nice amount of damage, it gives you the shield generation, etc. I just still like... Yeah, I kept finding the FAQ explanations. That's be, why am I swapping? Blah, blah, blah. If it turns out the builds aren't working that great with Hunter, I'll swap it back again. But it should be fine, I think. I changed it so you get the Jaguar secondary here. So as long as you're killing stuff, you'll be getting ferocity generation there, so you'll be okay. That was kind of the play there. And you should have like 100% attack speed by base now with all the new masterworking and tempering changes. So you're going to attack pretty quick by default, and this is just the prop up. And that gives you one of the stacks that a Hunter would have given you. The reality is the Protector gives you more damage overall with the Heshereka Sungi, which by T4 you look to get on. I guess you do lose the Moonrise here, but this is fine. You gain more attack speed on this, and you gain more ranks and stuff. So, yeah, overall it works out. I think, yeah. Yeah. I've got a good variety of builds in there anyway. Hey, how you doing, Bearded? How's your streams been going, man? Right. So I've got this one. What were these images like? Interesting. They're very green. Oh, that one there. That actually works really well for Touch of Death, to be honest.
It looks like you're touching and it looks like it's going to kill you. That'll do. Lovely. All right. Sometimes you get an image by accident. That actually looks sick for Touch of Death. Nice. Oh, that's one. Hitting the ground with their weapon, causing a green poisonous cloud explosion. What's the chances it's going to have like a nuclear bomb or something? Oh, I actually had it in their hand still. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, I like that. That's come out really well, that one. We'll do all of these in the jungle because it's a dark environment. See what that comes out. It's just crazy, isn't it? Like, just what the amount of stuff I can generate is nutty. Let's see what comes out here. This may not come out anything like I want it to. No, it's actually literally come out of a poisonous cloud. How the hell do I get Stinger to look like Stinger? Oh, wow, that's nothing like I want. It's not slamming the ground. Slamming the ground. Slamming the ground. The ground with a quarterstaff. Towards us. A green poisonous explosion. The cloud thing probably confused it. Let's try this. That's what Stinger is. See if I can get it even remotely looking like what Stinger does. You just hit the ground. It's like a green explosion on impact. So I need him hitting the ground. I need a green explosion coming off of it. If we can get anything close to that, then we'll be golden. He is not hitting... Well, that sort of is, I suppose. Oh, man. It's all over them. Let me try it once more. That prompt. No, you can see already. Okay, a green spherical explosion. We'll do poisonous explosion. I mean, worst case scenario, that actually works. Because that looks like a massive green explosion's going on. So we do have one image here I could use. It's when the thing is, like, when you've got a particular way something works in the game, you need it to look roughly like that or something that makes sense alongside that. That's where it gets complicated. You're trying to create something that makes sense to people. It's not understood. It's literally created a sphere. That's not what I want. I might use that. That's probably good enough. It looks like there's just an explosion going off. Although actually, this one might work for the Rake Balazans. Yeah, we'll use that for Rake Balazans. That's fine. We'll keep chipping away and see if we can get one more for the spherical thing. Hasn't really worked. Let's see if we can just... I'm going to keep doing this prompt and see if we can get one that fits that. This will do for Break Balazans. Looks like you're emitting poison and you've got the spiky stuff on you and everything.
I really wanted an image of him actually hitting the ground. Like, but he doesn't really seem to be doing that. Slamming the ground with a quarterstaff. Let's take that bit out. That's not too bad, although that looks a bit weird. That one just doesn't have the poison bit in it at all. Hey, Slav, how's it going, dude? Let's see what we get this time. That's it. Then I've got all the images, and I've just got to do the last three. Oh, that might come out all right. That one's looking promising. Oh, yeah, it's looking promising. That looks like it's been exploded on the floor in front of you. I don't like his face, but I can change that bit. He looks too old. Yeah, okay, this is looking promising. I can do this. You can do subtle, and I can do a strong, and hopefully that'll give me one I like. Oh, that first one was better. In terms of, there's so much explosion there. It's a bit silly. Let's try again. It's too liquidy. It's creating so much, it's just completely pushing the character into the background. These have all got with their face showing. They're not got their face showing. That one's pretty close. It just doesn't have his face showing. That would have actually been pretty good, but his face isn't showing. Let's try that one. Hey, Chaos Akami. How's it going? Hi, Roo. Drinks to the streamer. Cheers. Cheers, everyone. Come on, one of these has got a hit. I want one with their face showing. Oh, goodness sake. They look like Shredder out of flipping Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. Actually. So it's the same problem here. Look, I want their face showing. That would actually work otherwise. Can I get that one to generate without a mask on the face? I doubt it. It'll probably... It's probably just going to keep generating with the face masks on. Yeah. Oh, no, it's one here. Okay, nice. Maybe. Maybe. Let's see how it comes out. Oh, it's actually done a couple. Sweet. Okay, maybe one of these will be right. Oh, that one's got a weird... Oh, no, it's actually come out... Oh, it looks like he's got something on his face, but... That one's not too bad. Although it looks weird. It looks like he's got a face masking on. Oh, yeah, I've kind of got that problem there, actually, with that Balisans one. I'll need to go back and... That one I can't even see his sodding eyes. I don't like the liquidy side. Let's try this again. Man, it's a pain in the ass. I normally get what I want pretty quickly from these. For some reason, whacking really weird. I might need to specify no face masks. It's doing liquidy now. Why are you doing liquidy stuff? What's this like here? It's got weird eyes. Gas explosion. Let's try that. Oh, I should have specified no face mask as well, shouldn't I? That's annoying. Like, some of these would have worked so well. It just has the face mask on it. Like that one there, that would have been awesome. Like, that's actually really close to what I would have liked. It's just that face mask is in the way. I mean, maybe that's okay. I don't know. I quite like having their face, though. It's a bit closer to what you get in game, I guess. It's got some crazy hat thing on. Without a face mask. Don't normally get face masks on these. I don't know why that suddenly decided to start whacking it on so many of them. I said without a face mask, and yet they've all now got face masks. Like literally every single one. What? Well, it might be because it's got medium Aztec armor. Let's try light Aztec armor. That might be why. Like, this would have been sick if there was no face mask on it. And that as well, like, some of these are pretty close to what I'd have liked, but they've all got face masks. Why? Alright, take face mask out. No, they literally, I think it's picks up the word face mask and it's not worked out the word without. Okay, this is actually much closer to what I want, actually. I just need one of these without a face mask on. Wasn't expecting to have to generate quite so many, but it's... That one... I still all got face masks. Like, what? With their face showing. Why have they suddenly all got face masks? Like, every single one of them. It's so weird. And to be fair, that one there actually could work. Where is that one again? Let me do that. And of all the ones I've generated, I need the face mask on. Are there any without face masks I can just use by default? No, most of these came in with the face mask. It's weird. I wanted one of these without some crazy eyes on it. What's that one like? That one there might work for Ray Ballasons, actually. Yeah, we'll use that one there. That's all right. I'm struggling to find ones that make sense for me. Not what I'm trying to... Like, that's probably one of the closest that looks like you're actually slamming the ground. It's kind of what I want. And then I do a variation, and it doesn't actually do the slamming thing anymore. There was one I really did like. This one. It's just that sodding face mask. If it didn't have a face mask, that would have been perfect. It's got some crazy helm on it. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe. I feel like I've just got to keep... If I keep rolling this, I might eventually get one without a face mask on. Or enough reduction in that it will just do what I want it to. No, it keeps rolling the face mask. It's annoying. But that one's not so bad. I don't like the liquidy look. I actually do prefer this, but the helm thing's a bit crazy. Starting to think, is there a better way to word this, or I don't know. I need one more image. I think I've got enough for the others. That's pretty cool. We'll use that. All right. I think I can use these. So... Let's... make a copy here. Start with Touch of Death, because I actually got a really good image for Touch of Death. Just got to find it. I did just download a whole load of images there. I guess. Oh, I only took 4 actually. Yeah, there was one image here. It was really decent for Touch of Death. Thought I had more. One sec. I thought I had more than that. Yeah, that one there. That makes sense for Touch of Death. It actually looks decent. It's pretty dark. I will probably custom contrast it because it's a different colour. work out the colour for that in a moment. Touch of Death. It's going to do the same as it did before. I need to do that and then probably reduce its size a bit. Okay. That can just change the spirit ball, so I can grab that from over here. Just make that a bit bigger. That could be made a bit smaller. Just covering his face. Doesn't feel like it's in the right place. Oops. It's better. Now, colour. Hey, Aggravain. You have an anti-emote playlist? Not really. I just put on a classic stuff tonight, I think. You're not digging it tonight. One sec. Where's the old... No, that's true. Yeah. Where's the playlist at? Honestly, I just clicked the Muse playlist to let it do its thing. Where are we at? Yeah, it's just a lot of like Muse, Killers, Fleetwood Mac stuff. We'll go for some heavier stuff tomorrow. There is some Linkin Park coming up at some point. And some others like that. But yeah, we'll do some heavier stuff tomorrow. I don't know. I just look at the playlist that it creates for me and then I just choose one. And I try to chop and change it. No, I know. Oh, yeah, well. Right, what we need to do, we need to look for a green colour. Start with that. It's the dark colour that matters here, actually, more than anything. That's not dark enough by any long shot of imagination. That's going to need to be a lot darker at the bottom if I want the contrast in there. Probably want a little more green in that. You need a decent amount of contrast on it. Let me see how that looks. It's sort of like blended in, isn't it? Might need that to be a little lighter. Bit more yellow in it, maybe. Give it some more contrast. That's a bit better. Probably need to make that dark bit just a little lighter as well. It's getting a bit lost in there. Yeah, that's better. It's popping more. Nice. Right. And then really what I need to do here, apart from change the icons, standard stuff, contrast, add some brightness to the image. I probably don't need that much of a vignette. It's actually, I don't know. Yeah, can't have blacks in there. The blacks are actually overkilling it. Hmm. It's so overpowering over here, but you want it to look good. I don't know. It's too much. Hmm. Oh, let me get the icons sorted and I'll have a think about it. You're going to crash bug, actually. No worries, dude. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it, man. Not long till the season now. That's what we're all looking for. I feel like I am actually closing in on all the stuff. Oh, I've already done this, haven't I? Finally closing in slowly on all the stuff I need to have done. No, that's the wrong one. I need Touch of Death. Here we go. I can also grab that from here. Hey, Bog, how's it going? When the season starts? On Thursday. Yeah, season starts on Thursday. It's a little later than usual because of the Game Awards coming up. Not long now, though. It'll be here soon enough. How are you doing, Bog? You good? I'm just trying to get on top of all my prep I need to do, and this is thumbnails for some videos I'm going to likely edit tomorrow, or at least start editing tomorrow, and get them done before season release. Yeah, I'm good, Bog. I'm good. Just lots to do, never enough time, you know. that old chestnut. Nice, okay. That looks too big. Yeah, it's too fun. And we will need that icon as well. Okay. Sort of wondering if it's the color of the text. The text is getting there. I'm wondering if it's the color of the text I'm not that keen on. There's something about it. It's just not quite sitting where I want it to be. I don't know. Can't quite put my finger on it. Oh, this will do. I don't want to spend too long on it. This is fine. It may be the green poisonous cloud here is just completely and utterly overshadowing it. Do you only create guides for that class? I have got guides for other classes, but right now for season 11, I only have my Spiritborn ones updated because I am now the class lead for Spiritborn for Mobalytics. So I oversee their tier list for Spiritborn. So that's why I look like I'm doing so much for this class. But I have done guides for Sorceress, Necromancer, Druid, and stuff before, yeah. And you don't need to apologise. It's a fair question to ask. So that's that one. I think this will look better at smaller. I think it's because I'm looking at too much. Right. Stinger. Before I look at all these images and start to change my mind on it, let's get the Stinger image uploaded here. So that's that. There we are. Make it a bit smaller. Maybe scaler. It's virtually the same setup. It's just different different core skill, I believe. Pretty certain that's the case. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is. Right, let's change the name of this. I'll need to find another image, of course. Probably should have changed the background about. I suppose it wouldn't really make a difference as long as you get it. Overlaps enough, but... Ugh. I think it's that causes the problem. And the text doesn't feel the width of that box for some reason. Makes it really hard. There we go. Makes it really hard to overlap it. Then there we go. Images, images, images. Oh, that's the one I was going to use for Death Touch, but it's got the face mask on, so I don't really like that very much. No. Changed my mind on what I want to use again. There's got to be one in here that I can make use of. I generated a crap load of images. It gave me loads of those, though. It's the face masks. It killed most of these. Real shame. Oh, literally, nearly all of them. Half her body's missing. I thought I saved this one. Thought I was going to use that one. That one clearly didn't save. I think we'll use that. See how that looks. It's very green. Holy crap. Might want to move that over there. No. I might see if we can get a slightly different pose on it. Slightly further away from that corner, maybe. Well, it doesn't look like I've had much luck there. I'll try a second time just in case. That does look pretty cool, that one. Let's try that one. Probably make that work, although I think that he's going to have to come over here. What we can do. I wish this was smaller. I want it down there. It's irritating that that's so big. It would have been so much better if that was up here. This is just too big. It doesn't fit in. It is annoying. I mean, you can make it smaller, but still. I might have to just go with that. I didn't want that on her head. Right, that'll do for Stinger. Now, I need one for Balazans. Let's try with that. Pose with poison dripping from the spikes. Actually, covered in poisonous spikes. That would be better, wouldn't it? See what that comes out with. Odd couple, but I would take it. I was kind of hoping it would give me actual poison coming off the spikes, but it's not really done that, has it? That's good. In poison dripping spikes. I just want something that's imitating that those spikes are causing poison, because that is literally what Balazans is. I mean, that image there is pretty okay, although I'd prefer him to be standing further away. The closer that face is, it starts to get overlapped by the build icons. It becomes quite difficult to make that look good. I don't even think it's picked that up. That's annoying. Just got blood all over his face. Do you know what that will actually do? Facts, actually. Why did I copy that one for? Just copy this one because it's got the format in the right place for this image. Balazans. I won't try and do the apostrophe. I think that'll just screw things up. Let's grab that there. I can actually make this work, I think. With a little bit of image manipulation. Because what we can do, edge towards the green side of things. Let's make it a bit more greeny. Okay, I'll need to change this stuff. Now this uses... Where are you? I'm on there. This might actually use... Oh, no, it does use that. Yeah, fine. Okay. And... This one out. Let's just grab that. Oh. No, that's... Oh, is that really how that's been done? I actually did that one the wrong way. Wait, this one's done better. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Oh, goody. So I also have to do it that way. Ooh, that's got... Oh, that's better. Is that everything I need? Yeah, pretty straightforward. Okay, that'll do. It's good enough. I don't know. It's a bit green. I wanted to make it look like poison, but it's also just a bit too much, maybe. I wonder if that in the brown would be better. There we go. Might be. Yeah, I think it does. The green only really goes if you're really emphasizing it. I think that looks better. Sweet. Got enough green in there that sort of gives that influence off. That's fine. Okay, I think that's all of them. I think I actually did one too many there. I don't think I've actually got footage for both of the rushing claws, but never mind. I've got a thumbnail for future, I suppose. Did Touch of Death. Did Stinger. Did Rape Balisans. Okay, I've still got to do the thumbnails for the leveling, but we can do that later on. I don't need those. Yeah, I don't need those today. I'll need to do those tomorrow, maybe. All right, well, that's some jobs ticked off. Still got more to do, but I'm going to go offline and do some of them, I think. Before I go to sleep. Looks like people are already picking up some of these guides. I haven't even got the video out yet. I'm interested. Have they put the leveling? I don't know if all the leveling builds have been put up yet. No, I don't think they have. I think all the non-leveling builds are up here now. Like if I go Spiritborn. Yeah, look at that. Spiritborn. Boom! It's just like a wall of my guides. Holy crap, look at that. Ridiculous. Jesus. Good times. Hey, Psycho, how's it going? I'm actually going to go off now, I think. I'm going to go get something to eat, and then I'm going to get this summary written, and I've got to record me talking about said summary and try not to sound like a potato. And then that's all the stuff I need to get done today. Hopefully I'll get to bed before 9 AM. That'd be good.
And then really go again tomorrow with... I mean, the amount of stuff will be... If I get all that done, my amount of stuff tomorrow will be largely less. I just need to get those videos edited. There's a lot to do, but anyway. Let's have a quick look. Oh, good. Swap to day shift, so I'm about to hit the beds. Oh, nice. Okay, fair enough. 3 a.m. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. for me, actually. But yeah, it does come fast, yeah. Just got to have a look to see even who's online right now. I've not even looked. Okay, I know who we're sending you to. Yeah, I know who we're sending you to. Easy peasy. All right, nice. Let's flick over here. All right, guys. All right. Well, it's been a highly eventful day of streaming and build guide updating, formatting, and thumbnails. So invigorating, I know. But also, I still only have 3 options for the dress up vote. So I will ask again. Oh, 4, sorry. I will ask again tomorrow in stream and we'll see if we can fill that out and get the poll started for voting. Oh, Bearded, thanks for being here, dude. I appreciate it. And Wiggy. So yeah, we'll get that sorted tomorrow and we'll get the poll going. I hope so at some point too, Psycho. So I'm going to go get something to eat first. When does the Game Awards start? Tomorrow. It's at 1 a.m. my time on Thursday. It's 1 a.m. Friday for me that the official awards start. Something like that. Yeah. So that'll be 5 p.m. PST, I think. Can I math? Yeah, something like that. Terrifier. Okay, we'll throw the idea in tomorrow, Frogster. I'm going off now. I'll have a look at that tomorrow. But yeah, we'll get some more options. We'll get the vote going. Thank you, though, everyone, for being here today. Everyone that's here the whole time. Anyone that's new. Anyone that has been lurking. And all of the support and the raids. Surprisingly large number of raids today. That's awesome. 4:30 PST. Okay, 6:30 Central. There you go, Zane. Thanks, Psychosa. If there is anyone that hasn't hit the like or subscribe button on any of my channels, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. I'd love to see you again. And yeah, we'll actually be blasting games come Thursday. Well, so it's been like 3 weeks since I've done a stream where we blasted games. That's crazy to think, isn't it? So yeah, we'll be getting on that. And you can expect all the guides and everything to be sorted over the next day or so, hopefully. Fully. So yeah, hopefully see something again. I have got a Discord if anyone would like to come and join. That is the best way to get a hold of me offline. Talk to me about any of these builds. If you've got any questions, or if you want to join the clan for Diablo 4 in preparation for the season, that's we've got a queue in there. Come and join. So yeah, we'd love to see you there. If that sounds of interest to you, I will link the Discords in all said channels, so feel free to come join. If you do decide to join, please do the verification. Please go to the role selection channel, choose the games that you're interested in, and that will unlock the channels that you care about, and the ones you don't, you won't. So you won't get spammed by the things you don't care for. And if you don't want to join, that's totally fine as well. I won't be offended. Bloodshed, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Everywhere except the purple platform, I'll just be shutting down for the night. So I hope you have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much again for tuning in. You're awesome. And yeah, whichever time zone you're in, I really hope the rest of your day is awesome. Twitch, I'm going to send you over to Panda Glassjaw. He's an epically good player, but he's also one of the max role writers for Sork. And he's just a really nice guy. So if any of you are playing hardcore, I'm sure he'll help you out because it looks like he's doing some stuff over there right now. Oh, he's doing PTR footage right now. One sec, is he actually there? He might just be... Oh, he is there. He's talking. Cool. All right. It looks like he's watching PTR footage. He'll be talking all things Sork. So if that interests you, please go over there. Check him out. Show him some love. He's awesome. We really like Panda. So I'll send you over there. Seems like a good place to go. I will be back on again tomorrow night, Tuesday night for me. I'd like to say that I won't be doing the same sort of stuff as I was tonight, but the chances are I will be doing something preparation based, but I don't know exactly what. If I don't have anything I can do on stream preparation, then we'll just be chilling
and sorting out the poll for the dress up bonanza, the Christmas bonanza, and maybe we'll get a bit of game. I need to tidy up my inventory and all that stuff in game, so we'll see how it goes tomorrow. I hopefully will have less to do, so maybe we'll actually be able to play some games. We'll see. Games, what's that, Psycho? I know, right? But yeah, I'll be on anyway, even if you just want to jump in and chat all things Thursday, the hype train, you know, like the old hype for season 11. And I'll be off on Wednesday because it's going to be pretty full on Thursday going into Friday, and then after that we'll be doing a lot of degenning, I imagine, for the next week or two. So I'll need a day off before, I think. So yeah, hopefully see somebody there. And if not, I will hopefully see you on Thursday at least, because that will be awesome, and we're all excited for this, whether it's PoE2 or D4. Hey Rich, how's it going? Yeah. So thank you again, guys. I really do appreciate you, honestly. It really means the world to me. You just come and hang out and keep me company while I'm doing all of the fun things. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, guys, or on Thursday, if that's when I next see you. So yeah, until then, guys, keep safe, keep lasting, much love, and I'll see you then. Cheers. Appreciate you.